Live cricket. The Ashes.
To line short, he smashes it. That has cleared everything.
All out for 303 in the 76th over. Wants a quick single. Burns to the danger end.
Yes.
Hits. It's got to be close. Rory Burns has to trudge from the field with another duck.
Cummins to Crawley. He's caught. That's short leg by Travis Head.
Cummins bowls to Milan, couple of slips.
Down the leg side, has he been strangled? He has.
Here's Cummins bowling to Root.
Hit on the pad again. That's much closer. That's gone. Boland is in. He's bowling the Woakes, who edges. Warner dropped him at first slip. Boland should be on a hat-trick.
And he chases the edge. He's dropped again. Cummins again. You heard the sound. England are all out for 188.
Bowling him out for 180 odd was a really good result. But I thought we bowled really well. There's plenty of time left in the match, so I'd love to get close to 300.
A fired-up Pat Cummins leads the charge at the front of the attack, securing a vital first innings lead in a test match that is hurtling along. Now Australia's batters have the task to push the match out of reach. National hero and new night watchman Scott Boland joins us.
England here have to attack, not stupidly, but they have to make Australia play, take their catches and hope to take 4 wickets.
Bowls to Warner, and Warner plays through the cordon and caught it backward points. Oh, brilliant piece of fielding. Warner bags a pair. Stuart Broad gets his man again. Bowls here to Labuschagne, down the leg side and gone. Labuschagne's gone for 5. That's Billings' first catch in Test cricket.
Wood charges in at a fantastic bouncer, and he's out. It's hit the glove on the way through. Australia are 3 for 33.
Yeah, I think we've got an opportunity. I thought we bowled really nicely tonight, created opportunities, created a lot of intensity and held our length brilliantly. So it's a huge session tomorrow.
Is there a last gasp England miracle on the Hobart horizon in the 5th and final test? It'll take quick wickets and then a much improved batting performance on day 3 of SEN Test cricket.
The Ashes on SEN. For Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. That's a plus.
17 wickets fell on day 2. If that repeats on this Sunday, the Ashes will be over by tonight. Australia take a 152-run lead into the daylight hours, and Steve Smith has a chance to decisively shape a test in this series. And there's definitely a scenario in which this becomes a thriller. SEN Test cricket as we look towards day 3 in Hobart. Our openers are in place. Simon Katich, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Gerard, Athers, Colo, all our listeners.
Mike Atherton, hello.
Hi there, great to be here again.
So matters are poised. Could be a really interesting day's play.
Well, it should be. I think we've seen throughout these 2 days so far that the conditions can change in the space of 20 minutes, depending on the sunlight and the condition of the ball. I mean, I heard earlier that England felt that the ball went really soft after about 20 overs on day 1, which is interesting because that sort of coincides with what happened in the carnage from the run rate. Australia were rattling along at 4 runs and over. So, Australia will feel today they should have potentially some really good batting conditions in the daylight here and try and make the most of it. Even though they're 3 down, they've got a number of players in form that will try and maximise it.
Could go a thriller at the end, Athers, to finish off a series.
It would be great, wouldn't it, if it's a close game. There are 2 scenarios today. That's one where England get early wickets, get a chance to bat during daylight hours before the difficult passage towards the end of the day. The alternative scenario is they don't get early wickets and then they'll be batting again under lights later on tonight, possibly or potentially. And judging by the way that the ball behaved last night under lights, it looked very tricky indeed. England have had the best of the conditions really in this game so far. So it's remarkable that they're still so far behind in the game, because they had the first 2 hours when the ball went all over the place, and then they batted so badly yesterday that they got another hour and a half with the ball late last evening in very juicy conditions.
That second scenario is probably the most likely. It's how Australia have this unbeaten record in pink ball cricket by timing their run. They got stuck last night under lights against a new ball, and they showed the same foibles that they've been able to exploit of touring teams since this format was introduced.
Yeah, it just goes to show how both teams can be vulnerable in those sorts of conditions. I think, it is a big challenge for the opening batsman, and not just in this test, but throughout the series. There has been life in the wickets, there's been grass on the wickets, and because of that, it has been tricky for the top four of both teams to really go out there and get big hundreds like we normally see in Australian conditions. So that's just the way it's played out, but it's also... what it's highlighted is the difference between the two attacks. Australia have been relentless with, attacking the England batsmen, and they haven't been able to get those 200-plus scores. And a lot of that is due to the fact that the England openers, they've been out cheaply throughout the series, and they're always 2 for 20 or 2 for 30, and then that has a domino effect for the rest of the order, and they can't get those big first innings.
There are familiar themes by this stage of a series, and the first innings scores 147, 236, 185, 294 and 188 yesterday. It's hard to amount to much if that's what you're turning in first time at bat.
It doesn't amount to anything at all. You're not going to win too many test matches with scores like that, and the reasons behind it are many and varied, really. The pitches have been helpful. I don't think I've come to Australia for an Ashes series before and seen pitches that have done so much off the seam. 4 at least in this series have been quite bowler friendly, with Adelaide the best of them. Add to that an excellent fast bowling attack that Australia have with the addition of Cameron Green. It is a relentless attack, as Kat said. Added to that a substandard England batting lineup by the standards of Test cricket. This is not one of England's better batting lineups, outstanding though Root is. He hasn't had much help, and there are many players in there, Pope, Crawley, Hamid, trying to find their way in Test cricket. So you put all those factors together and you see the kind of scores that we've had.
Pat Cummins was superb yesterday in what might have been a period the best of the batting of the Test match. Potentially he was the one who was able to strike and lead the Australian attack.
Yeah, he certainly was, and that's the beauty of having a bowling captain, is that we spoke about it at the Gabba, with that decision to bowl first. When you've got a bowling captain, they're going to be brave to take those risks because they know they can control the outcome, given that he plays a key role with the ball. And we saw it again yesterday. I thought Milan and Root looked really good, and it was tricky conditions. Yes, they played and missed a few times, but that's going to happen on these sorts of wickets. But just when they were starting to get set, Cummins had a little bit of luck. He strangled Milan down the leg side, and he gets a little bit more on that, and it's 4. So he was probably a little bit unlucky there. But the way that they got those middle order wickets just set the rest of the innings up, because then when the lights took full effect, it looked like tough work for the England batsmen, and the rest of the Australian attack were able to expose them. Boland was excellent. Stark came in and does what he does so well, cleaning the tail up, and they had the luxury of not even needing Nathan Lyon.
Sam Billings made a favourable first impression with the bat, Athens?
Yes, I'm wary of going overboard. Their straws we're clutching at if we're going overboard on somebody getting 29. But it was his first Test match debut. He's kept quite tidily. He got a nice catch down the leg side late last evening. And yeah, he looked sparky at the crease, didn't he? He played some nice shots down the ground. Looked as though he was up for the occasion and up for the challenge, and that's the thing that you don't really know about a cricketer before they play Test cricket. You see a lot of them in domestic cricket or indeed one-day cricket. You might see that they've got a good technique and look as though they can play. You're never quite sure how they're going to react to the big day when it comes, and he certainly looked as though he was enjoying the contest, which is a definite plus in his favour.
A couple of catches last night as well to get his keeping underway. The matchup that has come to define recent Ashes, Broad versus Warner. So I know you're both deeply invested that it continues on. If that happens to be it, Warner makes a pair. Broad inflicts it on him. It's the 14th time that he's got him. Chris Rogers has this handy little measure, which I think you can live by. Don't drop more catches than you do runs in a Test match, and Warner's on the wrong side of that equation here in Hobart.
Oh, well, I've got some great news for Athens. I happened to interview Stuart Broad this morning and asked him the tough question. Can he make another Ashes series to beat that record of 19 versus Glenn McGrath, Mike Atherton? So,
what did he say?
I think he's definitely going to try and play on. He just went past Lord Botham last night for most Ashes wickets by an Englishman. So, I mean, he's always seemed like he's got himself up for the Ashes. I know, having played against him many moons ago, he seemed like he saved his best for Australia. And that's a credit to him that he did that. But I think also the fact that he's had that battle with David Warner. He knows that David Warner is a huge wicket in this Australian lineup. He's had a tough summer at times, but I think he's been really good as well because the conditions have been tricky for the openers and he's played some crucial knocks throughout this series. Yeah. You know, if England had him in their lineup, they'd be crying out for him to be at the top of the order, even though he hasn't scored 100 this series.
I agree. The conditions very tricky, and he played You really measure players by when they score their runs as much as the number of runs that they score. And if you get match-changing innings at the start of a series, as Warner did, first Test match at the Gabba, then a critical innings at Adelaide, the series is still alive, everything to play for. Those innings count for more than 100 at the back end of a series when the series is done and maybe the bowlers' bodies are flagging a little bit. So I think as batsmen you always look back to the start of series when you can really make an impact, and he's done that. There's no doubt that against Broad he's struggling from round the wicket. I mean that much is obvious to anybody who watches it, but you never get the sense that he's ready to quit. He's always in there scrapping, and of course that's the nature of the man.
Our pre-matches for Blunston, built to last, and for Nilex, retractable hoses, water like a Nile expert, available at Bunnings. Your openers Mike Atherton and Simon Katich has been the case right throughout the summer. For Anaconda, play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. I think I spied both of you out in the middle today. Tell us about the pitch for Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water.
Well, it certainly looks like it's starting to lighten up a little bit. From what I can gather talking to the head groundsman here, is that the ryegrass is a lot greener than normal couch, and hence the reason why it probably looks so lush on day one. But you see now with a little bit of sunshine out there again today that it has started to lighten up a little bit. There's some little bit of wear and tear with the footmarks, but nothing out of the ordinary, which is pretty usual down here. I think what we've seen this test, though, is some really good carry in this wicket. I expected it to probably start to lose a bit of that carry and start to play a little bit lower, but because there's such a good even coverage of 8 mils of grass, it potentially should keep playing the way it has been over the first 2 days, and potentially there might not be much cricket left in this test match anyway.
It could end today. Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. 3 for 37 Australia at the resumption. Smith 17, Boland 3. Scott Boland is going to join us before he goes out to bat. He did his duties as the night watchman maybe too well, Damien Fleming thinks. He'll be on commentary for the first ball of it, so he might recount a few night watchman tales along the way. Australia's lead is 152. There's rich source for discussion throughout the day in between the action. The Justin Langer debate, and Virat Kohli finishes his term as Indian captain, so that's profound. Mike's seen so much of that, and Bharat has covered it as well, so we're in good hands for those conversations as the day unfolds. Our pre-match is for Blunston, built to last, and for Nilex retractable hose reels, water like a Nile expert, available at Bunnings.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuna, with Toyota Safety Sense as standard, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
G'day landscape gurus. Want something to make you look even better than you already do? Install Rainbird's Arvan rotary sprinkler nozzles. They're designed to improve water efficiency, throwing the right amount of water effectively and getting the best results from your lawns. You can have a green lawn in no time. Don't believe me? Just look at the MCG's outfield. Smooth and pristine green. They installed Rainbird. So install Rainbird's Arvan rotary sprinkler nozzles. Rainbird, the intelligent use of water. Learn more at rainbird.com.
G'day, Damien Fleming here. Want to build a big innings in a career you love? Talk to MEGT. From construction to IT and everything in between, MEGT can find the right apprenticeship or traineeship to suit you. MEGT can help you transition from school to the workforce too, helping you to open your career innings by earning and learning at the same time. So hit your job prospects out of the park. Visit MEGT.com.au or call 13 69 63.
No one likes a messy office. Hygiene standards start to slip, so keeping your office clean is getting harder. Make the move across to Laurenex Cleaning. From office buildings to shopping centres, Laurenex Cleaning will deliver higher standards for you and your customers. Office cleaning, high-rise window cleans, preventative infection control, garden maintenance and much more. Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australian workplaces super clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety for your office. Google them today.
Something wonderful happens when you visit Mildura. The city vibe continues, but the outback's only moments away. Fresh produce is endless, the embers are hotter, and the night skies seem longer. nature sings, kangaroos graze, and the sun glistens magically on the river. Photos captured and stories told are shared amongst family and friends. So, when you're ready, start your journey with us. Visit mildura.com.au.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely, and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
We're live at the big cricket field in Chatswood. Looks like at the coalface has won the toss and elected to field. Steel Blue has the new ball, bowling now to King G, who goes to drive but gets an edge, and Mongrel Boots there at first slip takes a blinder. Let's get a look at that on the FXD replay.
Don't bet on other workwear stores. Coalfaceworkwear.com.au. Everything you need in one shop. Shop 1, 66 Lower Gibbs Street, Chatswood.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Right now, you can land yourself a free Makita brushless blower when you buy any selected Makita LXT 18-volt ×2 brushless line trimmer kit. Hurry. Limited time only. Offer via online redemption. Visit Makita.com.au for details. Makita. Rule the outdoors.
This summer, Foxtel is the only place to watch every ball of the Vodafone Ashes series in 4K Ultra HD. Foxtel, Australia's only dedicated sport 4K Ultra HD channel. The Vodafone Ashes series in 4K Ultra HD. Only on Foxtel for the love of cricket.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuna with Toyota Safety Sense as standard and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. Back and lay bet on the Ashes with Betfair. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
And ahead of day 3 at Bellerive Oval, let's check in with Luke White from Betfair. G'day, Luke.
Good afternoon. The odds at the moment are as follows for day 3. Australia, $1.14 to back and $1.15 to lay if you think it's too short. England are $8 to back, $8.20 to lay. The draw, as low as $2.50 it has been at one stage, now completely out the gate at $120. You can trade your positions online after stumps, and as always, gamble responsibly.
Thank you, Luke. Luke White from Betfair. Betfair is the home of back and lay betting on the Ashes in Hobart. Check out all the markets online. And as Luke said, don't forget to gamble responsibly. The number to call is 1-800-858-858. It's our pre-match from Blunston. Built to last. That's Blunston. And for Nilex retractable hose reels. Water like a Nile expert. And, of course, all the Nilex range is available at Bunnings. So Australia to resume at 3 for 37. An overall lead of 152 runs in the second innings after losing those 3 wickets last night. Steve Smith, 17 not out. And Scott Boland is 3 not out. Yes, Scott Boland, the batsman. Let's check in with the night watchman, with Simon Katich and Adam Collins.
Scott Boland, what a wild few weeks. The last time we caught up at Melbourne, you were a player of the match on Test debut. Have you had a chance to fully comprehend how your life has probably changed forever over the course of the last 3 weeks or so?
I've had probably a couple of days in between Test matches where I've sort of sat back and try to sort of take it all in, but I've just felt like in between games I've been exhausted. I feel like I've been trying to stay up for the whole time, and even waiting around to bat, I don't really feel like I'm getting much time to relax. So, it's been a whirlwind few weeks.
It must help charge the batteries when the David Boone stand are going wild every time you go anywhere near the ball. It's been the case at Melbourne and Sydney as well. You're already a cult hero.
Yeah, it's been great to have so much support. The 3 grounds I've been at the crowd's been sort of going nuts every time I walk down to find leg or take a catch or anything like that. So it's been really nice to have great support.
Scott, you had a dream debut at the MCG, your home ground. I wanted to ask you about that welcome to country and what it means to you with your Indigenous heritage.
Yeah, it was pretty special. We had a really good one in Sydney as well with Uncle Alan. He had the crowd in stitches, so it was really nice. But yeah, it's obviously great. We had the First Nations around the Big Bash as well, so it's sort of getting a bit bigger and sort of raising a bit more awareness in the cricket space now, which is really good.
And administratively, the Reconciliation Action Plan, there have been 2 of those from Cricket Australia. You've obviously been part of that consultation process where cricket is taking big steps on the field and off the field as well. Yeah,
it's great. It's great to see. Hopefully we can get some young Indigenous kids coming through, because obviously there hasn't been too many come through and play cricket for Australia in the last, ever really. So, the more kids we can get playing cricket, and more Indigenous kids we can get playing cricket, the better.
Probably yesterday is the first time something you've touched hasn't turned to gold. When you had a catch put down, you would have been on a test hat-trick. Did you have a word with Davey afterwards? It's probably the easiest catch he's put down this summer.
No, he's taken some great catches this summer, so unfortunate that happened.
What is the secret to your success, though? I mean, taking that step up, not often you see a player look as at home as you have. Why are you so effective so quickly?
I'm 32 years old. I played 80 first-class games. I know my game pretty well. Even having Andrew McDonald as bowling coach, if I'm a little bit off, he can pick something up in my action or run up or something really quickly. So it's great to have the support of him there. And then bowling with Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark, Green, Lyon, it's a great combination to be bowling with any of those guys in any stage of the game.
Given that experience and your form over these last 12 months, or probably longer than that, have you had 18 counties knocking at the door watching from this series?
I've spoken to the manager the other day. He said he's had a few calls, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'll go over there. If I get picked to go to Pakistan, I think it's going to make for a really busy winter, so wait and see what happens there.
Yeah, it could be a very busy winter with 9 tests away from home. Do you think it could be a good opportunity, though, to go to England and develop that part of your game with a view to maybe even the Ashes in a couple of years?
I'm not sure. I'll probably sit down at some stage and have a chat with them, George Bailey, and where they see sort of my future the next couple of years, but wait and see what happens there.
You're the not-out player overnight. Having to face 20 minutes of pretty good bowling before the close of play, that's quite a long time for a night watchman to walk out. What was the decision-making process when that 3rd wicket fell?
I sort of was planning to go in with about half an hour to go, which sometimes I feel like it's a long time when I'm going out there to bat, coming from 11, but you're happy to do the job for the team. It was obviously tough work last night with the ball moving around everywhere from Robinson at one end, and then the other end was some good pace from Michael Wood.
It's usually been Nathan Lyon doing that job over the last 10 years or so. Are you protecting your 6-hitting machine, letting him come in today?
He's batting well, isn't he? Put one out of the ground, and he hasn't stopped talking about it since, so it's good. And
I suppose you might have mentioned to Pat, you have got a first-class half-century coming in as a night watchman on this ground. Alex Doolan on our commentary referenced that yesterday.
Yeah, quite a few years ago now. So, I would be happy to hopefully hang around for 20 minutes, half an hour this morning, make the job a bit easier for the batters coming in next.
And Pat Cummins was very clear last night about the plan. Get about 300 ahead and let it rip with the ball.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. I think we're leading by 152 now. So, anything we can get, if we can bat for hopefully 4 or 5 hours today, put us in a really good position.
Scott Boland, congratulations on a marvellous start to your Test career, and good luck today.
Thank you.
It won't be long before Scott Boland will be heading out to the middle, because day 3 is about to get underway under sunny skies at the moment. A bit of a breeze blowing across Blunston Arena, but the outlook is good. It's a fraction cooler than yesterday, but still in the early 20s at the moment. The weather update for Rainbird: smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of play. So it's Smith and Boland to the wicket when we return. That's our pre-game show for Blunston, built to last, and for Nilex misting systems. You can water like a Nilex, available at Bunnings.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuna, with Toyota Safety Sense as standard, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
You might think having thousands of POWs is excessive, but that's not what the team at Parafield Airport Liquor Store think, because that's how many they have. Sure, they might be made up of over 200 gins, 300 craft beers, 500 whiskies from around the world, and over 2,000 wines. But they're some of the best POWs you can have, and they're always looking for more. Parafield Airport Liquor Store. POWs next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield.
G'day, I'm Damien Fleming. Ready to smash your career out of the park? Get the experts at MEGT on board. MEGT is Australia's largest and only national apprenticeship network provider, with apprenticeship completion rates above the national average. If you're transitioning from school or you're a business owner, hit your employment goals for 6 with MEGT. Start building a solid partnership with your local apprenticeship experts. Visit meg.com.au or call 13 63 48.
G'day, Greg Rust here. If you need to replace the brakes on your European vehicle, look no further than Bendix Euro Plus disc rotors and brake pads. Bendix Euro Plus disc rotors are available for a wide range of European cars and utilise a high carbon metallurgy for optimum stopping performance and driving comfort, with the advanced Swift Fit protective zinc coating for quick, easy installation. If you drive a European car, ask your mechanic for Euro Plus brakes and drive safe with Bendix.
G'day, Glenn McGrath here. The Ashes are well and truly underway, and so no matter where you are or who you go for, you can help the thousands of families experiencing breast cancer by purchasing your very own virtual pink seat. You can buy one for yourself, for you and your mate, or for your entire family. Visit pigtest.com.au, buy your virtual pink seat, and help us make this the pinkest Ashes ever. Oh, and P.S. I've got mine.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years. So when designing the Fortuner, they built it with a powerful turbo diesel engine to get you through the toughest conditions. And even gave it a stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to keep you comfy whether you're off-road or on one. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuner. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky Drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. With the world's largest 18-volt LXT range and the revolutionary new XGT 40-volt Max, Makita's Power Garden range will help you take control of your lawn without the need for messy fuel. Tame your hedges with less noise. Cut hardwood down to size with more power. Now with a 5-year limited warranty on the new cordless products. Makita, rule the outdoors.
There are issues with your bathroom grout. Hop to it. And you need someone to sort it out. Hop to it. When your walls are damp and the carpet reeks, you want the best to repair your leaks. Hop to it. You need an expert in the field, so now's the time to get Mega Sealed.
Stop leaking showers and balconies without removing tiles. Visit megasealed.com.au. Mega Sealed.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuner, with Toyota Safety Sense as standard, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. The first session for Raydell, the brand of choice for Mitchell Starc and Alyssa Healy.
Under brilliant blue skies in Hobart, Blunston Arena is set for day 3. What a day yesterday was. 17 wickets, 287 runs. It all happened in 82 overs. 3.5 and over. It was a rapid-fire day of Test cricket, and if that repeats, we'll finish on Sunday, so who's to say? Our pre-game show was for Blunston, built to last, and for Nilex recycled water hoses. Water like a Nile expert, available at Bunnings. Forecasts, no rain to be seen. Beautiful blue skies. Couldn't have had a better Sunday morning into the afternoon with a light breeze across the ground for Rainbird Smart Irrigation, the intelligent use of water, and an interestingly poised Test match. Australia 3 for 37. The lead is 152. 2.5 hours. The first session in the natural light could very well determine the direction in which this is headed. Stuart Broad with ball in hand from the river end to begin the day's play. Steve Smith is on 17. 2 slips and the leg gully in place. Broad over the wicket, bowls, and it's well outside the off stump. It does shape as it heads into the gloves of Billings, but Smith utterly untempted. SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. The Barmies get into their work over in the Ponting stand. We've had crowds of 9,000 and 8,700 in the 2 days so far. So I imagine it'll be fewer than that, but they might see the best day's cricket. Stuart Broad headband on. 1 for 9. He's in and bowls to Smith, who leaves outside the off stump. At the start of the day in the experts chair for Anaconda, play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Typically, he runs our bowlology portfolio, but today he's the patron saint of night watchman with Scott Boland in the middle. Damien Fleming, hello to you.
Gerard, Tools, listeners, I've actually put a tweet out to the main man. I asked Jason your thoughts on the night watchmanship for Scott Boland going forward. Jason's obviously Jason Gillespie, and he has replied. I'll give you an update.
Excellent. As Broad sets in, trying to knock over Smith. He bowls and Smith leaves again outside the off stump.
Yeah, Jace just replied, thanks for your tweet, Damien. Short back left, just tuck off the hip with the odd cover drive. So there's the incentive for Scott Boland. You do that for 201 runs, Gerard. I notice how Ricky Ponting hasn't been saying too much on the coverage.
No. So there's the extreme examples. You've lived the experience. Scott Boland wore some on the hands and the forearms yesterday. English players applaud the rendition of Jerusalem, which there was plenty of yesterday, given the high action nature of Smith as forward in defence, playing to cover and blunting Broad. Matters are beautifully poised as we start the day, Flem. It could go Australia's way quickly, but just at the outset, England still have an opportunity.
They definitely do, and I heard Pat Cummins in the pre-match talk about it's been a weird test match with the pink ball, that it's either everything's happening or nothing's happening. And the first hour of the test match, Australia looked like they'd struggled to get to 100, and then, for 3 or 4 sessions, nothing, and then we saw what happened last night.
Broad bowls, Smith full ball, drives to mid-on, no run.
So there's real incentive, isn't there, here for the English to get rid of Boland straight away, get some momentum and keep the lead by the Australians under 300.
It probably needs to be a little bit lower than that as well, given England's batting form across the series.
Oh, without doubt. Well, they haven't scored 300 once, but I'd say that, you'd still, if someone played a remarkable 100, they could chase 300.
Broad bowl, Smith squared up, almost the leading edge as it falls away to the offside. Mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers, 3 for 37. So the lead 152. They probably need to take the 7 wickets for 100 and not be chasing more than 252 for mine.
Definitely, and that's what's sort of played out, hasn't it, throughout the series, that 188 wasn't even near their worst score, unfortunately, but Dools has talked about that it is quite hard underneath when the ball gets softer. I think there is the opportunity to score runs, but it's just they're going to need at least one big score from an individual or one big partnership to chase down anything over 250.
Scott Boland faced 25 balls, survived 20 minutes last night. He did a great job. He shielded Smith from the strike. He wore them on the body. He milked the clock perfectly. And now he resumes in brilliant sunshine. Mark Wood is in and at him, and it's at the body straight away. Boland on the back foot defending. I think he's going to get a raw every ball here for a while, Flem.
It was just classic night batting, wasn't it, by Scotty Boland? He did do it to the nth degree. He made sure Smith didn't face a lot of balls, and he took it on the body. He's such a great team man. We've seen it in the field and with the ball, and now he's doing it with the bat.
It is one of those roles, though, that you don't want to be too good at.
No.
Just serve the team and then find a way to wriggle out of it, which I noticed you've written about today. Wood over the wicket, bowls, bowling down the leg side. Just got the bat under the way as it passed under the armpits.
Yeah, night watchman used to be like the short leg position. It was the youngest batter in the team field at short leg, and the youngest bowler, fast bowler, had to be night watchman. So I debuted at 18 for Victoria, so I did it for 4 years, Gerard, and you do get bad. There was one little brief innings against Sri Lanka I went on to make a 60-odd, but besides that, it was hard work. You're facing the fastest bowlers in fading light with the new ball. Yeah, nightmare.
It couldn't be more difficult. Boland did a great job last night. He faces up to Ward. He's playing straight. He's driving through mid-on like an accomplished batsman. He leant on it beautifully and he opens the scoring down under the President's box. It trickles all the way. It'll be overhauled by Broad on the last step. To no avail. They'll run 4. Scott Boland. There's nothing he can't do. He's 7. It's 3 for 41.
Wasn't that a nice shot? Didn't try to overhit it at all. And, certainly if he wasn't confident, he would have been too far back to actually punch that down the ground. But Scott Boland, has he got 2 of his first-class 50s in Hobart? Was that the stat? So, he'll be eyeing that off.
You've got to have ambitions, Flem. You've got to have ambitions. Boland faces up. He's on the back foot defending Woods.
As night watchman here against Tasmania in 2013, he made 51, also coming in at number 5, Flem.
Okay. I mean, he is 32 years of age, so he's out of that young, quick playing that role. But I do suggest you get rid of that role as quickly as possible.
So you can't fail at it because that does the team no good, Flem. How did you wriggle out of it?
It didn't happen by chance. It was strategic by myself. I'd had enough, and I'll talk you through the ploy after this ball.
Square leg goes to point. So 2 slips gully point, and there's a leg gully as well as a bat pad. Boland faces up to Ward, and Boland edges to gully, knocked down. It didn't carry. A single taken. Boland moves to 8. It's 3 for 42.
Yeah, I think I was about 22, went to the Lancashire League, and I had a couple of goals. One was to bowl out swingers and in swingers to right and left-handers, and with the bat was to learn to play a few more shots. Oh, was that a drop catch?
Yes, I think it was. Rory Burns flying away low to his left.
Oh, it was. Tough one.
One hand to it. It would have been as good as we've seen in the series. Just having a look at the Blunston built to last replay.
They can stick though, can't they, those ones?
So Boland survives. Smith sees the first of Wood for the day. He's in behind and turning to leg. He rolled it past Burns, who'd moved to mid-wicket. There's a sweeper in the deep who'll keep it to 1. End of the over, 3 for 43. Smith is 18. Boland is 8 on the Mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
G'day, Damien Fleming here. If you're an employer, make sure you get on the front foot and recruit MEGT to help catch a great apprentice or trainee for 2022. MEGT are your local apprenticeship experts. They can help sign up an apprentice or trainee and even check if you're eligible for financial incentives. Start building a great business innings with MEGT by calling 13MEGT or visit MEGT.com.au today.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. Stuart Broad in from the River End. He's bowling to Steve Smith, who's across his stumps, knocking the ball to mid-wicket. No run. So, Flem, to get out of being the night watchman, you have to become a stroke player.
Not just a stroke player, an unreliable stroke player. It's the unreliability that gets you out of night watchman. So I come back from Lancashire League, made a fair few runs and had more ranges of strokes, but had the odd shocking dismissal. Oh, he can't be a night watchman. It worked. Never did it again.
A cunning plan that cannot fail. Broad bowl. Smith drives inside edge into the pads. Trickles away on the leg side.
But Bolo's 32, so he doesn't have a lot of time to get that unreliability. And they've got Nathan Lyon there as well, haven't they? So, although after the way that... Didn't he have a great day yesterday, Nathan Lyon? Without bowling. What about that catch? We're talking about the the slips and their positioning's not right. Lyon had one opportunity and he took a blinder. His fielding is really underrated. We don't talk about it a lot.
Broad bowls. Smith takes it off his pad stylishly, knocked it forward of square. Burns is off in pursuit to no avail. That's the first boundary of the day from the bat of Steve Smith. He's 22. Foxtel 4K4's Foxtel for the love of cricket. It's 3 for 47.
That was classic Steve Smith, wasn't it? Just that move, shuffle across the crease, Broad attacking off stump, but in the end, that's exactly what Stephen Smith wants, and just a little flick of the wrists. Good signs here from Stephen Smith. Looks like he's in his zone.
Well, I'm sure he feels like this is the innings he's waited all series for. In Adelaide, when he was the captain, he was so determined to come up with a century, but it wasn't his typical style of innings. He's playing across his stumps. He's wrapped on the pad. Stuart Broad wanted it. You heard the umpire say not out. They're all sort of looking at each other and having a casual Sunday afternoon chat, but not with really any intent.
Feel high. 1 second.
Broad's a little disappointed that it won't go to the full judgment.
It was David Milan who made the call there. He said, it's not right, the height's not right.
Yep. So Smith, trademark across his stumps, misses it. It's up the top of the flap. It would be surprising if you could get that turned over on the DRS for TAC Drive Safely this summer. It was safely up over middle stump. Smith continues on. Broad in and bowls to him, and he's leaving the ball that shapes at the off stump.
I thought Stephen Smith batted really well at the SCG though, Gerard, and my main difference, post 2019 Ashes than pre is he seems to be getting the same starts, but he's not turning. He just seemed to turn every second 50 into hundreds when he was at his peak, and post he's just not getting there. He's not turning the 50s into big hundreds. That's the only difference I see.
Smith readies himself. Broad is in and bowls to him. He's wrapped on the pad again. Broad really likes this one. He's going to be disappointed for the second time in the over. And we will eavesdrop. Lower than the last one. No, they're going to wear it. Despite the verdict out of the middle that it's not high, we'll wait and find out. 3 for 47 made score with Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
You don't have to jump on a plane to find pals from around the world, or even leave the airport. Parafield Airport Liquor Store has thousands of pals in a huge old airport hangar. So maybe their pals are whiskies from Scotland, Ireland and Japan, but that's just some of their pals. With over 300 craft beers, 500 whiskies and over 2,000 wines. New pals from around the world are closer than you think. Parafield Airport Liquor Store. Pals. Next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield.
This session for Raydell, the brand of choice for Mitchell Stark and Elisa Healy, it was lower than the previous one, that LBW shout, but it was still up over the top of middle. So Broad has breached the defences twice. He just doesn't quite have the heights to get the right for the appeal. Boland on the back foot defends Wood at the start of the next over.
Oh, I love that battle with Broad and Smith because they're two good deliveries. He's beaten him, but he actually has to bowl fuller than that, doesn't he, to get an LBW? But then that brings in Stephen Smith's whips through the leg side. So it's going to be engaging how that battle plays out.
The parry and thrust of it all. I do rather like the way they all come together and debate it. Broad just wants them all reviewed. So he's not to be listened to.
Pat Cummins seems to have a good routine, Gerard.
Yeah, Wood rounds his mark, he's in, Boland ducks the bouncer.
And I really like the Mitchell Stark referral. He just said clearly, I heard two noises. And that was enough. Not necessarily, you're not going to see that from behind the wicket, but he trusted. I wouldn't say Mitchell Stark excessively wants to go upstairs.
Yep.
He's pretty composed as well. That was an excellent DRS for the Australians.
Yes, Pat Cummins is using them well. He got talked into a bad one in Sydney by his impulsive teammates, which I'm sure he would have learned a lesson from when they all swore they heard something. There was nothing to hear. Wood bowls. Boland fins at it. He's nicked it through to Billings, and the night watchman departs quickly on day 3. Boland's out for 8. He faced 33 balls and did his job, but England strike again through Mark Wood. It's 4 for 47.
So we saw Mark Wood in the early in the first innings, just couldn't goal a good 9 and length, and he didn't bowl a lot of short balls. And now I think that was a cross-seamer. I think all 5 wickets are short balls now, Gerard, to Mark Wood. So it's pretty much his blueprint to getting wickets here at Hobart, mixed up with some full stuff, you know, bringing the batsman forward. But the short ball, the Australians haven't been on top of it. And Boland's done his job. Well done, Scotty. Grab that pink ball in the second innings and see if you can get yourself a fiver.
Yes, his job will be done with the other discipline. It will bring Travis Head out to the middle, so whatever happens will happen in a hurry. The lead is 162 as it stands. The hero of the first innings, the defining innings potentially of this Test match.
Okay, so they've had a look at Travis Head. That was a remarkable 100. Only copped 2 bounces off Wood for the whole innings. Looked ungainly, was hit. Surely they start with short pitch bowling to Travis Head, force him back and then go forward.
This is Simon Katich's point about being slow to learn their lessons within a day's play. So you're right, they've had a long time to think about it. And Mark Woods, yes, he's getting all his wickets the same way, which is a revelation at the end of a series. Usually everything is flushed out by the time you come to the 5th. And so it's a bit of a head-scratcher, but it's playing out before us.
And it's cost him an injury. You know, Stokes was given the short ball role in Sydney and he injured himself. That should have been Wood.
So they'll set up with a deep forward square and a fine leg. There's Pope's going to be at a leg gully. He's quite a deep leg gully, and that means fine leg has to take a couple of steps to his right so that he's not directly behind him. So it's an unusual position that Pope is in. Wood bowls, head, back foot, flicks in the air. It lands short of mid-wickets. So straight away a short ball, and Flem didn't look nearly as comfortable as he was with so much in the first innings.
Bat pad, anyone?
Yeah.
I'd like a bat pad. I mean, what Travis does when he's not playing the short ball well, he jumps in the air, so both feet are off the ground. Momentum means you can't change your momentum once both feet are off the ground. It's a bad position to be in, and you tend to play it with your hands.
2 in the cordon. Woods hustles in, bowls, head, clips it to square leg. He'll get himself off the mark. But again, he's leaping up as he plays the shorter delivery. 4 for 48 with 1 to come in the over.
So that's another battle I'm really looking forward to, Head versus Wood. And Stephen Smith, Mark Wood probably doesn't use the short ball as much against Stephen Smith. I think he'll use it sparingly. He's had Smith out sparring at a wide corridor. I don't mind that with Wood's extra pace.
So for Smith, Pope's gone across the field and he's at deep mid-wickets. There's a fine leg. And then the infield is mid-on, mid-wicket and backward square. There's a slip and a gully in place as well. Wood bowls, Smith defends to mid-wicket. A dot to finish the over. A successful over from Mark Wood. 4 for 48 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. Summer is here and that means 2 things. Our big clicks of steam in on the pitch and your car's aircon needs to be on top of its mark. Your off stump will be blown away by the aircon service at your local Repco authorised service centre. Their fully qualified mechanics will keep you cool all year with a comprehensive service on your car's aircon system, no matter what you drive. Book online today at repcoservice.com.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley, everyday advantage. Lots of choice to personalise your home. 4 for 48. The night watchman, Scott Boland, has been dismissed for 8. Mouse's text through. Scott Boland scored more runs in this match than Warner and Khawaja combined. Love it. 10 in the first innings, 8 in the second. Very good. 0433 98 11 16 for tyre power. Your thoughts throughout the summer and indeed throughout this test match. Plenty of good stuff to get us underway on day 3. Stuart Broad with ball in hand. He leaves the river ends. Travis Head's on 1. He faces up. It's full. It's driven out square to the deep point. And a single taken, sliced off the side of the bat. 4 for 49. The lead is 164. Alex Doolan comes in to join Damien Fleming for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Dools, welcome.
Thanks. It's a stunning day again here in Hobart. And a good start to the session. Travis Head continuing on where he left off, Gerard.
Steve Smith has the strike as a result of the single. Broad got through him a couple of times in the previous over. He bowls and Smith full face of the bat. So everyone's running scenarios. Run the local scenario for us around how this day might unfold.
Well, from looking here, it looks a pretty good batting wicket during the daytime. The interesting part will be, of course, when the lights start to take over. But I would say it's going to be pretty good to bat on here for the best part of an hour and a half, 2 hours. And then we'll be looking to push that lead, well past 250, I would say, Australia in the daytime.
Smith flexes and readies. And he's taken the ball out of his pads down to backward square and helping himself to his 23rd run. The 50 up for Australia, the loss of 4 wickets along the way.
Dools, did you have a look at the pitch this morning?
Yeah, only from afar, Flem, and it looks pretty good. It looks typical. It's what I would expect it to look like after a few days of good weather. It's lost a lot of that green colour and seems to be a lot drier than what it was. So I'd expect it to be pretty good for batting in this part of the game.
So Australia's ideal scenario is the 2.5 hours and probably about an hour and 20 minutes in the middle session. Get a testy session on the way to tea and then have 2.5 hours under lights. Head, he's played it. The ball cross bat that was a bit close to cut through to Billings.
And this was always going to be the issue with England winning the toss and electing to bowl, was that they were never going to get to dictate when they batted, and so far they haven't had the opportunity for their top order to bat in the daytime. So when they do get their opportunity, whether it's late tonight, or, which we would probably assume it would be, they're going to be again under lights with a brand new pink ball.
We've seen that's been Australia's mode in this country once the format was introduced. Broad over the wicket, bowls, Head drives, Broad dives at it. He might have made some contact, but he couldn't halt the progress. It rushes away near the sight screen at the river end for 4. And Travis Head has picked up in similar vein. He is 6, 4 for 54. The boundary for Foxtel, 4K. Foxtel for the love of cricket.
Yeah, just 6 off 5 for Travis Head. He's just so fluent, isn't he? And it's almost like he's got a trampoline in his bat. It looked like he just gave that a little flick.
Yeah,
and that it might have been a 2 Dools, yeah.
Well, the outfield has been exceptionally quick this whole game, hasn't it? We've seen the ball race across and fielders just not being able to pull that in. I don't think Travis Head got that out of the middle of the bat either.
Broad just takes a little extra time at the top of his mark. For the last ball of the over, he delivers. And Head is beaten on the outside edge. He was just fishing for it. 4 for 54. Mate Scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Having a top performer on your side? That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
This summer, quench your thirst with Nippy's fresh juices. Proudly South Australian, farm grown, family made, picked by our family for yours for over 50 years. Tree to table. That's Nippy's.
Delicious.
Australia's batting for Bundaberg, Ginger Beer, Warner, Nort, Labuschagne 5, Kawaja 11, Boland 8 are all in the book. Smith's on 23, Head's on 6, the lead is 169. Mark Woods with a bit of cloud passing overhead, blocking out what has been beautiful Sunday sunshine in Hobart. And clap of the hands, bit of leg theory coming in. 3 in the deep on the leg side, a fly slip, a bat pad. So the all-out short ball assault is coming. Wood is in and he digs it into the hip of Smith, who turns him harmlessly to Pope at bat pad, no run.
Flem, I'm a little surprised that it's taken England to go to this tactic against Smith. We saw New Zealand have great success, not only by dismissing Smith, but also being able to slow him down, where he makes that move across the crease to try and get in line with the ball and plays really well to the leg side. New Zealand just said, no, you're not having that. We're going to set a really strong leg side field, and we're able to slow him down. Are you surprised that it's taken England this long to go to the tactic?
Yeah, there's not too many tests to go after this one.
Wood hustles in, bowls. Smith turns him into the turf, down to Stokes at backward square, and ambles off for a run.
Down. So it's actually a drying up method against him as well as a dismissal method.
Yep.
The bat pad is now in for Travis Head. Flem?
Yep, good stuff.
Deep mid-wicket, fine leg, short backward square. Wood to Head, ducks the bouncer.
Dawes, you're a bat pad specialist. How deep? Are you happy how deep he is, or do you want him in closer?
No, very happy. I think we saw first ball, was it, or second ball that Travis Head faced. He dinked it to right about where Ollie Pope is now. So, again, why the delay in having the bat pad? We had a square leg and no bat pad, and first ball he dinked it straight there. So whether he would have played the shot or not, who knows? But I think as a batsman, you would be far more comfortable with square leg than bat pad with his tactic.
Wood races in and he bowls. Head tried to get it away down the leg side. It was all a bit ungainly. Billings comes out to field just behind the stumps.
Yeah, we talked about the Australians using the night watchman. Different teams have different strategies, and just watching even from that first session at the Gabba, slow seaming conditions, they didn't go with bat pads.
Yeah.
And we think naturally when it's slow and seaming, you have a bat pad in. Definitely.
Yeah, it was Zach Crawley in the first innings, wasn't it? He pressed forward to that one, went straight to Travis Head with the bat pad.
Got hit on the glove or the wrist as we looked at the replay for Blunston, built to last. Wood bowls, Heads, got the Yorker, tried to flick it away, missed. It was leg side.
And Dawes, sometimes I think the Australians could be ducking more. They're always riding, but when skiddy fast bowlers, sometimes their bounces are a bit tougher to read and they're tougher to duck. Yeah,
absolutely right. And for Mark Wood to pitch the ball around, to get the ball to around head height, he has to pitch it really short. And sometimes as a batter, you lose where the ball is. So you do tend to probably ride more than duck. But this is such an important part of the game for Australia. If they can weather this storm, then the game's there for the taking.
Woods trying to unsettle Head, who leaps up and he's in behind it, blunting the rising ball down at his toes. Mate, scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers, 4 for 55.
For 30 years, Radell's been supporting Aussies by providing health products from naturally derived ingredients to enjoy summer with health confidence. Radell, the brand of choice by Mitchell Stark and Elisa Healy. Radell.com.au.
Get into Anaconda and save on Christmas essentials. 60% off lifetime 5-foot tables. Bitterbeck Streamline Double High Queen Airbed, only $79. Play more and pay less without 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply. Anaconda!
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Australia leads by 170. Smith 24, Head is 6. Stuart Broad is in operation. He has the 2 deep on the leg side. He's bowling over the wicket to Smith at the start of the over, and Smith is leaving outside the off stump. Flem, the issue out of yesterday that Australia has to deal with, and there was some discussion out in the middle today, is the positioning of the slips So once Carey has come in as keeper, that cordon hasn't been sound.
No.
And it hasn't cost them a lot in this series. But you wouldn't want to wander into Asia through 9 tests and be as rickety as they have been.
Exactly right. Exactly right. The series hasn't been alive for it to take effect.
Broad ball. Smith wrapped on the pads. That is leg side. He's able to wander down and take the run, build the lead to 171. There's a little bit of inside edge in that.
Yeah, and I don't really, in the early tests, I don't remember picking it up, or we weren't picking up it as much that the slips were really close together. But certainly at the SCG, there were some drops. Here, it's almost like it doesn't look like there's much room to move. So I'm not sure whether inexperienced Alex Carey's captaining that slips cordon, or Stephen Smith, who's the main catcher, maybe he sets it up.
Broad to head, who leaves outside the off stump.
And particularly, Dools, I don't know how much work you did in the slips, but when it's to your dominant hand, you want that extra room. You're backing yourself to go that way, maybe a bit tighter on your non-dominant arm.
Yeah, I think 2 things for me, Flem. I think the test, I think it was Adelaide Oval, where they got a couple of nicks that went straight between Carey and Warner at first slip. That would be playing a part in the distance between Warner and Carey.
Broad sets in. He's bowling to head, who drives out into the deep at cover. There is a sweeper out there, and Burns had to do a lot of work because that was wickedly struck. He saves a couple of runs. Head is 8. It's 4 for 58.
And I think the second point, Flem, is traditionally here in Hobart, you do have to stand really close because the ball tends to die a little bit in the slips, even to the nasty fasties. So maybe they just haven't adjusted to the bounce that's in this wicket. I think the ball's carrying through really nicely to the slip, so they can probably be a little deeper and a little wider. But I do think that nicks between keeper and first slip's playing a big part.
Head faces up to Broad. He's drawn to it. He should have let it go. He couldn't help himself on the drive. He misses.
Yeah, he loves getting bat on ball, doesn't he? Yeah, that Adelaide's non-attempt, I'm putting that on Alex Carey. That shouldn't dictate where you are. That's a keeper's catch, and first slip didn't need to get any closer there. And then just with the different conditions, you have to set up every ball depending on the conditions.
Last ball of Broad's over. He delivers to Head, who's wrapped on the pads. Broad is up for everything today. He's enthusiastic. That was leg side. It'll be a leg bye, 4 for 59. And Broad knows that he's got no real case this time. Head's 8, Smith 25. Hutto coming in, the Mate School, but Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Victorian harness racing just got bigger with all the exciting action on Trots Vision. It's an enhanced online platform with every Victorian harness race streamed live. Enjoy exclusive content, the daily form, tips from Australia's most respected racing analysts and more. Trots Vision brings you all the live action every day at home or on your phone. And best of all, it's free. Lap up Trots Vision. Lap up the trots. Visit thetrots.com.au.
Just get the right headphones. SEN Test Cricket, start of a new over. As Head angles this first ball from Wood into the gully, and there's no run. Afternoon, Alex Dillon and Damien Fleming.
Welcome back, Hutto.
Yeah, is everything okay, Hutto?
Yep,
okay.
Everything's fine.
You're right. You
just fine.
Started a bit like the Australian slips fieldsman there.
Or maybe we were just a little bit too close together in here.
Yeah, actually, you could stagger a little bit, you two.
Got something to chat with Colo about in a moment. But right now, it's a very evenly poised position in this test match, and the tension is being felt all around Bellerive Oval. Wood bowls to Head caught down the leg side. It's clipped the glove on the way through. Head can't believe it. He played away from his body. And just a little nick of the gloves through to the keeper. Billings does the rest. And the plot really thickens now at Bellerive. Head out for 8. The first innings century maker is on his way. And Australia 5 for 59 and a lead of just 174.
Yeah, just that want to get bat on ball has brought Travis Head undone there a little bit, I think, Flem. It's like to see the Australians come up with a better ploy at how to play this short pitch bowling. I think they're a little bit caught between whether they do try and take it on and hit it into the stands or just get under it and let Mark Wood tire himself out.
Geez, there's been a lot of strangles down the left leg side.
Hasn't there?
Is that 5? We'll get Colo on it, sorry. I should have done that. But Dawes, to find a way, because we're saying Wood isn't someone that is easy to take on because it's more skidding bounce. The best player so far is Nathan Lyon. Maybe Nathan Lyon needs to be giving hooking lessons to the rest of these. But what he did, he got inside the line and just helped it on its way, whereas a lot of the other actually top order batsmen are either fending or outside the line, so they're not going to be able to keep the ball down.
Yeah, and Nathan Lyon looked like he actually tried to hit it for 6, whereas a lot of the other batsmen look like they're just hooking the ball because it's there to hook. There's not a great deal of intent of hitting it over the rope.
And Mark Wood, 3 for 17 in this innings. It'd be interesting to check with Colo from what his figures were when he picked up Cam Green in the first innings, from that second part of the first innings to what they are now, because that's 6 wickets in total for the game.
Yeah, and 14 for the series at 31.
And Green is the new batsman.
And we'll say another short ball, Hutto. So every wicket short pitched. Whereas he went full early and was it 3 overs for 30 or 31?
So it's one wideish slip here in a gully. A short leg, it's a packed leg side field. Wood to Green, up at the body. He defends well, but he had to. It was another good short ball, bang on target from Mark Wood. 5 for 59 remains the score here.
And on that, Flem, that with Mark Wood being a little bit shorter and quicker at Belrive as well, where the ball typically doesn't bounce as much, if he was doing this at the Wacker, you could quite comfortably get under the short pitch bowling. But here at Belrive, the ball doesn't quite bounce as much and skids probably a little bit lower. So it is sometimes a bit more of a stand-up and play wicket.
Just 3 fielders on the offside. Wood to Green. That took off. A huge bounce, a trampoline bounce, though, because Billings was able to get there and grasp it cleanly away to his left. And Australia, with a wide signal, go to 5 for 60.
Yeah, Wood's taken 6 for 58 since starting with none for 75 to begin this test match.
And Billings, after not taking a catch in the first innings, has 4 in the second.
And I guess the thing to remember for Australia too is that Mark Wood is the only bowler in this lineup that can do this to them. If they can find a way to get through him and let him tire himself out, they've got pickings at the other ends. Stuart Broad can't do this. Chris Wokes can't do this to the extent that Mark Wood can. So there's one bowler that's threatening them at the moment.
And that one bowler is operating now. He's going around the wicket to the tall green, and he ducks into a bouncer. And that barely got over the off bail. That was almost a shout for LBW, Sachin Tendulkar type stuff.
It looks like it's hurt him a bit too.
So that'll make him think.
But it is making them think. Oh, I like it. He's just changing the angle. He could have stood up and just played that. It's cross seam. So did that actually, hit the shiny side and skid on?
It was 145.4. And fast game's a good game, but I tell you what, the action that we're seeing, absolutely compelling. Another really healthy crowd in today. Overcast skies now. It was sunny this morning. It's been beautiful weather for the 3 days. If you can guarantee we're going to get this sort of weather, Dulls, this test is a permanent fixture. Wood sizing up Green again. Bowls another short one. He was ready to duck under that one. It's a fair way down for the big fella.
It is a long way down. He's a big man, Cameron Green. But I'm pleased you said that, Hutto. And the powers that be at Tasmanian Cricket will be very happy to hear that you've endorsed this test match.
On the proviso that you can guarantee the weather. That's a big proviso.
I think it's been a stunning test match so far. Probably a little quicker than what we would have hoped. Seems to be accelerating nicely over the last 2 days. But the crowd have turned up and the cricket's been exciting.
5 for 60. Just a shame from a series point of view that they've found this tactic a little too late. Wood again, and that really does spring off a shorter length that doesn't worry Green as he slipped under another bouncer. End of the over. It's 5 for 60. Flem's departing for now. He'll be back shortly on SEN Test Cricket.
No one likes a messy office. Hygiene standards start to slip, so keeping your office clean is getting harder. Make the move across to Laurenex Cleaning. From office buildings to shopping centres, Laurenex Cleaning will deliver higher standards for you and your customers. Office cleaning, high-rise window cleans, preventative infection control, garden maintenance and much more. Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australian workplaces super clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety for your office. Google them today.
How long can Wood and Broad keep going for? Broad starts a fresh over. Smith waits for it and defends standing up, back up the pitch. One thing I did want to refer to, Collar, that we've both been keeping an eye on, and everyone's in this box been talking about previously, is Steve Smith and his characteristics. It's been noticeable since the start of today that immediately after a shot, he's been doing nothing. There's been very little pointing back at the bowler. If he's left it, he's done absolutely nothing. He's still doing the itchy and scratchies between balls, that routine, but not doing the immediate interaction after he plays a shot or lets it go. Broad bowls onto his pads and he turns that around the corner. He could play that shot with his eyes closed. He gets a single to deep backward.
Yeah, I think last night was the most expressive he's ever been, certainly in Test cricket that we've seen since 2019 when it's become a big feature of his game. And you're right, today we've seen none of that. Just the between balls touching of the pads in that order he goes through and scratching his guard, but none of the pointing of the bat or the lightsaber leave or the rustling his shoulders at the bowler like we saw last night. He's put it away.
Interesting, Phils, isn't it?
Yeah, and I loved it last night because it showed that Steve Smith was up for it last night.
He loved it. Not sure that we all did.
I just know that when Steve Smith is in that frame of mind, it means that he's really super switched on and he's engaged.
But how far can you go? I mean, you start with one thing, you end up where he was last night, and the fact that he's not doing it today is interesting.
Well, he has to catch up to Marnus too. He's been a little bit off with Marnus and in this series.
Just tinkering with the field here for Green. Only one out behind square in the deep, but there's another. Works just in front of the square leg umpire. 3 slips, no gully. Broad bowls outside the off stump. That's a happy place for Green. He lets it go.
I think it was the last Ashes series in Australia that he really started to accentuate those movements, didn't he? And it really started to get spoken about. There were lots of memes made about Steve Smith and his lightsaber leave, like you say, Colo. And we all know the result of that series where he was absolutely sensational. So,
yeah, the first time he did it was at Pune in 2017, scored 100 there, and then he did it in Brisbane, first innings of that series. About halfway through that innings, it all came back, and it's been a pretty constant feature since 2019.
He's on 26. Green still yet to get off the mark. Broad bowls full, hits him on the pad. Good appeal, turned down. Smith halfway down the track. Throw at the stumps at the bowler's end. He was back by then. And there's no genuine thought of an appeal. I'm sure of a review. If Stuart Broad was allocated 10, he would have used 5 of them up this morning. That was close, he indicates. And it was. Height, I guess, but certainly struck him in line. SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. 5 for 161. Broad again at the stumps, hits the pad. There might have been some inside edges. It flicked away. They'll get a single. Billings, ever enthusiastic, both with action and words. Hares after it, and they get to the other end. No signal.
Typically, Hutto, I'd say that those are quite close, but the Hawkeye's been showing a lot of balls bouncing over the top, which is quite uncharacteristic, I would say, for Hobart conditions.
There was a signal in the end for leg by. As we look at ball tracking, it was going well over the top of the stumps. The previous ball.
Whack it bounce. Bellreeve Oval.
Don't get too carried away there, Hills. 5 for 62 is the score. Grey skies. Broad. Smith. He gets across, and bowlers must think every time that they've got through, and they haven't, because he's been able to work it from off stump down to fine leg for another single. The over is complete. It's tight. It's 5 for 63 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
G'day, Alex Carey here. Toyota have been taking families to cricket grounds all over Australia for 50 years. So when Toyota designed the Fortuner, they built it with power, comfort and added safety to get you through the toughest conditions. With Apple CarPlay and a stylish interior, there is plenty of space to keep you comfy and plenty of storage for all the gear. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuner. How's that? Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
5 for 63. The lead now 178. Mark Wood is good for another one. Bowls to Smith, who angles the bat face to able him to play it square on the offside. This is the start of his 5th over of the day, Collo.
Yep, that's right.
You'd have to think that's been his maximum, really, hasn't it? 5?
I don't think he's bowled a spell longer than 5 overs in this series.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Very different looking field, isn't it? You don't often see this in any form of cricket.
No.
No mid-off.
Fly slip now. And no regular slip. Wood bowls, bends the back. Smith takes on, he's going to be caught at fine leg by Milan. He took on the pull shot. He got a top edge. It sailed through the air. And Mark Wood has run through the Australian top order. He's picked up his 4th wicket with a barrage of short pitch bowling. Steve Smith is the latest victim. He trudges off Bellerive Oval with Australia vulnerable at 6 for 63.
Very disappointing to see Steve go that way. And what it's probably done is just ensured that Mark Wood's going to bowl another over after this one, I would say, Hutto. There's going to be no respite for the Australians.
Smith can't believe it. The Mate Scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Australia 6 for 63. They resumed at 3 for 37. Boland, Head and Smith all dismissed. Green yet to score. So effectively 6 for 178. Mark Wood 4 for 18. This first session full of drama for Ray Dell, the brand of choice for Mitchell Starc and Elisa Healy.
So make that 7 for 58 since Wood turned the corner on that first evening.
It's amazing, isn't it? And just having a look at that replay, it wasn't a ball that he needed to play.
No, it certainly wasn't. And again, we know that Mark Wood's the only one that can do this. All Steve Smith, as we spoke about, is his 5th over, Mark Wood. He hasn't bowled too many spells longer than this in the series. If he can get through this over, he's got the pickings from the other bowlers who he's had no trouble with so far.
Our experts for Anaconda, play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Alex Doolan, we're joined shortly by Simon Katich. Have you had any extra duties down in the Alex Doolan stand to do? Any openings or presentations down there, Alex?
No, it's been very kind of you to name it after me. My wife actually asked me last night, she's like, what's the Alex Doolan stand? She said, are they talking about the little tent that sits next to the hill?
The northeast or Alex Doolan stand. All right, Alex Carey. This is a big moment for him. Still a heavy left side field, and he's not tempted by Wood, who bowls a short one that angles in from wide of the leg stump.
Steve Smith finishes the series with 244 runs at 30.5.
Wow.
With just a couple of scores above 50.
What was his New Zealand series average a few years ago? Just check that. So still just 3 fielders on the offside here. On the leg side, there's a short leg, there's a wide mid-on, there's a regular mid-wicket, there's a man on the 45 at backward square leg, and then there's 2 out in the deep, 1 at fine leg, and there's also at fly slip or tight third man as Wood bowls and Carey put his back foot way out to point to duck underneath that. Afternoon to you, Simon Katich.
Good afternoon, Hutto, Jules.
Hello, Kat.
Collo and all our listeners.
Kat.
Yeah, good, thanks.
Great test cricket, isn't it? You got a problem there, Kat.
The lip balm, I think.
Oh, you TV blokes.
Got dry lips from that wind out there.
It's good stuff, though, isn't it?
Oh, it's been brilliant. It begs the question, particularly the Travis Head dismissal, why it took England so long and 1 full innings and a great 100, potentially cost them.
Wood again, bends the back, and Carey's worked out a method here. He's going to go right across outside the off stump to duck underneath this.
Yeah, I like the ploy. I really like the ploy. He's challenging Mark Wood to bowl him something different. Saying you're not going to get me out with this short pitch bowling. You're going to have to bowl something a little bit different. And then that maybe plays into Alex Carey's hands. So he can get on the front foot and drive.
Well, and Alex Carey knows that he must be coming towards the end of this spell. It's been a fantastic spell, but he can't keep doing it forever.
That's right.
Clap of the hands from Billings, urging his teammates on. Big U-turn at the top of the mark, and then Wood now coming around the wicket, bounds in. Carey at the body, just flicked it away. There's some hesitation. Shot at the stumps, just misses. Green may well have been short of his ground. There was hesitation, and it was Joe Root who was able to fling at the stumps.
Brilliant, boys.
Talk about it in a moment. Mate, scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers, 6 for 64.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years. So when designing the Fortuner, they built it with a powerful turbo diesel engine to get you through the toughest conditions. And even gave it a stylish interior and 7 spacious seats. To keep you comfy whether you're off-road or on one. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuner. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. There will be a bowling change at the Boone stand in, and we're going to see Ollie Robinson for the first time today, replacing Stuart Broad. 6 for 64. Carey is 1. Green is no score. Day 3 in a match that is flying along. Already 3 dismissals today. Boland out for 8, Head for 8, and Steve Smith for 27. Carey on strike. Robinson bowls. It looked like the gentle warm-up, which he pushes to widen it off. 118.8. That's pretty good by his standards for first ball.
I get the feeling that this is a really big moment in Alex Carey's Test career. I know he's only in the infancy of his Test career, but this is a moment where they really need him to stand up and put together a good score here so that they can propel themselves past a lead of 250 and put the game out of England's reach.
2 slips in a gully, more regulation field. It's Robinson bowls, and Carey flicks uppishly, but with good control and flourish down to find leg. He wants a second. He's coming on the throw. He gets there comfortably. Well run by Alex Carey. He goes to 3, and Australia are 6 for 66, if you don't mind. Don't hear that too often, Cat, with Australia.
No. It's been remarkable, hasn't it?
And we're getting some feedback coming through, which is not all that surprising. This looks like a case of we've won the Ashes, so who cares, says Mouse. An absolute embarrassment against a third-rate English attack, says George. As Robinson, part of that attack, bowls, and Carey gets forward and drives that almost hit him in the head on the fire-through. He was obscured momentarily, but he knocked it down, and there's no run.
Well, if Ollie Robinson doesn't fire up for England here with Australia in all sorts of trouble, Joe Root's got to make the tough decision and rip him off, because it can change the complexion of a Test match. We know this is going to be low scoring. 20, 30, 40 runs here, or a partnership like we saw with Nathan Lyon in the first innings could be the difference between England winning and losing this Test match.
Problem is he's got none to replace him with, has he?
And this is part of the battle. He's got to get him to fire up. And so, mate, you're playing for your country here.
He's over the wicket. Carey, it's full, it's there to drive, which he does. Oh, great save made it mid-on. Shot at the stumps, hits. Outstanding fielding by Broad, who's wearing a cap, so it took a lot of pick up that it was indeed Stuart Broad, normally the hat or the headband, but that was great fielding. Hit the stumps, and he was well and truly through for that single. What was the pace of that ball? Did anyone?
It looked gentle.
Yeah, he's still not into... He did get warmed up last night, but
he had a fair bit in his favour last night. There was plenty of movement. The new ball under lights was now a little bit different. Yes, it's cloudy. The ball's a lot older.
3 for 30 today. Robinson to Green, wide outside the off stump. Seam up, just moved away. He let it pass. 127.4, so that's back up more towards his regular pace.
Yeah, and that's where it should be, at least. If he's going to play a role, is to play maybe a defensive role and they attack at the other end. So try and dry it up at one end. Maybe say, right, you're not going to try and go for wickets here. You keep things dry for 5 or 6 overs, and then we can attack with maybe Wood for one more, or get Wokes on, who potentially attacks.
The Big moments of Bendix breaks. Robinson to Green. He does play this time and pats it through the covers for at least one. They think about the second they're coming. Good call for two as he got forward just barely, just enough pace to get it into the gap, and that is the conclusion of Robinson's first over. It cost 5. 6 for 69 SEN Test cricket. Mate Scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
G'day, Damien Fleming here. Want to build a big innings in a career you love? Talk to MEGT. From construction to IT and everything in between, MEGT can find the right apprenticeship or traineeship to suit you. MEGT can help you transition from school to the workforce too, helping you to open your career innings by earning and learning at the same time. So hit your job prospects out of the park. Visit MEGT.com.au or call 1369 63.
Mark Wood is going to dig deep here and bowl a sixth over of the day. He can't wait. He's charging in, and Carey is across again. He's going for a run. Green was a little slow to respond, but not as slow as Ollie Robinson, who was doing the fielding. He was half asleep. So they got there. Lucky Cat was looking down at his phone and didn't see that, because you wouldn't have been happy, Cat.
No, I wasn't. I saw it.
Okay.
There's no way there should have been a single there. Mark Wood, there's a reason why he's still bowling in this spell. 4 for 19, been magnificent. He wants a 5. And why wouldn't you? He's got England back in this test match. He's been wholehearted the whole series. He had a tough day one, but you know, sometimes as a bowler, maybe you need a bit of help day one in terms of clearer plans, and that wasn't the case.
Wood to Green, who stood up to that one and just nudged it on the offside. There's a huge gap out in front of forward point. There's absolutely nobody there at all. And an opportunity if he wants to take on a drive off the back foot or get onto the front foot. I don't think he's going to have too many chances to do that, but it's an inviting gap, but all the concentration of field is on the leg side.
He's pulled level with Scott Boland for series wickets now as well, Mark Wood. 15 of them under 30 for the first time. This has been uninterrupted, the spell too. He started last night from that end and finished there, so into his 10th over from the Church Street end.
He revs it up again. 6 for 70. Wood to Green, and Green rushed, but then at least made a positive movement and thought he could just pat it down and take the single. He realised it had gone too far for that.
This says a lot about Mark Wood's character. Day one, and Dawes called it perfectly when he came on a bowl, said he's potentially going to leak a few runs because he's skiddy and extra pace on this wicket. At one stage, I reckon he was about none for 63 off about 8 overs. So he's leaking nearly 8 and over. And for him to come back the way he did in the first innings and now do this in the second innings shows a lot about him. And, you know, you see that this sort of character, he's got to be one of the first picked in the England team.
He's going back around the wicket now. To Green. Off the hip, he played it well. He's got it into the gap on the leg side. And there's one run on offer for him there. The Green goes to 3. Carey is 5. The Australian lead creeps up to 186.
Yeah, I couldn't have said that better myself, Kat. I mean, Mark Wood is just the typical player that everyone wants to play with. You know exactly what you're getting from him. He is fast, he is aggressive, but he is 100% every single time that he steps out there. And to your point on Ollie Robinson, I think if you're a test cricketer who needs his captain to rev him up on day 3 of a test match, then I'm sorry, but your career's probably not going to last that long.
Alex Doolan, Simon Katich, our experts for Anaconda. Wood to Carey. It's a big day for Alex Carey with the bat. He bowls, he went to the Yorker, and it wasn't far off the mark. Right in there, tailing at his leg, at his foot, at the leg stump. It was well bowled again, and Carey just got the bat down in front of the sneaker.
That's brilliant bowling from Mark Wood. Having the guts to bowl that ball with this field, knowing that if he doesn't execute and gets the line wrong, Alex Carey's potentially whacking him back through mid-off for 4 or even through mid-on, because all his protection is pretty much square of the wicket on both sides, given that he's expecting plenty of short balls. So just that unpredictability is what's been so good about this spell. He's mixed it up, predominantly short stuff, but he's been prepared to go full at times as well to keep the batsman guessing.
Wood again around the wicket to Carey. He gets a bouncer. He saw it early. He slipped underneath it. End of the over. It's 6 for 71. SEN Test Cricket, the Henley Everyday Advantage. Lots of choice to personalise your home.
I like to keep my garden looking its best. The Nilex retractable hose makes it easy to water the furthest corner, and it keeps my yard tidy. Retract like a Nile expert, water like a Nile expert. Nilex retractable hose reels, available at Bunnings.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Australia have enough now, declare, one of our listeners suggesting. 6 for 71 after resuming at 3 for 37. Robinson about to start a new over. 3 slips. Bowls to Green. Full ball. He drives but with no power whatsoever. Knocked down by Robinson on his follow-through.
It's going to be big for Chris Wokes, who you would think would follow Mark Wood at the other end, to be able to keep that momentum going from the members' end there when he does come on.
Green was 74 in the first innings. He was caught by Crawley off Wood. His best innings, I think most people seem to think, at test level. Robinson again, he makes a late decision to let that go. It was a good call. That moved away a little bit off the seam, challenging him there, Kat.
Yeah, it certainly did. And that's the thing about this wicket. It's certainly retained its carry throughout. So this heavily grassed wicket has seen the ball travel through at good height at different times. We've seen a few balls die. There's been a few bounces today from Mark Wood that didn't really get up to a couple of bounces that were ducked. But overall, you would say the carry has been excellent.
Robinson past the umpire. Again, pitches right up, and again, defence is the mode for Green. He plays it back up the pitch. They've probably been helped potentially by the overhead conditions today. It was bright sunlight really until play started, and the clouds have closed in, which is whether or not it's always that debate about what effect it has on the ball, but even psychologically for them, I reckon that would have helped.
Yeah, and I think having the covers on for a long part of the day as well, which means that the wicket doesn't dry out, so it's been able to keep that live green grass on it.
Robinson again. Bowls, just drops the length back, which meant Green had time to go across and play it through the leg side for a single, down behind square, and advances the Australian score by 1. Yeah. 6 for 72.
It's a good point, Hutto, because the other thing that sometimes stands out from a batting perspective is that when the sun is out, the viewing is far better when it's brighter, whereas when it does get a little bit cloudy and greyer, sometimes batsmen don't always pick up the seam of the ball as well, or that duller light, and that's quite consistent with facing the Duke's ball in England. You get that duller, darker background, and it's not as easy to see the seam as prominently.
Robinson to Carey, and Carey's in good control of that again. He flicks it down to fine leg, played it square enough for a comfortable 2. There's Milan, who's patrolling down there, does the fielding, but can't stop them doubling up. And Australia go to 6 for 74, and a little mini partnership building.
Yeah, and on that, Cato, I always felt at Bellerive that whenever the sun was out, it was a totally different game to bat. No matter what the conditions had been prior, as soon as that sun came out, most likely it was psychological, but it just felt the sun on your back, batting felt much easier.
Last wicket fell at 63. It's now 74, so only 11 runs, but they're all valuable. The lead at 189. Robinson trudging in. Bowls, a good line length that time. Carey looking to get forward. All he could do was defend. Square of the wicket on the offside. Over is complete. 6 for 74 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Colo's in next.
You don't have to head south to taste your way around McLaren Vale. Just head north to your pals. Sam and Jamie from Parafield Airport Liquor Store know every drop on the shelf. They can guide you through the McLaren Vale region all under one roof. Whether you're a weekend sommelier or just know you like reds, talk wine with your pals and they'll introduce you to their best McLaren Vale pals. Parafield Airport Liquor Store. Pals, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Everyday Advantage. Lots of choice to personalise your home. Adam Collins and Simon Katich with you on the call. And England are going to have to make a bowling change. They wouldn't have wanted to with Mark Wood building up such a head of steam today. But it's going to be Chris Wokes replacing him from the Church Street end. Picked up 1 for 13 last night, including the wicket of Labuschagne down the leg side. A crucial passage of play here with Australia trying to build their lead beyond 200. And England within striking distance of the tail, albeit having already seen Scott Boland. So it's 6 down. It's Green and Carey. The former on strike here. Woke's first ball of the day. Green edges on the bounce down to Zach Crawley at second slip. No run. Kat, lots going on.
There certainly is, Colo, and I think Wokes has got to identify a great opportunity for him. Australia's 6 down. He gets almost one more here and a crack at the Australian tail. So he's got 1 wicket already. Needs to have a big spell here to back up what Mark Wood did earlier today.
Yeah, Wood took 4 for 21 so far. Here is Wokes bowling to Cameron Green. Oh, strikes him on the pad, albeit via the inside edge. There's no appeal from the cordon. Good bit of bowling, though, hitting the seam, as he did a couple of times last night. Stephen Smith, his batting average has dropped below 60.
Played 3 test matches in a row in succession for England before, so that's testament to his conditioning as well, and yeah, getting his rewards at the end of the season, end of the series.
Yeah, and to that point, 4 overs last night, 6 on the bounce this afternoon. I doubt he's bowled 6 overs in a spell, well, not for a very long time.
Well, I don't think he'd have bowled the 6th if he hadn't have got Steve Smith out. I think it was not a great bit of batting, actually, because I'm sure that was Wood's last over, and had he kind of just got through it, Wood was probably done then, but he got Smith out and therefore was encouraged to have another over rightly at the new man Alex Carey. But he obviously can't bowl forever because, you know, he's a fast bowler who bowls in reasonably short spells.
So here is Robinson to Carey, a couple of boundaries in the previous over, and pulls around the corner only as far as the man at backwards square leg. Chris Wokes in there, no run. 205 the lead. Simon, we heard from Pat Cummins last night saying they wanted 300. They'd be comfortable with 300. They're 95 away from that here. They had a wriggle on.
Yeah, I thought probably 250. No, that's no disrespect to the England batting lineup, but I just think, given the way this test has played out, it generally gets harder in the second innings. And 188 in the first innings for England.
Just a short leg catching on the leg side. Robinson bowls to Carey, who comes forward and defends. I say just a short leg. On the basis of that stat I read out before you joined us, Ath, that there have been 11 men caught in the leg side through the course of this test match. That's from Will McPherson, who's toted those up. But you add to that Marnus Labuschagne, who was out falling over his stumps, bowled around his legs in the first innings. In a way, I'm surprised there is no catcher around the corner.
Yeah, that's probably as a result of the way quite a lot of the Australians play, like Smith and Labuschagne get right over to the offside.
Carey facing up. Robinson to him here. Goes back and defends out to cover.
You're talking about the total, Kat. It's time as well, isn't it? I'm not saying you play for time, but Pat Cummins would obviously be more comfortable the closer towards the lights coming on that Australia bat till.
No lights on as yet, but thick cloud cover. Partnership now worth 27 from 43 balls. So they're looking to score. Came together at 6 for 63. Robinson arrives, delivers to Carey, beaten outside the off stump. That is Robinson's bread and butter. Making Carey play, bringing him forward, hitting the seam and angling away superbly.
Very good bowler at left-handers.
He is. And we were just saying before about his lack of fitness, so to speak. I mean, yes, he's had a back spasm and that can happen, but as the series has gone on, his pace has dropped. But we see there, that's 128, but he's good enough to be in the mid-130s. And if he can get it even higher, he's going to be even more skillful with that extra zip.
Robinson again to Carey. On the line of the off stump, pushed out towards mid-off where Mark Wood does the fielding.
Yeah, there's no question he's got all the skills and attributes. He's tall. He gets a bit of bounce from a length. He does bowl a beautiful length and can move the ball. And I think the comments around this test match about his fitness, I hope he listens and takes it on board, because he could have a lengthy career as a test match bowler.
He turns again away from us at the river end. Passes umpire Wilson, bowls here to Carey, who finds the gap at cover. Not much of a gap there. Ben Stokes around to his right, keeps it to a single. Carey to 19, the lead 206. at the end of the over. 36 gone in Australia's second innings. On the mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. They're 6 for 91.
G'day, Alex Carey here. Toyota have been taking families to cricket grounds all over Australia for 50 years. So when Toyota designed the Fortuner, they built it with power, comfort and added safety to get you through the toughest conditions. With Apple CarPlay and a stylish interior, there is plenty of space to keep you comfy and plenty of storage for all the gear. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuner. How's that? Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Chris Woke straight back into it on the charge towards Alex Carey. Over the wicket, close to the stumps. Bowls here, Carey well forward, pushing to cover. No run this first session for Raydell, the brand of choice for Mitchell Stark and Elisa Healy.
Is this a big innings for Carey, or is he absolutely nailed on?
I think it's a big innings. More so for his own good, because he's had such a tough start to his test career with the bat where, he hasn't quite had that innings where he's been able to really believe that he belongs at this level. They've all been these little cameos or starts.
Here's Wokes, bowls again to Carey. Chops on! Went back to Paul. A little inside edge, back onto the off stump. Australia 7 for 91. The lead is just 206. Chris Wokes gets his second wicket. And Carey's gone for 19. They are in more than a spot of bother, Michael Atherton.
They sure are. 7 for 91. I'm not sure it was quite short enough to pull, actually. They've had plenty of short balls to have a crack at this morning, mostly from Mark Wood. But I'm not sure this was... Just looking at the replay, whether it's a no ball or not.
Well, Alex Carey thinks it is. He's walking back to the middle. I mean, the interpretation of these aths has usually been on the side of the bowler. When it's close like this, it tends to go with the bowler. Kat, what do you think?
He could go either way on this. It's that tight.
Sam Billings is saying there's a bit behind.
He's got good eyesight. I don't think there is on stump cam, which is the view we're getting now. I'm not sure there is any heel behind the line, actually, but it's very, very tight.
So difficult to tell because they actually try and interpret it, not necessarily where the spikes land, but where the back of the shoe is in relation to the line. So it's more a side-on operation. We get another look here. I think he might be okay.
It's very tight.
Kat, you agree?
Yeah, I tend to agree. It's just sort of the heel, because the heel's up in the air.
And it's a two-frame. Obviously, these things come down to fractions of frames, but...
No, it's a no-y.
No ball signalled. Massive call from umpire Rifle in the third umpire's chair. Well, that's for the TAC drive safely this summer. No ball called, 6 for 92. Oh, goodness me. The fact that that's going to be a chance for them to go to 7 for 91, back to 6 for 92. Oh, that'll just be galling for Joe Root and co.
Well, Broad is chatting to the standing umpire. One of the England fielders, not sure who it is, has got his hands on his head as if to say he can't believe that decision has been given. That's Ben Stokes.
Here is Wokes, close to the stumps to Carey again. That's better, well forward in defence.
I think the combination of that stump cam angle and then the side-on angle convinced umpire Rifle that there was no bit of the heel behind the line, which is obviously the law of the game. It was incredibly tight. England think they've been hard done by.
Kat, remember a couple of years ago, third umpire Michael Goff in a test we were doing between Australia and Pakistan. His interpretation was instructive. Here is Wokes bowling here to Carey on the front foot driving, straight enough to get a single. He advances into the 20, 6 for 93 the score halfway through the 37th over. And Michael Goff at the time said that so long as you can see on that frame when any part of the foot touches the line, the back of the shoe appears to be just behind the line, then you're right. That's how I was seeing that frame we've got on our screen now. But it is inconclusive because of stump cam.
I think stump cam there doesn't suggest any heels behind the line, but it is incredibly tight. You wouldn't have complained had Paul Rifle given it the other way there.
Wokes bowls here to Green. He's forward in defence. I'll tell you what, that's a big moment for Bendix Breaks. Put your foot down with confidence Bendix breaks, and we're going to watch that replay over and over again for Blunston, built to last.
I thought you were absolutely spot on in terms of the shot. Like, Alex Carey bit off too much on that shot. There's no way that was short enough to be pulling, and they're the little things, and he got away with it there purely because of the Noe, but they're the little things he's got to tighten up on.
So Green facing Wokes, finds the edge, squared up, spits out through the gully though. Green comes back for 2. There might be 3 if they take on Burns. Carey wants to, and Carey does. That's really good running. Called it early. Green into double figures. 6 for 96, Australia's score the lead up to 211. And 1 ball left
so
in this over as we say goodbye to Simon Katich.
Colo, from everything you've seen with all the various replays there, in Rifle's position, you'd have made a different decision, would you?
I think so, yep. I mean, look, it's very
I'm not
difficult.
sure what I'd have done,
without
to be
hearing
honest.
Paul Rifle's deliberations
Yes.
as well. That's part of it. I'm sure we'll get a chance after the test to interrogate that. Wokes to finish a controversial over to Carey, who deflects off the front foot out behind point. An easy single on offer. He'll retain the strike after being bowled from a no ball. He's now 21. Australia 6 for 97. They lead by 212 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
You haven't seen garage doors like this before. Smarter, quieter, safer. Beautifully refined custom finishes with endless possibilities. 4D Doors. Garage doors redefined. Discover more at 4ddoors.com.au.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
On the text line for Tyre Power, there are divergent opinions on the no ball. Clearly a no ball, says Jeff, and Dan says that was out. By contrast, Robinson bowls here, 3 slips to Carey. That's not out. Well played. Straight bat back to the bowler, no run.
The first thing to say is that the laws of the game say you've got to have some part of your foot behind the line. On the line is a no ball. I don't think you could definitively say that any of those replays showed any part of the foot behind the line. Equally, umpires, as you suggested right at the start, Colo, have generally been told that the protocol is to show benefit to the bowler in that circumstance.
Here's Robinson over the wicket to Carey, leaving alone. And I suppose it's the bit about not being able to tell which part of the boot is touching the turf as well, which is why they've tended to go with the bowler.
I suppose what they're saying is if the third umpire is uncertain, he gives the benefit to the bowler, and all we can say from the decision is Paul Rifle must have been certain that there was no part of the boot behind the line.
Tough gig being a third umpire these days, isn't it? It's certainly changed a lot from just adjudicating run-outs back in the day.
Absolutely.
2 slips to Gully. Robinson bowls again to Carey. Inside edge onto the front pad, spills back to the bowler, no run. I mean, so much technology they have to adjudicate and apply. Paul Rifle didn't learn to be an umpire to sit in a TV booth and toggle between frames. He's developed his skills standing in the middle as a central umpire or standing at square leg. So it is a different skill set they've had to learn at the elite level. And I've argued in the past that we'll probably get to a stage a la the Premier League where we'll have a bunker with the VAR and there'll be specialist third umpires. I don't think we're far away from that. Robinson delivers to Carey, who pushes to mid-off. Wait, there's the call. No single towards Ben Stokes.
One thing not in dispute is how big a moment it was at 6 for 91 and Carey 19, and just Cummins, Stark and Lyon to come, then that is a huge moment in the game, clearly. And England's reaction, you could see Stokes had his hands on his head and Broad started chatting to the umpire. England definitely felt they were hard done to.
And hard to stay up after that as well, of course. Robinson, can they get Carey a second time? Bowls here, past the inside edge. That's come back the other way. Fabulous bowling.
Yeah, that's the place to bowl to Carey. If you think how he got out in the first innings to Wokes, it was quite a straightish line, just coming back into him, and he dragged it onto his stumps. And that was a very similar line there and a similar shot. Just evaded everything, both the bat, the inside edge and the stumps.
The first light bulbs coming on here at Belrive. The game will change again. Robinson Last ball of his over, delivers to Carey. Carey shuffles forward and defends. A probing over, a maiden from Robertson. There'll be a change in commentary. Gerard Whateley replacing me on the Mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers, Australia, 6 for 97.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. Summer is here, so get your car's aircon serviced at your local Repco authorised service centre. Their fully qualified mechanics will keep you cool all year with a comprehensive aircon service. Book online today at repcoservice.com.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
The fresh over begins. 6 for 97. Green faces up and he turns the ball through square leg. It's a chase in the deep. It'll be cut off just as they come back for a second. Green is to 14. It's 6 for 99. Dan, I could understand if the third umpire was an ex-batsman, but pistol, please. Good fun. So which half of the contention are you trying to prove? Are you trying to prove that there was no part of the boot behind the line, or are you trying to prove Green plays on the back foot, or you're trying to prove the inverse? So I think it's a more controversial decision if Carey sent on his way, because the challenge would be, well, Paul, show us the frame where any part of the heel was behind the line, and you couldn't stack that up.
Yeah.
Even though the sympathetic view might be to, the back of the heel, if you drew the line down, maybe. So I think Paul Rifle's left with no other call in the way that it is. Wokes is in bowling. Green is driving. Wokes fields, threatens to throw the stumps down.
I think that's probably fair enough. I don't think you could say definitively on any replay that you saw that any part of the heel was behind the line. Probably that's the way I would go. I mean, these are very, very difficult calls for the point Colo made. That you go in between frames. It's really hard to see.
Wokes bowls. Green turns to leg again. He'll run the ball past the square leg umpire and pick up a run. The lead grows to 215.
I think that the stump cam view is quite an interesting view, because the umpire is trying to collate 2 or 3 bits of evidence to draw an overall picture, and the most definitive view I thought was from stump cam that seemed to show no bit of heel behind the line.
100 runs up for Australia, 6 for 100. It's in the 39th over. It's come for the loss of 6 wickets. This partnership is worth 37. Wokes bowling to Carey, who's leaning forward and defending to cover.
And it will also just add to the list, really, of England's what-if moments, when you think so many down the series, the drop catches at crucial, critical moments, the wickets taken with no balls, which has happened from the first test on. Is that the 3rd time now England have taken a wicket with a no ball in the series? I think it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wokes in from the Church Street end. Alex Carey's on 21, and he's back and playing off an inside edge past his stumps and adding a further run. 6 for 101 at the end of the over. Mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Carey 22, Green 15. Australia's batting for Bundaberg ginger beer. Warner 0, Labuschagne 5, Khawaja 11. Today Boland 8, Head 8, Smith 27. Robinson begins the over and Carey is defending back down the pitch.
What's the reaction? What are
it's split.
Is it
It's
completely split? Do you think that would be whether it's English people in various cities or Australia? There's simple split down the line?
I think those craving a contest as to what happens next are drawn toward out, and those faithfully barracking for Australia.
Shows what a difficult job it is for the third umpire if everybody's split down the line. And we're not definitive in here either. very difficult.
Robinson over the wicket, bowls, and Carey is on the back foot defending. The implications for this match, but the sliding doors moments in cricket, what if Carey does go on to make a 70 or an 80? And
for his own career.
That's right.
Yeah. We were just talking, as that wicket happened, I'd just asked Kat whether this was how important an innings for Alex Carey, and he said for his own confidence and his own future, really big innings. Crash out next ball, but back in again.
Yep. Can he make the most of it? Robinson leaves the river end. He bowls, and Carey squeezes it between bat and pads.
That's the line again. Mentioned in the last over, that slightly tight line, probably pitching about middle and just straightening. And Carey, the way that he grips the bat, he has a slightly open blade, and it just creates a bit of a gap there. And that's how he dragged on in the first innings.
6 for 101. It's getting darker all the time. The lights are on at Blunston. There is no rain forecast. Robinson bowls, and Carey's beaten exactly as Athers described for you.
Yeah, he's a good bowler at left-handers. I think he's probably a better bowler at left-handers than right-handers, actually. Gets in tight, nips it a bit both ways, makes the left-handers play all the time. A couple of slips, a fine gully. Fairly orthodox field with 3 on the offside and a couple on the leg.
Stuart Broad has just started his warm-up routine at mid-on. As you forecast, he'll be back in the attack shortly. Carey faces up and he defends from the stumps.
Not got much option, has he, Joe Root? He won't want to bowl himself, I don't think, at this stage. So you've got Broad. He's probably going to save Wood for another spell after the break, unless they get a breakthrough to this partnership soon. But he has to have a bit of a rest, having bowled a 6-over spell at top whack.
Robinson around his mark and in. Bowls to Carey, who defends the ball to point. A maiden over from Ollie Robinson. 6 for 101 on the Mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years. So when designing the Fortuner, they built it with a powerful turbo diesel engine to get you through the toughest conditions. And even gave it a stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to keep you comfy whether you're off-road or on one. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuner. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota.
This session for Raydell, the brand of choice for Mitchell Stark and Elisa Healy. The day began at 3 for 37, not without incident at 6 for 101. Wokes is in, bowling to Green. Off the pad, it rolls away to slip. Let me, Simon Torfel's part of your Channel 7 coverage, Athers. Let me share with you what he's...
Let me guess, he's backing up the umpire.
He's figured these things out so well. Conclusive evidence is required for that front foot no ball to be called. The third umpire did take a long time and a lot of replays to analyse and look at that, and that often is a fairly good indicator. Green faces up and he's pushing forward. I think he brushed his own pad with his bat rather than ball on the outside edge. A strangled shout. A fairly good indicator that if you don't get conclusive evidence up front, it's really hard to overturn and rule that that's an unfair delivery. A really tough one for all the umpires involved, but conclusive evidence is required. I'm sitting at home looking at those pitches, and if they're the pitches that third umpire has seen, I don't think I'd overrule that and call that a no ball no. Green fishing outside the off stump. Can I just ask...
Say that again. His last bit there?
His last bit is I'm sitting at home looking at those pitches, and if they're the pitches that third umpire has seen, I don't think I'd overrule that and call that a no ball.
So he's not backing up the umpire?
No. It's not a matter of...
That message is a bit confusing because it's a bit contradictory.
It does. It reads... One first
way and then
is
the
not
other.
Consistent with the other, so maybe we would need to hear that a little later on. Green drives. It was touched on the way through by Wokes, and that's enough to avert a run. there is no standing call in this instance. You're not overruling anything.
No,
it's no longer the domain of the standing umpire.
No, absolutely. All these no balls now are in the domain of the third umpire.
So you're a clean slate. And so again, I guess I would. On which side of the argument is the burden of proof for the umpire? And I do think Paul Rifle, if challenged to say, well, show me the frame that has any part of his boot behind the front line, I don't think he could stand that up. Green turns to leg, straight to bat pad, no run.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. When I was listening to you read out Simon Tauffel's initial thing there, I thought the first part of the message was basically implying that it was a no ball, and maybe he just confused himself with the second part. I'm not sure.
The contention was put to him. So, Simon, you're telling us that was an incorrect decision. I think we're dealing with double negatives. Green pushes forward in defence for Wakefields in his follow-through. 6 for 101, the mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
What could you do with $5,000? Thanks to My Money House, you could win $5,000 cash. For details or your chance to win, visit iCanWin.com.au. My Money House, empowering people to live life on their terms.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
There is a full sitting of a federal court taking place. They couldn't just cast their eye on it and give us 3 justices. Don't think they've got anything better to do they? Robinson is in and bowling. Carey clips the ball to mid-on, no run.
Is that the Djokovic decision?
Yes,
is that getting the once over again?
Yep. 85,000 viewers at its peak through the morning.
Really?
Yep. Outrated last night's tennis finals on television.
Could have put them in the MCG.
Dear me.
Wow.
So, yes, that's a long hearing. It's been going since 9:30, and there's no hint that we're on the cusp of a verdict. Robertson bowls, and Carey off the back foot carves the ball to point, no run. Seismic events in world cricket overnight. With Virat Kohli relinquishing the Test captaincy of India.
I'm not that surprised. 68 games, it's a lot of games. And the way he plays and captains is absolutely at full intensity. He gives everything to that job. And then when you add the scrutiny that you carry as captain of India, which is double the scrutiny that any other captain carries.
Robinson to Carey, defence.
And he's done the job for 7 years now, I think, or thereabouts. So he's just run his race, an absolutely fine race it has been. 40 wins, India's most successful captain. But he's not somebody who would want to do that job at half tilt. So, yeah.
How profound a figure in world cricket has he been?
Well, that's the other thing, that he has been constantly banging the drum for Test cricket, and obviously India is the most populous cricketing nation, the most important cricketing nation in terms of numbers.
Carey's on 22. He's beaten by Robinson, and not for the first time.
Yeah, good ball. Carey looking to whip it to the leg side, passes the outside edge. Yeah, India drive a lot of what happens in the game, don't they, in terms of structure of it and fixtures. Let's hope India's next captain, Test captain, is as passionate about the 5-day game as Virat Kohli has been.
Ali Robinson just a little wider on his loop as he seemed to shine the ball in the pockets. He's heading in and bowling to Carey, who's running the ball off an open blade past the dive at gully. Burns sets off from point. They have 2 as Burns gets there in front of the Alex Doolan stands. A couple taken. 6 for 103. Carey's 24. So that's just the stuff and nonsense of yesterday. That stand down there, the northeast stand, has no name. So we thought we'd call it the Alex Doolan stand. Alex's wife was listening and asked him last night, what the hell's going on with the Alex Doolan stand?
It's not the most impressive stand, though, I have to say. It's a little tin pot stand they've given you there, Alex.
Robinson to round out his over. Carey pushes at him out to mid-off. No run. The lead is 218 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
There's nothing quite like celebrating and enjoying summer vibes with your pals. Parafield Airport Liquor Store, that is. Come into Pals. You'll be bowled over by our prices. Pals, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield. Always drink responsibly.
The mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers, 6 for 103. Carey is 24. Green is 15. Australia's lead is 218. New over begins, and Green is turning the ball from Wokes out to the leg side. Just before we leave Coley and bring Alex in, he struck me, he was the most magnetic figure in cricket. Yep. So you've done cricket around the world. I've just done a little bit. We followed Australia to India last time around, and Australia... It was a booby trap in Pune. Australia won. I think the groundsman not only got sacked, I think he might have got banished from the country in the way that it panned out. Wokes bowls. Green edges past second slip and down to the boundary for 4. Genuine edge, not catchable for Crawley. Wokes stands in utter frustration. The lead is 222. Went to Bangalore. Lyon bowled India out cheaply in the first innings. And the next morning, Virat Kohli just inserted his personality on the game. He shied a ball straight at Dave Warner. It was an overtly aggressive act. And from then on, every eye at Bangalore across the remaining days was always on Kohli. He controlled that crowd in a manner that I was likened to the way Hulk Hogan would control a crowd. Green is driving. He won't quite beat the dive of Broad. And just thinking across the course of, I think it was 3 more days and 20+ thousand people, there was nothing he couldn't do that the crowd wouldn't see. So every eye was constantly on him.
I think that's right. Of the cricketers that I've seen over the years, I would put Viv Richards, Virat Kohli and Shane Warne in a bunch together as the most kind of magnetic cricketers on the field. Kohli has been fantastic for Test cricket, in my view.
Wokes to Green. There was just a sound as it went past, but it wasn't the bat. He hasn't nicked off.
I mean, there was a Test match last year at Lord's that India won against England, and Kohli gave a masterclass in the morning, really, of almost captaining from the boundary edge, standing on the balcony when India were going well, then bringing all his team down to the long room when the tail enders walked in for lunch. Then, immediately after lunch, he gave a team talk on the outfield, and Spider-Cam was right above him.
Green leaves.
And you could lip read what he was saying, and he was, saying we want to give England an hour of hell here, or unleash hell. It was a bit like Gladiator, yes. and what's his name, the Aussie actor in Gladiator. Unleash hell, Russell Crowe. So I think he's been terrific in that regard. Very, very magnetic personality on the field, and definitely I'd liken him to Viv Richards and Shane Warne.
One to come in the over. Wokes delivers. Green runs the ball past Gully on this occasion. Burns had a dive, couldn't haul it in. 2 boundaries in the over for Cam Green. These are critical runs as Australia pushes toward a threshold for the chase. The partnership's worth 48, 6 for 111 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
There's nothing more frustrating than a watering hose that kinks and stays like that. My FlexStream hose by Nilex never holds the kink, so the water flows perfectly. Flow like a Nile expert, water like a Nile expert. Nilex FlexStream hoses, available at Bunnings.
6 for 111, Mike Atherton and Alex Doolan in the experts chair for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Dools, welcome back.
Thanks, Gerard.
Want to know what you thought of the no ball, Alex?
Huge. Absolutely huge. Is it England's chance gone begging?
Did you agree with the decision?
Oh,
Well, I was watching it down on the big screen, and there could have been an argument mounted for a little bit behind the line. I've seen plenty of, well, not plenty, but quite a few of those balls being given in the bowler's favour.
Yeah.
But as an Australian fan, yeah, definite no ball.
Stuart Broad, as Athers forecast, he would have to come back into the attack before the dinner break. There's 38 minutes to that adjournment. Broad begins the fresh spell. He's full and Carey whips him away. There's protection in the deep. A single taken to deep square. The lead is 227, the partnership 49.
I was really enjoying that conversation about Kohli, and I tend to agree that he is probably the most polarising cricketer that I've come across, maybe since Kevin Peterson, that it tended to be that either love him or hate him. And I think that a lot of people who are in that hate category, hate's a strong word, I know, but have started to really respect what he's done for the game, and especially Test cricket, in an era where 2020 cricket is starting to, shine so brightly.
Yeah. I don't think you could possibly say that he's been bad for Test cricket.
No, not at all.
He has banged the drum for it. Publicly he's said it's the form of the game that he cherishes, and he's the captain of a nation of 1 billion cricket fans and the most kind of respected cricketer in that country. And the way that he's played the game, I have loved watching India play under his captaincy, actually.
Broad into green, leaves outside the off stump.
I think, he's transformed the way that India have played Test cricket in some ways, with that fast bowling attack, which has, had the measure of many teams and is probably the best fast bowling attack that India have had. And also the way that he's transformed India's fielding now, which the fitness and the fielding,
Absolutely.
which he's led by personal example. I mean, he's a manic trainer himself. Part of the reason why I think he's generally a bit burnt out now.
Yeah.
Broad's over the wickets. He bowls to Green, who pushes forward. There's no run to be had at mid-off.
Yeah, I think there's been cases where he's maybe stepped over the line, and maybe that one in South Africa was one of those cases, but you can't help but love his passion, and just not only his passion for cricket, but his passion for his own team. He's very passionate. Like you were saying, brought all the team down to the long room when Jasprit Bumrah and I forget the other batsman, Shami had put on all those runs at Lords. I mean, that's amazing as a captain.
Broad strides in, bowls to Green, who takes it off the pads to mid-wicket, no run.
Is there a thought who is taking over from Kohli? I know it's only just happened, but I mean, Rahane, the problem is Rahane seems to be short of runs.
Well, I think they were talking about Rahane retiring, and Pujara seems to be at the end.
And KL Rahul got the gig last week when Kohli was bung with that bad back. They didn't give it to Rahane then, who was the vice-captain until that point. So maybe KL Rahul, maybe Rohit Sharma.
Yeah, who's their one-day captain now, of course.
Two in the deep on the leg side. Broad bowls, and Green wrapped on the pad. They're up and asking. Broad thought stone dead. And now there's overthrows, 4 of them. So someone somewhere picked the ball up and had a shy for reasons no one will fully understand. I think Broad will get his way here on a review.
He'll have to review, otherwise they're giving away all those overthrows.
So to a review we go. And the replays for Blunston built to last.
Review for LBW. It's a fair delivery. Ridgels is not out. Front on first, please.
Broad's been shouting for them since the moment play began. They've all been up over middle stump. His line's been great. It's been the bounce. This is onto the back pad, onto the flap. We all think out here.
Yeah, nothing on hotspot. Through to RTS.
Here's a tall man on a lunge that struck the back pad, though. Will England get the technology rolling their way? They're going to be dirty if they don't get it, I reckon. I can just tell.
Thank you. Yeah, big gap between bat and ball. We can go to ball tracking when ready.
The moment of decision.
Okay, Ridgels is not out. Impact in line. Hitting the wicket. Go back on field.
Out.
Change the decision.
Yeah.
signal now.
It looked out, didn't it?
It really
He was
did.
across the ball, Cameron Green. It was a good length from Broad, hitting. It was a bit above the knee roll, but it was back pad, and Cameron Green's back leg was very bent, and he was across the ball, missed it, and it looked out. Was given out on DRS. So you're right, England would have been very dirty had that not gone their way, but it has, and they needed the wicket.
They did. So the partnership netted Australia 49 runs. The lead is 227. It's 7 for 112 as that falls. So Joe Root uses it well. And the fielding team, they're still in it. They're still in it for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. Mitch Stark lumbers out to the middle. It's getting darker by the minute. It is. Bellerive. So there's no rain forecast, Alex. It feels like it's about to start raining.
No, I think no rain today, Gerard. I think this is just a heavy cloud cover, but the cloud looks quite high. It's just blocking out the sun for us. But it's a tricky time. Even if England are able to go through Australia here quickly, they're still going to have to bat in tricky conditions. And they're not going to get a chance at the moment to bat in conditions that favour them.
If you're filling it in green, LBW Broad for 23. He faced 47 balls, and the fall of wicket is 7 for 112. Broad's in his 12th over, 2 for 25.
It's one of those situations, Athers, where as an opening batter, you're really happy that the team's going well, but you know full well that you're not that far away from.
Yeah, it's coming.
They want the full middle session, though. That you've got to get the 2 hours in daylight before the evening strikes. If Australia bats till 40 minutes to go before tea, I can write out for you what happens, and it's grim. Broad to complete his over bowls. Full Stark drives back to him. A dot to finish. 7 for 112, the mate score, but Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Having a top performer on your side? That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund.
General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
Throughout the summer, whatever occasion you have, at Powell's, we've got you covered. Over 200 gins, 300 beers, 500 whiskies and 2,000 wines. Come into Powell's. The team are ready to help. Powell's, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield. Always drink responsibly.
7 for 112. Australia's batting for Bundaberg, Ginger Beer today. Boland 8, Head 8, Smith 27. They all fell to Woods, and then Broad chimes in removing Green. Carey is on 25. He had a reprieve when he was on 19. Bowled off a no ball. And they're all heading out into the deep, and that tells they should play entrance music for him now, Mark Woods. The signal has been given. 3 in the deep on the leg side. The fly slipped down on the rope. Alex Carey about to see it. Ward is in, tucked away. First run immediately off the bat as it rolls through square leg. Carey's thinking about 2. He raises his hand and says no. For Nilex Misting Systems, water like a Nile expert available at Bunnings. Broad in the series.
He's up to 12 wickets at 26.
And you said that Woods at?
15 at 29. So they've both dropped under 30 in this innings.
Yeah, their bowling's been good today. I know they've been really well led by Mark Wood, but I feel like all the bowlers have bounced back. Chris Wokes in particular has been much better today than he was in that first innings.
Yeah, agreed with that.
Mitch Stark just tapping at the pitch. Any runs he could add would be most valuable indeed.
He's got 154 of them in the series, of course, of that inflated average of 51 with a few not outs.
The 2 in the deep on the leg side for him. Wood in, bowls, bouncer down the leg side. Billings couldn't quite snaffle it. It bounced awkwardly in front of him. It was a difficult one for the keeper on debut. It's a bye. He's taken 4 catches in this innings, Sam Billings. For Snaffle, visit snaffle.com.au.
A little bit more variable bounce too. Have you gentlemen noticed the variation in bounce, especially from that shorter ball?
I mean, there's a bit there still, isn't there, for the bowlers? Not as much as there was late last evening, obviously, but you'd still feel happy enough running in to bowl on it, I think.
Carey has the strike. Wood bowls to him. He got inside it as he feathered it to Billings. The keeper's certain. He is incorrigible. Wood stands. Root comes in. They're eager. These are critical moments at 7 down.
I don't think so. I think it's hip or jumper. Jumper's shouting Billings.
This has come from a deep square. Stokes, like the Emperor, he just stepped in and went thumbs down. All jumper. We're playing Russell Crowe moments. Well, that was Joaquin, wasn't it? It was the other way around. So they all reset. We have a look at replays for Blunston. Built to last. Nothing on the gloves. It was all jumper.
Yeah.
Good call from Stokes in the deep. Woods hustles in. Bowls. Carey turns short of Pope but short leg. This is a good day of Test cricket brewing. It's 2:29 as everyone will have their own threshold. My threshold's 250, so it's got to happen quickly. What's your threshold, Mike?
Well, I've seen England bat for the last 2 years. I'd probably just come down to about 230.
Alex, you're the local knowledge.
I agree with Athers.
Wood bowls. Carey runs the ball past point. There's runs to be had. Crawley sets off in pursuit. It'll be a couple. Deft hands from the Australian keeper. He moves to 28. The lead is 231.
Being it is the last test and it's a dead rubber, and bearing in mind it's a tricky wicket and it's about to go under lights, I heard a little whisper out in the stands that England have only passed 236 twice in this series. Is that right, Colo? Put you to work.
Certainly haven't made 300.
Yeah.
I'm probably 250 top score or thereabouts.
Wood to complete his over. Bowls. Carey kept it down. That rose viciously at him. Got it down in front of Pope to finish the over. Wood providing plenty of discomfort. 7 for 116 mate score, but Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Hutto's coming in.
The Warradale Tavern, voted AHA's best sporting entertainment venue 2020 and 2021, is your home for all live sport this summer. You'll be spoilt for choice with up to 3 live sporting events televised simultaneously across 23 screens, including Adelaide's biggest and brightest sports screen and air-conditioned comfort. Throughout January, stay cool with their West End draft promotion with free teas when you buy 10 pints while stocks last. It's got to be the Warradale for your viewing pleasure this summer. warradalehotel.com.au. Drink responsibly.
SEN Test cricket, 7 for 116. How big that no ball that saw Alex Carey survive when he was on 19. He's still there. Stuart Broad, recalled by the captain, was able to get the breakthrough nonetheless. So Mitchell Stark is out there as the ball is whipped away down the fine leg for 1 by Stark. So he's away and off the mark. And it's 7 for 117. The lead now 232. Colo?
Just to follow that point from the previous over, England have made it to 297 at Brisbane in the second innings and 294 at Sydney in the first innings. They're 2 highest scores of the series.
Afternoon to you, Dools.
Afternoon, Hutto.
And we're joined as well by, speaking of wicket keepers, former Australian wicket keeper, 10 tests, 84 ODIs, coach of the USA women's team as well. And that's Julia Price. Great to have you with us. 2 slips and a gully. Lights are on. Broad's bowling. Just an off stump, but jumped on Carey. He adapted well. Runs it away for 1, and he's coming for a second. And he makes it comfortably. It's 7 for 119 now in a lead of 234.
Yeah, it's a fantastic effort from here from the Australians, and I really like the intent that Carey's got at the moment. He's been fantastic. He's got a bit of pressure on him. The public's calling for his head already. He's only been here for 5 tests, so
yes.
I really like the way he's going about his game at the moment.
He's an interesting study as a batsman. I'm trying to work out, is he a one-day batsman, clearly, which he's proved himself at international level, who's adapting to Test cricket, or is he a true Test batsman? And time will tell, I suppose. Obviously, he's a keeper, first and foremost, and that gives him some latitude. He's 30 here, and these are really important runs. There's 2 out still behind square as Broad works his way in. Bowles, hits him on the pad. Broad thinks he's out. He is. He's reviewed straight away.
Hit it.
Broad has almost got down to fine leg in his celebrations. You think there was an edge? He reviewed immediately, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
It did sound a little bit of an edge, but I was just about to get his email address and apologise to him as well. Commentator's curse as per usual.
Original decision is out. Go in front on first, please.
So we wait to get our first look. Australia provisionally 8 for 119.
Yeah, it looks like it's beaten the bat. Leg side hotspot, please.
So no edge from the vision, I reckon.
Yeah, nothing on hotspot. RTS when it's ready.
What a marvel Stuart Broad is.
Yeah, clearly misses the bat. Onto the pad. We'll go to ball tracking when ready. Here we go. Original season is out. It's pitching outside leg. We'll go back on field. And get your change decision to not out. Simple now.
Blocker Wilson's original decision is changed. Pitching outside leg. There's nothing in it. I'd love to see the continuation of it, which we probably will in a moment. Our umpire at the back of the box, Rat Sanderosen, is going to join us shortly. He immediately assessed that pitched outside leg. And he's quite happy to tell us all about it too, even though it's not his time on air yet to shine. Wow, small margins.
Oh, jeez. I thought the only thing that could have saved him maybe was an inside edge, but...
Wow, they have zoomed in so close. It's, what do you call that, Colo, between the middle of the seam and the next little bit of the seam?
That'd be something.
Broad to Carey, turns and calls with the stroke to mid-wicket. He's got one, he's hustling, he's coming, and he's judged it beautifully again. And there's a misfield as well. Works slipping over, and the crowd happy to let him know about all of that. He smiles ruefully as he gets back to his feet. 7 for 121 now, and Carey is 32 and Stark is 1.
There was magnificent bowling there by Broad. He's obviously made the big breakthrough with Green when they were putting together a bit of a partnership between Carey and Green. They needed someone to come on, and obviously great captaincy as well by Root to bring Broad back on. You've got to bring your big guns in to take these wickets.
Broad's over the wicket. Carey's pushing and checking what could have been a drive. It's a push to cover instead. All the numbers, by the way, for Nilex misting systems. Water like an expert, like a Nile expert. Available at Bunnings now.
It could be Alex Carey's day today. Jules. He's had the wicket on his no ball, and he's had that one that, as Colo said, was a B something outside leg. Let's hope he goes on to capitalise.
2 slips, a gully. They're ready as he's getting forward to this next one from Broad and driving up to mid-off. Another dramatic over. Reset, Broady, says Sam Billings. We will at 7 for 121 on the Mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky. Boom!
For tickets and next match details, go to adelaidestrikers.com.au.
This is going to be an ongoing discussion about that review and the system in place, but play continues. 7 for 121 as Wood powers into Stark from the hip. He's gone straight to short leg and he's caught. Pope takes the catch. Wood strikes again. He's taken his 5th wicket at last. England have found a weapon with the ball. It's come in the 2nd innings of the 5th of a 5-test series. But Mark Wood, 5 for 24, brilliantly bowled, and Australia 8 for 121. And at the moment, they have no answer to this method. And Australia's lead is 236. Carey is 32 not out. And well bowled Mark Wood. Huge congratulations.
I can't imagine there'd be too many of the English players that be wanting to stay on, except potentially Mark Wood, who's coming good right at the end of the series, and he's been fantastic. But interesting there with Mitch Stark. I mean, we know that Mark Wood is going to dig them in, so he shouldn't have been surprised about that one coming at his hip and digging it in. So the Australians have got to be a little smarter about just understanding what the plans are. And to see just inside edge that one onto his thigh pad, and it popped up at short leg for a pretty easy catch. But well bowled Mark Wood.
third 5-wicket haul in Test cricket, first against Australia, and since that turning point we discussed earlier, he's taken 8 for 64 in this Test match.
So just repeat that again, Colo, for those that have just tuned in.
He went from none for 75 earlier, and since that point he's taken 8 for 64.
Yeah, it's amazing stuff, and he's all done it with the method of bowling short, putting numbers on the leg side, and the Australians, other than Nathan Lyon, really have had no method to cope with it. Cummins, the captain, is out at the crease. Can he add some handy runs? He talked last night about 300 being a mark. Well, they're well short of that. It's 236 as it stands. Australia's fielding, and they're out in the field again. Will be for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. It doesn't look like it's going to be too far away right now. 8 for 121. Only 3 on the offside, including a fly slip. Wood to Cummins, and he digs out a full bouncer. LBW! A full Yorker. He's reviewed it straight away. He has given Cummins some of his own medicine from Sydney.
TV umpire director, we have a review for LBW. Original decision is out to fair delivery. Front on first place.
And he's on a hat-trick, and he has 6 for 24. Oh, is it missing off?
Can you keep that rolling through? Yeah.
What do you see, Alex?
Potentially going across, but
hit the foot there.
The ball doesn't have far to travel there, but with that angle around the wicket,
yeah. Can you just go to
possibly umpire's call? I reckon, Hutto, if I had to make a decision.
Hit the foot. We'll go to ball tracking when ready.
So umpire's call, and he'll be out.
Okay, pitching in line, impact in line. Wickets missing.
Oh.
Get back on field.
Those small margins again.
Not out. Signal.
So no hat-trick ball, and still 2 to get. Mark Wood goes back to just 5 for 24.
It's an interesting option coming around the wicket anyway. I mean, on a potentially a hat-trick ball, and he takes out that LBW by coming around the wicket.
Yeah.
So very interesting that he chose to do that. I was just about to say, of those 8 wickets that he's taken in just previously, how many of them were from full balls? I think they've all been short.
Yep. This is pretty cool to watch, though. I must admit, now that I no longer have to face anything like this, that to be able to sit here and watch a field like this is awesome.
He picked Cummins up in the first innings. He's bowling around the wicket, and Cummins got out of the way. He didn't back away. He went the other way. He got so far inside it that he was nowhere near it as that short ball went through. And I wonder if there's going to be a word or two said here to Pat Cummins. And indeed, he has a long stare at Ollie Robinson.
That's the bodyline defence. Get inside the line. 32-33.
It looks like he's got the chest guard on as well, so he might be needing that.
So much to take in here. They make an adjustment to the field. Rory Burns goes to a leg gully. There's still 2 out in the deep on the leg side. Still a fly slip. Robinson is at point. Crawley is at gully. So there's no regular slip. Cummins. Will it be nose or toes? It's actually somewhere in between. About hip high down the leg side. He doesn't quite get it all synchronised there. Our experts are for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Gee, some big decisions or fortune, whichever way you want to look at it, have gone Australia's way here, hasn't it?
It's just fascinating. I don't really know what to say, to comment on it, Hutto. It's just, there's so much happening. Where do you start?
8 for 121. Wood at Cummins. Again, he's followed it outside the off stump. Wood tumbles over, gets up straight away, and the ball went through to the keeper.
I suppose he's going to change his action now, come over the wicket.
Yep.
I really like that from him as well. He's keeping Cummins on his toes. It's a real dogfight at the moment with the 6 on the leg side. So he's certainly not going to be pitching this one up unless it's the mind play like he did before with the full ball that he started on the Yorker on Cummins on the first ball.
So back over the wicket. Wood, Cummins off the hip. He kept it down. He calls yes. Carey was on his way straight away, and the over is complete. 8 for 122 at the end of it. And that's the Mate Scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
This Australia Day, surround yourself with friends, family and your community to reflect, respect and celebrate. Reflect on our past, present and future. Listen to each other's stories, contributions and dreams. And celebrate being together. Join one of hundreds of ceremonies and events taking place near you, or host your own. Plan your day. Visit australiaday.org.au. We're all part of the story. Australia Day.
Our numbers for Nilex misting systems. Water like a Nile expert available at Bunnings. 5 for 85 in the session after Australia resumed at 3 for 37. Mark Wood, the star, our player of the day so far. Certainly the leading wicket taker for the new Spinal Ease mattress, spinaleze.com.au. Lights are on quite early today on day 3. 8 for 122. Broad bowls to Cummins, and he let it go, and it very nearly bowled in, and how it missed the off bail as it was curving in. It was actually keeping quite low, but somehow Barrett Sundaresan, who has now been allowed to join us at the microphone after doing some umpiring from behind before, it somehow missed the off stump. In fact, it went over the top of the off bail looking at the replay.
It's very similar to how the LBW to Alex Carey, you saw the ball pitched outside leg stump. It's exactly by the same margin, Hado. Half a ball.
Broad, and Cummins stand and deliver a powerful drive to mid-off to Stokes, who immediately points up into the Ricky Ponting stand with his left hand. I'm not quite sure what that was all about. Maybe a change in field he's suggesting. That's certainly what's happening as Wokes pushes out from next to the umpire, a deep backward square. So maybe after the next ball we'll go through that again and why the decision was made as it was on review. 2 slips and a gully, 2 out behind square and the deep. Broad bowls to Cummins, who gets in behind that and defends to mid on. It's still 8 for 122.
Before we even get into it, I'm so glad they don't have DRS in Premier Cricket. I would get found out a lot. Now, I think what the rule says, more than half the ball has to pitch in line for it to be in line, or even for it to be umpire's call. I think 3 lines on the seam is what it felt like, pitched right outside, right, Julia?
Absolutely. It was a little lucky, but at the same time, rules are rules.
2 slips a gully. Broad to Cummins, cut through him, jumped up, and it went straight to ground.
As far as Alex Carey goes, it's just cricketing karma, Hado. He walked, if you remember, walked out for 1 ball and walked when I don't even think there was half an appeal from England last time. So he's got 2 reprieves out of a no ball and that one. So it all comes back. The universe takes care of you, Hado.
Dinner break approaching. The huskybrand.com.au here on SEN Test Cricket. 8 for 122. It's been England's session so far. Can they finish it off and finish this Australian batting lineup off? Broad, and Cummins is solid in defence this time. Mainly with the hands, just defended that on the offside of the angle of the bat.
Cummins had a little net session before the start of play where he got the fastest amongst the Australian support staff or Australian camp, David Warner, to give him some short pitch practice with the Wanger. He's the quickest they have. David Warner did say that I don't think Mark Wood would feel anything like this, but I'll do the best I can.
Last ball of the Broad over. Cummins tries to flick it away. It's certainly got a lot of pad. It went slower on the leg side than he might have imagined, but allowed him to get through for a run. And there was some bat on that. It's now 8 for 123, and the lead is 2-3-8 at the end of the over.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
For 30 years, Raydell's been supporting Aussies by providing health products from naturally derived ingredients to enjoy summer with health confidence. Raydell, the brand of choice by Mitchell Starc and Elisa Healy. Raydell.com.au.
Between them, Broad and Wood have taken the figures of 7 for 56. They've been outstanding. They're in operation together at the moment. New over from Wood, and Cummins is playing late and playing well. He's hit it wide of Gully and down towards the fence, and it's going to be fumbled over the line by Milan. That's poor fielding. He came around from fly slip, and it came off his hand and went over the rope. And they're delighted down there in the hill. It's the worst place on the ground to misfield. It's the rowdiest part of the ground down in front of the scoreboard on the hill.
Yeah, well, just that angle that he's coming around the wicket, it does expose him a little bit wider down to that sort of deep third right in front of the scoreboard with that huge crowd, as you were saying. And they're, they've got a little bit of a liquid lunch on board now. They've been there for a while, getting rowdy.
Wood. Cummins allows himself to be hit. It balloons away on the leg side. Burns trots after it, and the umpire says there was some bat on that. So Cummins lives dangerously. He goes to 6, and it's 8 for 128 now. In fact, he goes to 7.
Coming to your question, actually, of how many wickets he's got from the full ball. He's not bowled too many full balls. I've used this line a few times already today. First came Larwood, then came Mark Wood.
I like it. I did see that earlier.
Yeah, this is body line in a legal sense.
How many times can you use the same line in a day? That's the question. Wood to Carey, backs away. He tried to crack it away through the offside field, and it very nearly went down onto the stumps. Interesting. I wonder whether Carey has assessed here that Pat Cummins may not last too long. Well, that's just his method of playing here. Comes a thick inside edge onto the pad.
He was backing away there, just exposing his stumps. So it did look like that was that extra intent to really sort of get on with this. I mean, obviously at 8 for now, they're trying to maximise their numbers, and fortunately for them, they'll be able to have the ball tonight, the pink ball, and they'll be looking at Mitch Starc and probably Pat Cummins as well. Again, you don't want them injured at this time of the night.
There's a huge gap in front of the wicket on the offside. Wood bowls. Carey this time tucks inside a short ball. Just a little wayward on that occasion, Wood, and no contact. So let's just talk through this field on the onside. There's 3 on the off. There's a fly slip, if you like, and then there's a gully and a backward point next to the umpire. But the leg side field, Barat and Julia, what are they? 2 out on the fence, and Rory Burns' position's interesting, isn't it? Somewhere in between.
They used it for Travis Head as well. I really don't know where that fits in, Julia. I'd like to get your view on it.
There is a short leg as well. As Wood bowls, he's heaved away by Carey, and he got it down into the ground before it got to fine leg. And there's another run, and they're all getting cheered at the moment. Carey to 33. Australia's lead is 244, and a few Bronxies there for David Milan. And it's 8 for 129 as he fielded that cleanly. That's on the mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Yeah, what shot is he going to go at? What are they expecting in terms of getting him out?
Well, clearly Wood's going to be bowling short, so that's why they've set that square field. But at the same time, the ball, it's a little bit like when I play roulette and I just put things everywhere and hope something's going to happen. So to me, it's a little bit like that, where they're hoping that either if he's going to play the pull, he'll get the top edge, he'll get the one down to third, maybe into square.
Wood to Cummins, who flicks it, and he's almost caught. Pope was diving away at short leg, and he just couldn't get a mitt to it. It goes away for a single. Uncomfortable Pat Cummins. Australia now 8 for 130. He's 8, Carey 33 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. I take our National Tiles lowest price guarantee very seriously. Our team consistently check prices all over Australia to ensure National Tiles has the guaranteed lowest prices every day of the year. However, if we slip up, I personally guarantee National Tiles will beat any price on identical tiles by 10%. National Tiles, the guaranteed lowest price quality tiles in Australia. Conditions apply.
Australia resumed at 3 for 37. And they're now 8 for 130 as we head towards the dinner break. Alex Carey, top scorer, not out batsman on 33. But it's Cummins facing Broad. He's forward. He adjusts his defensive shot successfully. Bowl, the night watchman, out for 8. And then Steve Smith for 27. Travis Head departed for 8. Cameron Green, 47 balls, made 23. Mitchell Starc just 1. Cummins 8. And Carey 33. And that's where we are right now. Broad in his third spell. Bowls to Cummins. A big swing out through mid-wicket. And it's going to be fielded out there by Woke successfully. Swung hard. Didn't get all of it. Pat Cummins, enough to get it into the outfield. Gets 2, and it's 8 for 132. Cummins into double figures, and the lead getting close to 250 at 247.
It does bring England back into the game when they're trying to get runs like this. It's much easier to get a batter out while they're playing their shots. And thus, I suppose, Australia have been a little bit more attacking today, not wanting to take anything away from the England attack, but they are really trying to get these runs on the board in order to get into a position where they can take this test home.
2 out on the leg side, but predominantly the field is on the off. Broad bowls, and standing up as Cummins calls yes as he drives to Stokes. Just wide of mid-off. It was a well-judged run. And Cummins is now 11. It's 8 for 133. Australia's lead is 248 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
And they will take a lot of confidence from the fact that the batters look most comfortable against Mark Wood. Nathan Lyon is still to come. 3 sixes in the first innings. So he'll back himself to get a couple away again.
Well, at this stage, he's a specialist batsman in this team because he hasn't had a bowl yet. So.
Broad's going to continue over the wicket to Carey. And it's at the off stump, and he opens the face and runs it away. And there's runs to be had there. There's 2, and there's a 3rd most likely. Cummins is coming back, sliding down there. Ollie Pope hooked it back, saved the boundary. The fielding done for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. It's now 8 for 136, and these are valuable runs.
I don't know whether you guys heard that painful no from Stuart Broad as soon as the ball went past the slip cord, and he just stood there staring at Alex Carey. That's Alex Carey's strength, though.
I haven't seen the wagon wheel of late, but there's been a lot of runs in this innings for Australia behind the wicket, hasn't there? A lot of runs.
And I think that's fairly indicative of the length that the English are bowling at them. It's obviously not driving too many down the ground when they're sort of bowling that back of length and short balls.
8 for 136. Broad's on the approach. Cummins gets a short one, and he got it to ground. It took all his might and all his will to get the hands up high enough to just deaden the impact of the ball. Well played, Pat Cummins. Stuart Broad strides back to the end of his mark. Cummins 12, Carey 36, the lead 2-5-2.
This is the beauty of the field that Broad's got set for himself at the moment. He had the fine leg and a deep square, as well as having slips. So there's always this doubt in the mind of the batter. He's not sure if he's going to bowl the short one that he's going to be able to pull, or if he's going to bowl the fuller one, which might nick off. So great bowling from Stuart Broad and great field placements.
Back to Carey on strike. Broad bowls short, and he pulls with good control in front of square because that's where the gap was, and that is going to race away. Intelligent cricket from Alex Carey, and that will be the dinner break with Australia at 8 for 141. A late flurry of runs. The lead is 256. Broad is shaking his head, but that was a very clever shot from Alex Carey. 2 out deep behind square. He picked it up early, almost that front foot pull shot, playing it into the gap and out to the boundary. England couldn't snaffle Alex Carey before the break. Snaffle, visit snaffle.com.au. So the mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Australia 8 for 141 and a lead of 256. Julia and Barat, give us your assessment of where we're at right now.
I think towards the end that became an even session. I think the session belongs to Mark Wood. He's deserved this 5-wicket haul throughout the series. He's bowled his heart out, and it's great to see him lead England off the field right now at the dinner break. But I think Australia have got enough runs already. So if they can come out and add even 20 more, I think they're well in front. And the timing will be perfect for them to give the ball to Stark and Cummins.
Yeah, as has been mentioned earlier, they haven't scored over 300 yet in this series. I personally would have liked a 300 when you think you've still got 2 days play to go, and you'd hope that a test team would be able to get that 300, but I just can't see it happening with the pink ball at night, the conditions we're currently in, and also the sort of form that the Australian players are in with the ball.
All right, I think we need a break to assess. There's a lot to chat about. Jared's going to be joined by Pete Lawler next as they analyse all the issues out of this game so far. The fall of wickets for budget truck rental. No matter the job, they've got a truck. Australia resumed at 3 for 37. Boland was out with the score on 47. Head with the score on 59. Smith with the score on 63. So 6 for 63. Became 7 for 112 with Green out. And then Stark dismissed at 121, and since then it's been a handy 20 runs exactly added between these two. Cummins has scored 12 of those and Carey 8. Carey is the leading run scorer for Victoria Police for non-urgent police assistance. Call 131 444. He is 40 not out from 69 balls. The player of the day is Mark Wood for Bingley. Grab a deal today. He has bowled 13 overs in all of his innings, taken 5 for 32. Stuart Broad, 15 overs, 2 for 42. Wokes, 1 for 40. The other wicket taker, Ollie Robinson, 11 overs, none for 23. But that is the situation, the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. It's 8 for 141 and a lead of 252 runs. As we head to the break, if you are looking for an exciting trip away this summer, head to visitmildura.com.au. There's plenty to do, including the Ted Hurley Ski Classic. That's next weekend on the Darling and Murray Rivers. We'll take a break, back with Jared and Pete next on SEN Test Cricket.
This summer, Foxtel is the only place to watch every ball of the Vodafone Ashes series in 4K Ultra HD. Foxtel, Australia's only dedicated sport 4K Ultra HD channel. The Vodafone Ashes series in 4K Ultra HD. Only on Foxtel for the love of cricket.
Looking for an exciting trip away this summer? You'll be spoiled for choice in Mildura. There's plenty for the kids to enjoy, coupled with natural landscapes, great food and amazing weather. So what are you waiting for? Start your journey with us online at visitmildura.com.au and get planning.
Think Australia's making positive energy and there's more on the way. It's all part of our plan to reach net zero by 2050. We're rolling out rooftop solar at record levels, expanding Snowy Hydro so it's the biggest battery in the Southern Hemisphere, and investing billions in projects like hydrogen hubs and seaweed for feed, which means more jobs and even less emissions, helping us reach net zero by 2050. Find out more at positiveenergy.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuna, with Toyota Safety Sense as standard, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
This summer, quench your thirst with Nippy's fresh juices. Proudly South Australian, farm grown, family made, picked by our family for yours for over 50 years. Tree to table, that's Nippy's.
Delicious!
Good pals are hard to find, but at Parafield Airport Liquor Store, hard to find is our specialty. Whether you're after old reliable pals or want some new pals, Sam, Jamie and the team know just the pals for you. They've made pals with over 200 gins, over 300 craft beers, over 500 whiskies from around the world, and over 2,000 wines. Parafield Airport Liquor Store. Pals. Open till late 7 days. Next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield.
G'day, Greg Rust here. Before you go away on your long-deserved holiday, get your 4B kitted out with the Bendix Ultimate 4-Wheel Drive Brake Upgrade Kit with advanced brake pads and rotors, braided lines and lots more. It's the ultimate brake upgrade for the latest 4x4 vehicles like the Ranger and Hilux. When you've loaded up all the gear in your 4-wheel drive or you're towing your caravan, make sure your brakes are up to the job with the Bendix Ultimate 4-Wheel Drive Brake Upgrade Kit. Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence.
Having a top performer on your side? That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund.
General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
Get into Anaconda and save on Christmas essentials. 60% off lifetime 5-foot tables, Bitterbeck Springline Double High Queen Airbed, only $79. Play more and pay less without 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply.
Anaconda!
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
If there's one thing you can be certain of these days, it's that at Chemist Warehouse, your health is our top priority, which is why we're now a COVID-19 vaccination provider. To check your eligibility, scan the QR code in-store or visit our website, chemistwarehouse.com.au/COVID. Then simply book your appointment and we'll see you in store on the day of your vaccination. Chemist Warehouse, always here for you.
Oh, that's not the sound of Barbies firing up for the new barbecue season. That's the sound of pressure. It's the difference between getting your guests fired up with your perfect steaks or Uncle Rex firing up over the one that's overdone. And you really don't want Uncle Rex getting fired up. You've got the skills from Barbecues Galore. So fire up this barbecue season and become the barbecue legend you were born to be. So rest easy, Uncle Rex. We got this. Barbecues Galore. The range, the price, the knowledge. Now you're cooking.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
G'day, Flem here. Hit your career out of the park with an apprenticeship through MEGT. Business owners can open their innings in 2022 by letting MEGT source the best apprentices and trainees, and even qualify for wage subsidies. Visit MEGT.com.au.
G'day, Glenn McGrath here. The Ashes are well and truly underway, and so no matter where you are or who you go for, you can help the thousands of families experiencing breast cancer by purchasing your very own virtual pink seat. You can buy one for yourself, for you and your mate, or for your entire family. Visit pinktest.com.au, buy your virtual pink seat, and help us make this the pinkest Ashes ever. Oh, and P.S. I've got mine.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuna, with Toyota Safety Sense as standard, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Here's Wokes bowls again to Kerry. Chops on!
No
ball signalled. Massive call from umpire Rifle. Broad bowls and Green wrapped on the pad. They're up and asking. Broad thought stone dead.
He'll have to review, otherwise they're giving away all those overthrows.
Wood powers into Stark from the hip. He's gone straight to short leg and he's caught. Pope takes the catch. Wood strikes again. He's taken his 5th wicket.
The dinner break for Husky Drink Storage Solutions. Celebrate at home.
A test match that has been running at warp speed. Those 2.5 hours just packed with events. 5 wickets and 104 runs. The dinner break at SEN Test Cricket for Husky Drink Storage Solutions. We're live from Blunston Arena. Blunston built to last. All manner of correspondence pouring through with the controversies at play. 0433 98 11 16 for tyre power. Big holiday sale. The scoreboard reads 8 for 141. Australia's lead is 256. Carey is 40. Cummins is 12. Pete Lawler's watching it all from the shed in Marrickville. For Anaconda, play more, pay less. Pete, hello.
A little bit envious of you being there, Gerard. This is shaping up as a pretty exciting test match, isn't it?
It is. So before we get to work in all of that, how are you faring, you poor fella?
Yeah. I could be better, Gerard. I could be worse. Yeah, yep. It's one day up, one day down. It does drag on for some people, and unfortunately I appear to be one of those people who it's dragging on for. But anyway, the cricket's on, and I've got my couch and I've got my setup down here, so it's not too bad. I'm being fed and watered, so I've got a wife attending to me. So, yeah, I think I'll live, mate. Yeah.
Good to hear. So just your overall, and then we'll dig into each of these moments. Australia's lead is 256. Is that enough?
Well, look, I think it's fantastic that we're in this position. Here we are, the 5th test, and it could have been a bit of a yawn fest, the 5th test, couldn't it? We could have seen England fold up camp and go home, but they signalled in the last match that they still had something to prove, and they're signalling here that that they still want to prove something. But it is just so damn frustrating that they have taken so long to come to the party. And we've even been able to see that in this test match itself, Gerard. I think with Woods bowling. Was it Woods bowling on that first morning when I think he dropped short twice? Was it to Head or Labuschagne? I can't remember. Whichever batter it was. 2 short balls that had him in trouble, and then he abandoned that tactic and didn't come back to it until the next day. And since then, what's been working? The short ball and getting wickets. Now, I don't get why an intelligent bowler surrounded by intelligent players and a captain and a bowling coach up in a box and all these people that surround a cricket team can't work that out more quickly. Can somebody get up off their behind and walk down from the coach's box and say, mate, those 2 bouncers you bowled on that first morning, they're rippers, stick to that. But instead, it's taken until this point in the game. I find that very disappointing, and it strikes a curious note to me because James Anderson, if you'll recall earlier, I think after about the second test, he wrote a column that could have been taken either way, where he said, it's not just, the batters have to take some responsibility for what's going on in this test match. But the other thing he said was, we would like some more feedback on the field. Yes. This is really curious to me that a professional cricket outfit can't work these things out more quickly. And also, the very fact that Wood has bowled more since the series has been finished, since England fell so far behind that they couldn't win the series, Wood has bowled more and bowled better. They kind of play this game like, it's a marathon, but it's not a marathon test cricket. You've got to get it in the bag quickly. Yes. And in some ways it's great to see it go to the wire like it's going to now, but in other ways it must be endlessly frustrating for England fans.
It is rather exposing to see Australia so uncomfortable against the short, fast ball that Mark Wood is producing.
Yeah, it's so obvious, isn't it? And people have used that tactic against Steve Smith in the past, haven't they? Ever since Wagner's ring cycle in that amazing series a couple of years ago. It's obviously a tactic that bothers him. It's obviously a tactic that's going to bother a batter like Green, who is tall and struggles to get under a big ball. And Head has a weakness against it too, or seems to have one in the last couple of innings. So it's great to see him bowling like this. This is what I love. And I suppose here's another frustrating element, because it's not in England's hands. But had Jofra Archer been here with Wood bowling this sort of heat in Australia, this could have been a very, very, very different series. And you wonder, too, what the level of debate would be like about English cricket if those two had made this series and bowled together and levelled it up a bit. Naturally, they still have the problems with their batting. Batting is their major problem, but it would have made this a hell of a lot more of a competitive series.
The flashpoint of the session was when Alex Carey was bowled by Chris Wokes and then reviewed as a no ball. At that stage, Carey was 19. The lead was precarious at 207. It would have been 7 for 92. We read the transcript of Simon Taufel from Channel 7 a little earlier on. It felt a little contradictory, so I told you we'd play the audio. Here it is.
Conclusive evidence is required for that front foot no ball to be called. The third umpire did take a long time and a lot of replays to analyse and look at that. And that often is a fairly good indicator that if you don't get conclusive evidence up front, it's really hard to overturn and rule that that's an unfair delivery. So a really tough one for all the umpires involved, but you're right, conclusive evidence is required.
So, Simon, you're telling us that was an incorrect decision?
I'm sitting at home looking at those pictures, and if they're the pictures the third umpire is seeing, I don't think that I'd overrule that and call that a no ball no.
Okay, so that actually, yes, as Simon Taufel disagrees with what Paul Rifle said, that provides a little more clarity. What did you think, Pete?
Well, that's a pretty significant moment if somebody like Simon Taufel is willing to sort of publicly disagree with the umpires on something like that. But where I was sitting, I could not see any part of that foot behind the line.
Yeah.
But So, I don't know. It just looked like a no ball to me. I'm surprised at the controversy on this, but I have to accept the greater wisdom of Simon Taufel and those who ride with him on the subject. But to me, it just looked like a clear-cut no ball. What did you think, Sher?
There wasn't a frame that Paul Rifle could have relied upon to rule it as a legal delivery. There wasn't a single shred of evidence that he had which showed a part of the foot behind the line. I don't think he had any other choice that he could have made. And I disagree with... I'm a little bit... sheepish in doing this, but I absolutely disagree with the contention that Simon Taufel put forward. There is nothing to overrule. There is no decision made on the field anymore as to whether a ball is legal or illegal. That is entirely the domain of the television umpire. So as I understand it, it's a complete blank slate. And so my question is, which one are you trying to prove? Are you trying to prove that it is a no ball, or if you're trying to prove that it isn't a no ball? If you are working with a clean slate, as Paul Rifle was here, he had nothing to declare that a legal delivery with. And so I think you have to go the other way and call it as a no ball.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, and I hesitate to call him out. But I'm looking for part of the foot behind the line. And as you say, using that phrase overturn doesn't wear in this situation. The decision is not made on the field. The decision is made up there in the box. And how could you make the decision that was a legitimate delivery if there is no evidence using the available technology that there was a part of the foot behind the line? Maybe when they finish with Joker in the court, we could take this one to him.
I did suggest that, Pete. I did suggest that we had 3 eminent judges sitting right now that we could run it past. I think it's a far more controversial decision if Paul Rifle allows it to stand as a legal delivery, because I don't think he's got any evidence to do that with. So I think this is... I just don't think he was left with any other decision. The conventions of cricket and the way the laws are written and applied, where I struggle is Carey is out on 30 LBW, and that is overturned as pitching outside leg. It did no such thing. It pitched in line with the leg stump, just not 50% of the ball. It's not a projection, it's an actuality. That would be like saying at the Australian Open, when we use the line technology, that all of the ball has to be over all of the line. That's not it. That ball has kissed the line of the leg stump quite significantly, and the way the laws are applied in this instance, I think, is illogical.
You're talking to a man with COVID brain, Gerard, and there's smoke coming out of my ears trying to follow your logic on that one. But I'm going to agree with you because you're a very smart guy.
I'm not sure whether that's very satisfying or not.
I'll tell you one other thing. There's a sense of poetic justice in Broad having a wicket taken off him like that. Because, mate, I do not like the way you appeal. It really gets up my nose. Show some respect to the umpires, turn around and look at them and ask them the question. And I think any bowler who gets that close to the batter is just going way too far with that stuff. Look, I really like Stuart Broad. I reckon he's a great cricketer. He plays the game in really good spirits, and I think a lot of Australians are very hard on him. But that is one area of his game that really rankles with me. So, yeah, a little bit of poetic justice there.
Broad has 2 for 42. Mark Wood is the player of the day for Bingley. Grab a deal today. He has 5 for 32. What do you reckon happens here? There's a lot of cricket to be played today. It's heavily overcast, Pete. The lights are already on. We know the evening session is played fully under the lights. Australia is 256 in front with 2 wickets in hand. I feel like it's a long day for England from here if they pick up the batting in about half an hour's time.
Yeah. They will really want to get in there early and get their top order facing that pink ball before the evening sets in. We know how difficult it is to bat in any place when the lights come in with the pink ball. They have what's their highest score? They haven't passed 300 this series, have they?
290.
So
to
do
290s.
So to do it in this Test match, it's a really big ask for England. And it will be disappointing by Australia if they don't apply themselves to the task at hand and restrict them to a lower total. I think I think there's plenty of petrol in the Australian tank yet. I don't think that they're bowling half hour or anything like that. A little bit like Wood, they've still got some grunt left, and with Stark, Cummins, Boland and Green, I think they shouldn't have much problem knocking England over for under 250.
Let me ask you about Virat Kohli and his decision to leave the Indian captaincy. So progressively over 8 weeks, he has been stood down from all forms of leadership within Indian cricket. It's a profound leadership of the Test environment for sure and certain, and not just of his nation, but as Mike Atherton was talking about, the whole of Test cricket and his advocacy for it. How immense a figure has he been, and how significant is his stepping down?
I'm glad you asked, Gerard, because he is one of the favourite cricketers of my lifetime has been Virat Kohli, and the achievements that he's had with this Indian team have been incredibly significant. He's an all-time great Indian captain, and one of the all-time great captains. In some ways, he reminds me of a sort of India's Ricky Ponting, with a touch of Steve Waugh in there too. It's that aggression, that confidence, that follow me through the brick wall, fellas. But it's the benchmarks that he set as an Indian captain. The fitness, for a start. He radically changed that side's attention to detail around fitness, and it's no coincidence that they won so many matches under him, because they were fit enough to be there in the fourth and fifth days and do what needed to be done. The other thing that he brought was no fear. This was an Indian team that learnt to win overseas. It's very difficult for any team to win overseas, but India had always struggled with that. But under him, they had that one series win directly under him here. They had that fantastic series in England recently. He plays the game with great passion. He's not a man without flaws. I think he crosses the line too often, but it is nothing that brings the game into massive disrepute. It's just something I would prefer he hadn't done, and I suspect that in some ways he probably thinks that too sometimes about his behaviour on the field, but he gets that red mist in. I'll accept that occasionally because of the passion with which he plays and the way he plays the game. And world cricket owes him too, Gerard, because he has championed Test cricket at a time when, it faces many headwinds from other forms of the game, particularly in the country where he comes from. In India, it is the home of T20 cricket and franchise cricket and whatever this IPL thing is called. But he has... Sorry, I shouldn't know that. But he's Test matches first and foremost. I'm not surprised he stood down. I felt almost like he was detaching slightly from the team and come to another place in his life with having a child. Also, the circumstances that cricket's played in now are quite wearing. I think he's possibly a little offended to lose the white ball job. He also doesn't have his great mate Shastri there, who he thanked in his press release. Yeah. But he's provided cricket fans with extraordinary entertainment. What great fun it would have been to have been a fan of India through that whole period. But it was great fun to watch the Indian teams when he brought them here. In fact, it was great fun to watch the Indian teams when he first came here and flipped the bird to the crowd at the SCG. But from that day on, I like you. You're good.
Good stuff, Pete. Hey, I doubt we reach dinner tomorrow, so if this is it for the Test series, a big thank you. It's been trying circumstances on a whole number of fronts. It's great to have you as part of our SEN Test cricket coverage. I look forward to picking up our conversations as the week goes on.
Good to have a reason to get off the couch occasionally, Gerard. Thanks,
good man. Chief cricket writer at The Australian, Peter Lawler. Looking for an exciting Triple A this summer? You'll be spoiled for choice in Mildura. Head to visitmildura.com.au and get planning. The Ted Hurley Classic Ski Race is held on the Darling and Murray Rivers in late January, so that's coming up. It's the dinner break on SEN Test Cricket for Husky Drink Storage Solutions. Celebrate at home. Australia 8 for 141.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuna, with Toyota Safety Sense as standard, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. Summer is here, and that means two things. Our big quicks are steaming in on the pitch, and your car's aircon needs to be on top of its mark. Your off-stump will be blown away by the aircon service at your local Repco authorised service centre. Their fully qualified mechanics will keep you cool all year with a comprehensive service on your car's aircon system, no matter what you drive. Book online today at repcoservice.com.
Ever dreamt of snaffling glory? We can't fix sporting dreams, but you can snaffle hundreds of products today and pay in bite-sized payments tomorrow. Visit snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
Having a top performer on your side? That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund.
General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
What are the sounds of summer? A sizzling serve from Ash Barty and a perfectly done steak on the barbie. The sounds of summer. Catch them all on SEN. Brought to you by Barbecues Galore. Shop online and in-store at Barbecues Galore. Now you're cooking.
If there's one thing you can be certain of these days, it's that at Chemist Warehouse, your health is our top priority, which is why we're now a COVID-19 vaccination provider. To check your eligibility, scan the QR code in-store or visit our website, chemistwarehouse.com.au/COVID. Then simply book your appointment and we'll see you in store on the day of your vaccination. Chemist Warehouse, always here for you.
When there are issues with your bathroom grout, hop to it. And you need someone to sort it out, hop to it. When your walls are damp and the carpet creaks, you want the best to repair your leaks, hop to it. Need an expert in the field, so now's the time to get Mega Sealed. Stop leaking showers and balconies without removing tiles. Visit megasealed.com.au. Mega Sealed.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Harvey Norman Summer Sizzlers. Enjoy summer at home. Buy local and support Australian-made manufacturing. Big brand Australian-made Queen mattress from a low $599. The feature-packed Bradford 3-seater fabric sofa with powered recliners, $2,799. Miele 8-kilo front-load washing machine plus Miele 8-kilo heat pump dryer package. Great price, $3,699. Save $600. Save $200 on the powerful Acer Aspire 5 laptop. Now $997. On now at Harvey Norman.
G'day, I'm Damien Fleming. Ready to smash your career out of the park? Get the experts at MEGT on board. MEGT is Australia's largest and only national apprenticeship network provider, with apprenticeship completion rates above the national average. If you're transitioning from school or you're a business owner, hit your employment goals for 6 with MEGT. Start building a solid partnership with your local apprenticeship experts. Visit MEGT.com.au or call 13 63 48.
SENSA's studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company, Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuner, with Toyota Safety Sense as standard, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
It's the dinner break for Husky Drink Storage Solutions. Celebrate at home. We're live from Blunston Arena. Blunston built to last. Australia's lead is 256 with 2 wickets left in hand. The tennis, hey? Tomorrow, the start of the Australian Open. Today's federal court hearing. The draw is out for tomorrow. Brett Phillips is keeping an eye across all of this. SEN's tennis commentator, thanks to Yonex, who have launched their new E-Zone 7th generation tennis racket crafted for power. Head to yonex.com. BP, hello.
Well, Gerard, Novak's in the order of play, but we still don't know whether he will actually make it to Rod Laver Arena tomorrow night. Decision pending.
So he's got the prime time slot?
Yeah, so Ash Barty will kick off the night at 7 o'clock against Lucia Sorenko, of course, the former world number 23, and then they've slotted in Djokovic and Kekmanovic as the second night session on Rod Laver Arena. Legal arguments are all completed, Gerard, as we know, and they are obviously the judges mulling over it all right now, and we're going to get a decision at, some stage in tonight. We don't know when, but you would think it's certainly going to come tonight.
So we're just told while you're speaking, BP, that the court will resume at 5:45. So maybe that's a decision in 15 minutes' time. I imagine we all were, because it will be a spectacle if he plays. Were you expecting that he would be slated for centre court?
Yeah, absolutely. I think as the world number one and 9-time champion, he absolutely has to play on Rod Laver. So, I think that makes perfect sense to me. And obviously they're pushing it back. Sometimes, you might play the men's match first, but in the case of Ash Barty being the world number one, and you'd put her in the absolute prime time spot of 7 o'clock tomorrow night. So, the scheduling certainly makes sense. There's a few Aussies out tomorrow. Thanasi Kokonakis, he's just got back into town after winning in Adelaide last night, Gerard. So he has spent a lot of petrol tickets this week, but he's done a bit of media in the last little half hour, so they're going to put him out on Show Court 3, whip that crowd into a nice little frenzy late in the day tomorrow. James Duckworth will be out there, Isla Tomjanovic in a rematch with Paolo Badosa on Margaret Court Arena, and John Millman will play on John Cain Arena. So, a few of the Aussies certainly on the main court on day one.
It was uplifting, the energy around Kokonakis and his responses last night. It was quite beautiful.
It's been an incredible week, Gerard. I mean, that crowd has willed him over the line. He's had some adversity that he's had to get through, but, in full swing, his ball striking has been absolutely exemplary. I mean, that forehand cross-court, if you're trying to chase that down, good luck. So, you don't want to be putting it into the hitting zone of his forehand, and let's hope the momentum of Adelaide can continue into Melbourne and we can see a match-up with Rafael Nadal, at least in the second round. I was watching Rafa practice for a good hour today. It's an intense session on centre court, but he looks pretty sharp and ready to go, and we can't wait for the tennis to actually get started tomorrow.
Excellent, BP. Good luck with it all.
Stay tuned. Thanks, Gerard.
Brett Phillips. So the federal courts will deliver its orders at 5:45. So in 12 minutes' time, the full reasons will be published at a later date. So all on alert to see how that unfolds. Brett Phillips, thanks to Yonex, who have launched their new E-Zone 7th generation tennis racket crafted for power. Head to yonex.com. Where to next in Hobart, Australia? 8 for 141 at the dinner break for Husky Drink Storage Solutions. Celebrate at home. SEN's Test Cricket is for Host Plus. That's a plus. And Henley, everyday advantage. Lots of choice to personalise your home.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuner, with Toyota Safety Sense as standard, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
G'day, Alex Carey here. Toyota have been taking families to cricket grounds all over Australia for 50 years. So when Toyota designed the Fortuner, they built it with power, comfort and added safety to get you through the toughest conditions. With Apple CarPlay and a stylish interior, there is plenty of space to keep you comfy and plenty of storage for all the gear. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuner. How's that? Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
No one likes a messy office. Hygiene standards start to slip, so keeping your office clean is getting harder. Make the move across to Laurenex Cleaning. From office buildings to shopping centres, Laurenex Cleaning will deliver higher standards for you and your customers. Office cleaning, high-rise window cleans, preventative infection control, garden maintenance and much more. Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australian workplaces super clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety for your office. Google them today.
It's time to put the out of office on for the big holiday sale. Now on at Tyre Power. Your number one destination on Google Maps for safety, Tyre Power is ready to help your family get ready for your driving holiday. So before you hit the road, make Tyre Power your first stop and find out why Tyre Power is Australia's best. During the big holiday sale on now, buy 3 get 1 free on selected Kumo passenger and SUV tyres. Each Tyre Power is 100% independent and locally owned. Find your Aussie local at tyrepower.com.au.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer? With a brand new energy-efficient Husky drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1800 858 858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegambling.helpline.org.au.
Hong Kong racing, there's nothing like it. The weekends at Sha Tin and every Wednesday under lights at Happy Valley. Some of the best jockeys do battle in the world, including Joe Moreira and Zach Purton. You can bet into the Hong Kong Jockey Club's commingled pools on every meeting through tab.com.au. For form guides, go to hkjc.com. The Hong Kong beat is back. There's nothing like it. Gamble responsibly. 1-800-858-858.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brantz. Plus, on the SENW channel, we cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more. For the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
What are the sounds of summer? Steve Smith cooking with the bat and a perfectly done steak on the barbie. The sounds of summer. Catch them all on SEN. Brought to you by Barbecues Galore. Shop online and in store at Barbecues Galore. Now you're cooking.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
SENSA's studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company, Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuner with Toyota Safety Sense as standard and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. The second session. Stay safe. Search Dial before you dig every time.
Heavily overcast skies in Hobart. The lights really are in full effect already. It's 20 to 6 local time and the middle session of day 3 is about to commence. Australia 8 for 141 with a lead of 256. Carey is 40, Cummins is 12. We just witnessed a session 5 for 104 and all manner of talking point and controversy. We're live from Blunston Arena, Blunston built to last. There is no rain forecast. If you just strayed in, you'd think it was about to pelt down, but that's not the case for Rainbird. Smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. What is about to play out before us? We were together at the start of the day, fancying that things might happen quickly, and things have indeed progressed substantially. Damien Fleming, welcome back.
Gerard, how are you, listeners? No, that was another fantastic session, wasn't there? With no balls, there was wickets from bounces from Wood again, and then Carey, unbelievably, you could say he's 2 for 40. Yes. You know, he's had most of the fortune, but good on him. He's making the most of it. So runs important here for Australia. 256 lead. Get to 300. That's a score that England haven't got to through the series, but it still opens up that what happens if one English player plays a blinder, whether it's Crawley, whether it's Roots, whether it's Ben Stokes, it's a still gettable total.
Yep. The next 30 runs, probably that's whether Australia gets them or not. And this test moving quickly. Darryl's misunderstood what I said. I don't think I'll be talking to Pete Lawler at dinner tomorrow. I think it'll be resolved one way or another by then. The speed at which this test has moved. Either England will have run down the runs or Australia will have gone through them. So these phases, 256 run lead. DRS in effect for everything. Mark Woods with 5 wickets to his name, 5 for 32. He's got the 3 rings on the leg side, 2 in close bat pad. Leg gully, then he's got a mid-wicket and a square leg, and then he's got a deep square and a fine leg. So it'll be all short stuff, Wood begins the session. He bowls to Cummins, who pops it up short of Pope, who is a fraction deeper, I think, than he has been typically. He's been halfway along the second pitch. It seemed he was a little deeper than that, and it hasn't carried to him.
The bouncer again. So Wood at one stage had number 75 in this test match, decided to bowl bouncers, and now might get a 10-wicket haul, all with bouncers.
Yes. He's around the top of his mark. Most threatening indeed. Around the wicket he bowls. Cummins took evasive action. Left the gloves and the handle high. Made contact. Got it to ground in front of Pope. He never saw how that resolved.
Pat Cummins looked very uncomfortable, isn't he? He hasn't found a way. Unlike our number 11, the hookologist, Nathan Lyon, he's just going to get inside the line of those and give some crowd catches. It's funny, isn't it, that Nathan Lyon is the Australian batsman that's handled the short ball the best.
Yeah. And there's some peculiarities in there with some of how it's been played. Cummins wore that under the armpit, having a look at the replay for Blunston, built to last. Wood bowls, and it's past the outside edge of Cummins, who's walking across his stumps. He's moving everywhere.
Sorry, when I said Nathan Lyon has played the short ball best, he's actually the only batsman that says look comfortable against it. Yeah. There's 10 Australian batsmen who are uncomfortable against Wood's short ball.
Are you surprised by it?
Not as much as the Australian batsman.
Yeah.
I mean, it's skiddier, isn't it? And it's not steep bounce. It's not easy to duck under, but I think you can get inside and hook it and pull it.
Wood bowls, Cummins spunts the ball around the corner to Burns at short square, backward square.
And Nathan Lyon sets himself up for it, doesn't he? So I've been interested that no one else is actually set up for the short ball, and then if he goes full, you just back your eye to keep that out.
Yep, Head was, you forecast how uncomfortable Head would be against the short ball, and you were dead right. Just hung the bat down the leg side to get out Smith. Just a very odd hook shot to get himself out. Wood bowls, Cummins ducks, saw it early, got down low and underneath.
But it's a plan. Unfortunately, they're one bowler down because they chose the wrong bowler to do it in Ben Stokes, who injured himself. And how handy would Stokes have bowled on this pitch?
Yes, it will be a head-scratcher for everyone today. England had spoken for 18 months about how they were planning for the Ashes. Fairdingham, it looked like they arrived and were quite shocked to be thrust into it and have taken 5 tests to figure out what might work. Mark Woods to round out the first over after dinner. Cummins is fishing for it outside the off stump. Nothing there. A maiden 8 for 141 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Flem, just can I walk you through the events from a bowling perspective in particular? We're loaded with batsmen here. You're our bowlologist. Do you think Wokes was a no ball?
I didn't see any part of the foot behind the white line.
Yeah.
And
comfortable with the call?
Yes. There's been a bit of talk about that the opposite way, that there had to be proof that it was conclusive. And I don't understand that because it wasn't conclusive that it was behind.
Yeah. That's you and I are like-minded on that. Good to get the bowling perspective. What about the convention or the law that requires more than 50% of the ball to be pitched in line with the leg stump? And if it's not, it's deemed to have pitched outside leg stump on something that is not a projection but an actuality.
Yeah, I'm happy with just about any part of the ball. As long as part of the ball is pitching on leg stump line and going on to hit the stump, I want to give that out going forward. It's too big an advantage for left-handed batsmen because they predominantly face right-hand bowlers from over the wicket, and that's why we've seen more left-hand batsmen in the top 3 than ever in the history of the game, because the DRS is saving them.
Yeah, it's completely illogical the way that it is applied. Stuart Broad from the River End. Alex Carey's on 40. He bowls and Carey stands tall on it, knocks it away through backward point. There's a third man in place as well. They converge in the deep, but Carey will get 2. He's 42. The lead grows to 258.
Yeah, make the most of it, Alex Carey. A nice little 60 or 70 not out here would give him a lot of confidence going into the second innings with the gloves, but on tour. He hasn't had, I wouldn't say he's had a lot of opportunities to score big in this series. It hasn't been batter dominated, but a couple of 50s in your first series is handy.
So you would have had Carey survive on 19. Your application or your rewriting of the law would have Carey out on 30. What about Cummins in the first ball duck? Carey faces up to Broad. He's punching to cover, no run. So this was the review from Cummins. It was given out on field. It was a Yorker. It's hit him on the toe and was adjudged to be missing the off stump.
Yeah, I just thought it was missing.
Yeah,
I was happy with that. Happy with that one. Yeah, so out of the 3, it was just Carey out, LBW. Great deceivement from Wood though, and yes, pretty good execution, and bad batting from Cummins. He was ducking.
Broad over the wicket, bowls. Carey defends to cover again.
And we probably talked about a bit too, the Stuart Broad appeal. He's probably not going to change at his age, but I'd like him to appeal first than to be running down the pitch.
Yep, swing rounds.
A big Dennis Lilly appeal.
Yeah, and keep moving backwards, but be facing the umpire when you do so. He got the LBW on green on the DRS that he used to good effect. It was in on the back pad and it was absolutely out. He had been enthusiastic through the early stages, but he was right on that one. He's going to switch angles and come around the wicket to Carey, who's defending the ball down the line of the offside again. So these are going to be excellent bowling conditions for the remainder of the day, Flem, because the weather has closed in so much. It's 5:45 local time. This is almost as good as it being dark now. So 4.5 hours still to play for both teams. England only have to get 2 more, but it's going to be a prime time to bowl for Australia. Broad in, Carey plays the ball to point. He'll be able to get a run. He used the soft hands to keep it away from the field. He goes to 43. It's 8 for 144.
Yeah, it lends itself to bowler-friendly conditions. So for England, it's going to be an almost a once-in-a-generational Stokes at Headingley 2019. Yeah. I'll think of some other innings once I've given it some thought. But it does happen. This is what Test cricket does provide. I played in the Test match where Langer and Gilchrist got hundreds to win it down at Hobart, 20 years ago against an amazing Pakistan attack.
Bat pad comes in for Cummins, 2 in the deep on the leg side, point out on the rope, 2 slips. And Broad will be over the wickets as he bowls to Cummins, who plays with a dead bat out to cover. That is the end of the over. 8 for 144 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
The Hyundai Venue fits in anywhere, even into your budget. Experience safety technologies, comfort and style, all within a compact SUV. And enjoy standout features like Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Plus, you're all backed up with the confidence of Hyundai's 5-year warranty. The Hyundai Venue fits in anywhere, stands out everywhere. Test drive the Venue today. T's and C's apply.
The session for Dial Before You Dig. Stay safe. Search Dial Before You Dig every time. Partnership is worth 23. The lead is 259. A now familiar field for Mark Wood. 3 in the deep on the leg slide and the fly slip as well. Pullovers are on as the weather has cooled and Carey gets inside the line and allows it to pass down the leg side.
So they're going with their best bowlers here, England. Yeah. There is a big drop-off after Wood and Broad. And Wood does deserve a 10-wicket haul. His efforts through the series have been unbelievable. None better than this second innings.
No, there's been a certain degree of justice in it all. Wood bowls to Carey, who ducks the bouncer. So those in the hot seat, Colo, as we look around the fields for Robot Building Supplies, Robot's got it. I've got Wokes at deep mid-wicket, Burns at deep backward square, Milan at fine leg, and Stokes at third man. Ticking off on those?
Yep, that's all right. And Pope under the lid at short leg, and then over at square leg is Stuart Broad also in the game.
So Milan has had a moment down in front of the hill where he's fielding now. He'll hope not to have one in terms of a dropped catch. Carey leaves outside the off stump and is pitched a little further up. So, Flem, I'll read you this text that we've had so much correspondence, I haven't done justice to it around all the DRS and the like. Ian sent through, isn't the 50% of the ball due to technology proved inaccuracies? Less than 50% could be totally missing and therefore going with the umpire the right way to go. Where I disagree with that is the ball pitching is an actuality. The projection on the stumps is theoretical. It has to have a margin for error. Wood bowls and Carey uppercuts down to the point boundary, and he'll grab the boundary. A 4 for Foxtel. 4K4's Foxtel for the love of cricket. 8 for 148. Alex Carey moves to 47.
Haven't had a great opportunity to actually open up the face, get inside the line and hit through the offside with Wood's bounces. They've been really tight at the body, so half an opportunity. And Carey maximised it. That's a very clever shot.
So Carey's finding a way. Wood bowls to him and he stays inside the line of the leg side bouncer.
Yeah, just the problem with the ball tracking is also just wearing pitches. You know, in the Sydney pitch, it was up and down. So I don't know how you actually track the pitch inconsistencies day by day. There's got to be a little bit of guesswork.
But where the ball lands is not, as we're about to head to Rod Laver Arena and the likes, is that that is not a projection. That is where the ball landed. If the technology isn't doing that, then it should be scrapped entirely. Wood bowls and Carey got out of the way. The federal court has just made its ruling. Novak Djokovic is to be deported. The application has been dismissed.
This summer, quench your thirst with Nippy's fresh juices. Proudly South Australian, farm-grown, family-made, picked by our family for yours for over 50 years. Tree to table. That's Nippy's.
Delicious! When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
So Novak Djokovic can tell his story walking. No Australian Open for you. The Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. 8 for 148, 53 overs into this innings. The lead is 263. Pat Cummins on strike. He defends the first ball of Stuart Broad's fresh over. No run.
And Pat Cummins has got a big job here as well. Last couple of years, I think he's found it hard to score. I like him when he's uncomplicated, leaving the ball, blocking it, or full-blooded drives.
He didn't want any part of the Wood bounces
early.
No,
thank you.
No, that was... and I'm sure there was a lot said in the middle about it. Broad bowls, and it's left outside the off-stump by Cummins. That was proper tail end batting. Get the hell out of the way.
Yeah, but we're also talking about a man who hasn't batted yet, who's found a way, who's taken it on. And I think if you're going to bat 8, 9, 10 or 11, Gerard, in international cricket, if you hang around for a period of time, you are going to get a lot of bounces. So you need a plan against them.
Stuart Broad, 2 for 42. Strides in and bowls, and Cummins nibbles the ball out to point, and he'll be able to take a run and build the lead to 264. It's 8 for 149.
Yeah, get down the other end, Paddy. Alex Carey, 47 now, off 80 deliveries. Looking more and more assured in the middle.
Isn't he a wonderful figure, Stuart Broad, as the wicket last night? Most for an Englishman in Ashes cricket. Followed up, he has been incorrigible in the way that he's played today. He's embodied the wholehearted nature of it. He's striving away around the wicket. He bowls. Carey drives. No, there's a sweeper out at points. It'll just be a single. As you were, 150 on the board in the 54th over. The loss of 8 wickets, and so Australia's lead is 265.
No, his efforts have been fantastic, and it's just, we keep talking about it every day. How didn't he get that first over at the Gabba against the 2 Aussie left-handers he got out for fun in the previous tour? That was a huge mental win for the Australians, Broad not playing.
He's over the wicket to Cummins, ducks the bouncer. I tell you what, Flemmy, it is as good as night here already, as each player is marked by an X with the artificial lights in full effect. So we're going to get as long a period as you could imagine in these conditions.
And the 54 over ball is still very handy to bowl with. What's the new Kookaburra going to do? Tell you what, you want to get your slips staggered properly?
Yes, you would. Get that sorted. Cummins plays a ball out through points. The sweeper in the deep comes off the rope. They decided not to take the single. So Carey's going to take wood. 8 for 150 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Right now, you can score yourself a free Makita brushless blower when you buy any selected Makita LXT 18-volt ×2 brushless multifunction powerhead kit. Hurry, limited time only. Offer via online redemption. Visit makita.com.au for details. Makita, rule the outdoors.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't take the single there, Flem.
I really don't know what they're doing.
No. Wouldn't want to lose the test by a run from here. Wood is in from the Church Street end. He bowls to Carey, who sways out of the way.
Bizarre. Pat Cummins averages 16. He's faced 30 balls. There's no use, there's no purpose to shepherding or shielding.
He's been so capable with the bat over a long period of time, and he clearly is unnerved by the Wood short ball, but
he's set now. Come on.
Yeah. And you're building a pretty critical lead. Carey has the strike. Wood bowls to him. He ducks the bouncer. There's not much I can read off the text. 0433 98 11 16. She's pretty fruity on a Sunday night, but I have seen them all, those sending them through. There's not much sympathy or love for Novak Djokovic, and there's disapproval of Tennis Australia, shall we say?
Yeah.
This one has been quite a saga. He is ruled upon by the federal court. Novak Djokovic to be deported. He won't be on centre court tomorrow night. He won't be on Rod Laver Arena. He won't be part of this Australian Open. The detail will be interesting as to whether that's the 3-year ban from entering the country or otherwise. Wood around the wicket bowls. Carey inside the line. Lets it pass down the leg side.
Tell you what, Mark Wood is going to sleep well tonight. To actually bowl bounces, I'd be adding 20% extra effort than your stock ball. So that compounds.
Yeah.
But nothing gives you adrenaline like dark conditions with a swinging, seaming ball against tail enders.
That'll do it for you.
Yeah.
The deep backward square. Burns has come in on the 45 into the infields. Wood bowls. Carey stands up, knocks it away through points. And again, they won't take a run. Curiosity.
I don't like it, Gerard. I do not like it. You got to take every run, but then also, you know, Cummins is an experienced player. He's 30 balls into his innings. It's not at the start of his career. He's the captain. Perception's bad.
I'm really surprised. Burns is going to come up a little closer on the 45 at backward square. Carey's on 48. Wood bowls to him. He jags down on it, knocks it away to Pope at short leg. No run. Yes, there's a lot on the text. Got a screen in front of me.
I'm just assuming that, Gerard.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think that there's suggestions of a whole lot of people on their way to Serbia. Fill that plane up. We'll leave that be. Australia's batting for Bundaberg, Gingerbia, Warner, Nort, Labuschagne 5, Khawaja 11, Boland 8, Head 8, Smith 27, Green 23. Carey takes the single off the last ball of the over to move to 49. And the lead goes to 266. It's 8 for 151 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky. Boom!
For tickets and next match details, go to adelaidestrikers.com.au. Ever dreamt of snaffling glory? We can't fix sporting dreams, but you can snaffle hundreds of products today and pay in bite-sized payments tomorrow. Visit snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. I tend not to engage specifically, but Daryl, you've misunderstood. I said I don't think we'll talk to Peter Lalor at dinner tomorrow. Not the test will finish today. Broad around the wicket bowls. Carey went for it. He's edged it through to Billings. He's out. He misses out on his 50 because they wouldn't take the runs that were on offer. Carey goes for 49. Australia is 9 down for 151.
Yeah, disappointing end. It was wide and it was just a little waffle outside off stump. Good reward for Broad, though, picking up 3 wickets. Him and Wood have been sensational today. But Carey had a couple of chances. In the end, he chanced his arm once too many times. And he got a big job to do with the gloves.
And speaking of the gloves, Sam Billings has now taken 5 catches in this innings. So a salute to the debutant. He didn't get one in the first dig, but he's got 5 so far for Snaffle. Visit snaffle.com.au.
Okay.
Yeah.
The hookologist is out. He hasn't bowled yet. He has not bowled in this test match, but 3 big sixes off Wood. An unbelievable catch. That was a brilliant catch he caught. Off to dismiss Ben Stokes. Please tell me, Gerard, that our number 11 won't be shielding our number 10.
Yes. Whatever happens will happen quickly now, I suspect. Nathan Lyon will stand and have a ping on all the evidence before us. Damien Fleming in the experts chair for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Alex Doolan, welcome back.
Thank you.
What have you made of that phase of play?
I really quite liked it, the fact that Alex Carey, as the recognised batter, was trying to take the strike, and I think ultimately he played really well. Disappointing that he misses out on his 50, but also too to protect the skipper from Mark Wood's pace barrage, I think is a really great thing for him to do. Protect Pat Cummins' fingers, because we know that he's going to be very important when he comes to bowl.
Stuart Broad will try to finish it off now. He's in and bowling to Nathan Lyon, who's playing and missing. He was on the drive. It's past the outside edge.
And the problem there was for Nathan Lyon, he didn't try and hit it for 6.
Yes.
He tries to hit it for 6. It generally comes off in this game.
That's a very good ball to number 11s and tailenders, because they will edge as much as top order batsmen, so don't get sucked in.
Stuart Broad 3 for 47 in his 18th over. The crowd wants to see a little bit from Nathan Lyon. Broad bowls to him and Lyon tucks him away past the square leg umpire. He has one. There's 2 to be had, and yes, They'll run hard and get it. Line going into run a ball. 9 for 153.
Oh, they love him. That was a nice little shot too, wasn't it? Just waited on it nicely, worked it through the leg side.
Oh, he's looked good, hasn't he, in both innings?
And he's chatting to the English slips as well.
Lyon now with the trademark stance, front pad kicked out. Broad bowls to him. He drives straight back down the ground. Burns got around. He ended up ricocheting it away. So in his endeavours to save one, he gave away two. Lions to 4. Great mirth for the Sunday crowd on the hill in particular. The lead is 270. He was prepared to dive in the field, not so much with the bat, but to no avail.
He copped a little bit of criticism about that overnight, hasn't he, from some of our greats?
Broad past the umpire, bowls. Lyon strokes it back. Broad knocks it down in his follow through.
Is he batting on a different pitch, Nathan Lyon?
It's just beautiful.
How good was that
swing.
drive?
Yep.
He's gardening. He just hopes Pat Cummins doesn't let him down. Yeah, he's thinking raising the bat here.
Well, Joe Root hasn't thought this through at all. He's giving away the single everywhere. You've got to bring the field up.
Yeah.
Make sure that Lyon can't milk the strike. Last ball of Broad's over. He delivers and Lyon plays it to Gully. He was thinking of running it to the deep point. He couldn't get it away. 9 for 155. Lauren X Cleaning scoreboard. Google Lauren X Cleaning today.
Looking for an exciting trip away this summer? You'll be spoiled for choice in Mildura. Enjoy a night under the stars, a show at the theatre, or check out the live music scene. So what are you waiting for? Start your journey with us online at visitmildura.com.au and get planning.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
The beach balls are out. Australia's lead is 270. SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. So Mark Wood, Will Bowl and Pat Cummins. And Colo, England all chips in as it had to be in this phase.
Yeah, the 7th over of his spell either side of the dinner break. Broad's also bowled 7 in his stretch. So they're going with plan A all the way to the end.
For Nylex recycled water hoses, water like a Nile expert available at Bunnings. Wood over the wicket. Cummins backs right away and has a fling at a ball way outside the off stump. He was on the move before Wood had even reached the crease.
Come on, Paddy. Come on. None of that, please.
Not happy with that, Flem?
No. You cannot. How are you going to hit? How do you hit the ball?
Well, I think he was expecting maybe one at the badge again.
You might as well declare. If you're not going to score.
Statistics.
So fly slip has come down to the rope, 3 in the deep on the leg side.
He wanted that third man too, Wood.
Wood in. Cummins stands his ground, has a swish at it. It passes down the leg side untouched.
That's better. Have a go.
Yeah.
You're inside the line. All you did was miss that. That's the technique we want. And if he goes full, give it a whack too.
Up over the gloves. As we look at the replay for Blunston, built to last. Wood muscles his way in. He bowls. Bowled him! Straight past Pat Cummins, who is having a lusty swing at it. Mark Wood gets 6. And the admiration that has built for him throughout the series comes to full fruition. His teammates give him a hug. The crowd admires the effort, the wholehearted nature with which he has approached it. England bowl Australia out for 155. Cummins the last man to go for 13. The lead is 270. So it sets up a brilliantly poised test match. Damien Fleming.
Yeah, outstanding day's play again, isn't it? Good energy from Wood and Broad. runs from Carey and Green. This is going to be so exciting, Dulce, isn't it? This is exciting because Australia should win. Good bowling conditions, really good pace attack, but can some English batsmen make an amazing 100 and get them home?
Yeah, look, I think Australia well and truly in the box seat, as we can tell here, Flem. But like you said, there are Englishmen in that team that are playing for their careers as well. Guys given their second chances on tour. We know Rory Burns has already been criticised for not diving at that run-out attempt earlier on in his first innings. But, I mean, how good was Mark Wood in this, having bounced back after day one where he was going at eights, and now he's come back and he's had an inspired spell in this innings.
So from none for 75, he then took 9 for 77 in this test match, and he finishes his second innings figures of 6 for 37, his career best.
Yeah, and he was just awesome. I mean, that's the sort of thing that fires up a team, that to see someone come back and bounce back after travelling at eights in his first few spells, to now come back and really give England a chance.
What were his best figures in Test cricket, Colo, as we've just had the immediate inquiry come through, thanks to Tyre Power, 0433 98 11 16.
Yeah, they were 5 for 41. They were against Africa a couple of years ago, and now, yes, 6 for 37 overtakes it.
Career best for Mark Wood. The Australian card, 303 and 155. Warner caught Pope, bowled Broad for 0. Labuschagne caught Billings, bowled Wokes for 5. Kawaja caught Billings, bowled Wood for 11. Boland caught Billings, bowled Wood for 8. Head caught Billings, bowled Wood for 8. You've got the feel of a bit of a trend there. Smith caught Milan, bowled Wood for 27. Green, LBW, Broad for 23. Stark caught Pope, bowled Wood for 1. Carey caught Billings, bowled Broad for 49. Cummins bowled Wood for 13. Lyon 4 not out. Australia all out 155 in 56 and a half overs. Mark Wood 16.3 overs, 2 maidens, 6 for 37. Stuart Broad 18 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 51. Chris Wokes 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 40. And Ollie Robinson 11 overs, 4 maidens, none for 23. England will require 271 to win the 5th test in Hobart. Hutto will be with you next. That's the Laurenex Cleaning Scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. This session for Dial Before You Dig. Stay safe. Search Dial Before You Dig every time.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Look, if you want a lush green backyard, there's one easy way to get it. Install Rainbird. Don't believe me? Look at the MCG's outfield. Check out the Sydney Cricket Ground's Jade Field of Envy, Perth's Optus Stadium, spring green year-round, your neighbour Derek's backyard. Now that's emerald turf. All of these places installed Rainbird, so talk to your landscaper about their irrigation and sprinkler systems. Rainbird, the intelligent use of water. Learn more at rainbird.com.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky.
Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to adelaidestrikers.com.au.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
There's nothing quite like celebrating and enjoying summer vibes with your pals. Parafield Airport Liquor Store, that is. Come into Pals. You'll be bowled over by our prices. Pals, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield. Always drink responsibly.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
G'day landscape gurus. Want something to make you look even better than you already do? Install Rainbird's Arvan rotary sprinkler nozzles. They're designed to improve water efficiency, throwing the right amount of water effectively and getting the best results from your lawns. You can have a green lawn in no time. Don't believe me? Just look at the MCG's outfield. Smooth and pristine green. They installed Rainbird. So install Rainbird's Arvan rotary sprinkler nozzles. Rainbird, the intelligent use of water. Learn more at rainbird.com.
Not feeling confident in your health? For 30 years, Radel has been supporting Aussies by providing health products from naturally derived ingredients so that we don't miss out on the things we love during summer. Radel is dedicated to helping steer you on your health and well-being journey. This summer, make sure you're feeling confident about your health. Radel, the brand of choice by Mitchell Stark and Elisa Healy. Enjoy your summer with health confidence. Visit radel.com.au.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 800 858 858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
When there are issues with your bathroom grout, hop to it. And you need someone to sort it out, hop to it. Stop leaking showers and balconies without removing tiles. Visit megasealed.com.au.
What could you do with $5,000? Thanks to My Money House, you could win $5,000 cash. For details or your chance to win, visit iCanWin.com.au. My Money House, empowering people to live life on their terms.
Hong Kong racing is underway, and Wednesday night, Happy Valley Racing is back. Marira, Purton, Shin and Chad Schofield are set to do battle under lights. You can bet into the Hong Kong Jockey Club's co-mingled pools on every meeting through tab.com.au. The Hong Kong beat is back at Happy Valley. Hong Kong racing. There's nothing like it. For more, go to hkjc.com. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
Brought around the wicket bowls. Carey went for it. He's edged it through to Billings. He's out. He misses out on his 50 because they wouldn't take the runs that were on offer. Wood muscles his way in. He bowls. Bowled him. Straight past Pat Cummins, who is having a lusty swing at it. Mark Wood gets 6. The admiration that has built for him throughout the series comes to full fruition.
271 is the target for victory. Simon Katich is either rubbing his hands together with glee or just simply being hygienic. I think it's probably the latter, but it could be the former because we're set for a fascinating couple of hours ahead. He is one of our experts for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Also, Alex Doolan still with us. Gentlemen, good evening.
Good evening, Hutto.
Oh, what have we got in store?
I've got a feeling it might be a little bit like the MCG.
Carnage.
Yeah, I agree, Kat. I think we know this is the hardest time to bat, and especially for England, they're shot with confidence. They can almost see the light at the end of the Qantas terminal here onto the plane, so I feel this could be over quite quickly.
It's not going to be easy for them.
Rory Burns and Zach Crawley make their way out to the middle. And Rory Burns run out for a duck in the first innings. 51 runs only. We know that's for the series. We know how the series started in glorious fashion in Brisbane. How is it going to end for him? If it was a football match or even a cricket match, what would the coach's address have been to the English batsmen, I wonder? How are they going to approach this? We'll get your expert views in a moment. It looks like we're just about ready to play as the lights have taken just about full effect. Early on a Sunday evening, the crowd fully engaged. And it's Mitchell Stark to Rory Burns. And it's down the leg side. He flicked at it. Carey had a half appeal as he took it. Maybe Mitchell was trying to recreate what happened with the first ball of the series there as he aimed one in at leg stump.
Yeah, he certainly did. I mean, Rory Burns has let the hair down too.
He has,
He's got
literally.
the flowing locks out. He's looking for a change in fortune.
There are those online who theorise that Rory Burns' decline has started with the ponytail. They've been mapping it. So maybe there's a response to that.
Colo follows some interesting accounts. I think we've learnt that over the summer. Just one out on the leg side. He flexes, he's ready. Stark is bowling. He squares him up and it squirts down through the slips. He's got runs. He's got 4. It's a Foxtel 4K boundary. Foxtel for the love of cricket. England are away. They are none for 4, and it's a mere 267 now to win.
I think it's pretty evident what England need to do here, and that is come out and take the game on. I mean, we've seen the only batters that have had any success in this game have been the ones who have chanced their arm a little bit.
See the seam up there from Mitchell Stark. We didn't see that as much in the first innings.
Yeah.
So he thinks there's some swing?
I think so. And that ball then was a good length, squared Burns up, and because of that bat plane that he's got, angled across, got the outside edge.
Stark to Burns. He's across. It jumps up. Hits him in the mid-drift. He stands his ground, but it's difficult. The pink ball expert, Mitchell Stark. No one does it better. They've survived 3 balls so far. It's 4 without loss on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Well, and the other thing from Rory Burns' point of view, after being run out for a duck, he's off them.
Almost a carbon copy of what happened to him in Adelaide too with Stark, wasn't it? That wiper blade coming across the ball and nicking it to third.
There's 3 slips, evenly spaced. Stark to Burns, who gets forward to this one and pushes it out into the gap in the covers. And that's a more convincing bit of batsmanship by Rory Burns. He takes a single, gets to the other end. He has 5 next to his name on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. And that is all of England's total, 266 to win.
Yeah, I think you mentioned before, Hutto, what the advice would be from a coaching perspective. I think from a batting perspective, the messaging just has to be as simple and clear as possible. And I think in these sorts of conditions, when the ball is going to do a fair bit, you've just got to be as decisive as possible with whatever decision you make, whether it's leaving the ball, defending the ball, or attacking. And I think if there's any indecision, that's where the batsman's footwork or position will get exposed by this Australian attack.
Zach Crawley wanders down, does a little bit of gardening for his own sanity and to get himself set. Open stance. The left armour is on his way, Mitchell Stark. Bowls to Crawley, flicked out it down the leg side. Could have made contact if he had have. It most likely would have gone away in a flourish for runs. He missed. Gee, we've seen a lot of dismissals or near dismissals down leg though, Kat.
I know, and I think it's because we've seen a number of batsmen bat almost on off stump. We've seen a number, Crawley, Pope, whilst Pope got out in the offside. You know, Zach Crawley, because he started on off stump and because the ball seamed back in, it catches the inside edge of the bat and goes up to Travis Head at short leg. And then obviously we've seen some of the Australian batsmen as well get so across to off stump that it's made them vulnerable to that leg slip position.
Last ball of the first. Stark bowls, and that does flick the pad. A stifled appeal. It's gone fine. It's gone for 4. They're all valuable runs as it goes away to the boundary. And the first over has yielded 9 runs for England on the SEN Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
As we enjoy the summer of sport, hear all the big moments on the SEN app. Cricket.
And the first century of the series belongs to Travis Head.
NBL.
The pass, Golding. The take, the shoot, the 3!
Tennis.
Serves up the middle and finishes with an ace.
And season 6 of the AFLW.
Quick snap off the right. She's got it through.
Download the SEN app from your chosen app store. Also available on Apple CarPlay. All sports, anywhere, anytime. The SEN app. It's your home of sport.
No wicket for 9. Pat Cummins, who else? Has the pink ball. Tossing it from hand to hand as he gets to the end of his mark. Rory Burns takes guard and then walks away. Alex Carey imagining, in fact, acting out a catch down the leg side. The slips are animated. They all have the jumpers on. It's got much cooler late in the afternoon. Cummins to Burns, who picked it up early and let it pass outside the off stump. Still 9 without loss.
You notice any difference in the stagger of the slips yet? Cat, I know we're only an over and 1 ball into it, but there was a lot of talk about the slips and the drop catches that happened in the first innings, and we saw the experts out here earlier today talking about the stagger. It'll be interesting to see if it is any different.
Yeah, it will be. I mean, David Warner might look fractionally wider, but they don't look like they've moved too far away from each other. They still look pretty tight.
Cummins to Burns again, intent on leaving. It was just fractionally outside the line of off stump.
So that was a long conversation before play today between Alex Carey, Steve Smith, Adam Gilchrist, Shane Warner, Mike Hussey, and they were going through the stagger for about quarter of an hour, working out how they were going to set up here, and it looked as though they were going to move 1 step over. But Carey was sort of directing traffic on that.
Yeah, when I look at where Khawaja is compared to Smith, I don't see that being too much of a distance compared to the first innings. I think it's pretty similar.
Cummins, and Burns gets across, gets himself a little trapped. Shakes his head as the ball again jumped on him. And it went down in front harmlessly. It's still no wicket for 9.
Yeah, and the horse may have bolted a little bit with it being the day 3. I mean, the wicket's generally going to start to get a little bit lower, so the slips do have to be closer and tighter for that. But it's just interesting. I was noticing before play the experts out there going through it and where they would have it and the stagger and all that kind of thing. So
Cummins to Burns, and that's a more compact defence. Got the full face down, all the different angles and weird ways it comes down. He got it down, he got the timing right that time and kept it out. It's still none for 9.
And this is the matchup. Burns has gotten out 5 times to Pat Cummins. Average is just under 20. It's that ball that Pat Cummins hits the seam and leaves the left-hander that's going to be the challenge here, particularly on that probably middle and leg stump line, because you're going to be forced to play at it. There's a short leg in play.
Cummins, Burns gets across. It does run through the gap between slip and gully, and he'll get 2 runs. You'd say he had about half of that under his control. Slightly enforced edge from the bowler, but he was soft enough of hand, got the angle of the bat right. He gets 2, he goes to 7, it's none for 11.
I guess for me, Kat and Hutto, is that for an opening batter in Australia, you've got to have a pretty solid defence. And Rory Burns, just to me, has that technique flaw where the bat comes across the ball. And in England, you might get away with it with some soft hands that it falls short, but in Australia, it carries every day.
Cummins just outside the off stump, so 3 good leaves in the over as well as a couple of runs. It's none for 11 through 2 overs for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Introducing the all-new Staria Load, Hyundai's new commercial van loaded with as much space and tech as you can possibly fit. We've fit in class-leading safety features like a 360-degree surround view monitor in the lift back, giving you another set of eyes on the road. Plus, the 2-seat van fits 3 Euro pallets. Right now, we've also fit in a special $750 bonus for ABN holders. The all-new Hyundai Staria Load fits in everything. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket, Bellerive Oval, Sunday night, heavy cloud cover, lights taking full effect. Mitchell Starc to Zach Crawley. It's full, hits him on the pad. It's a confident shout. It's turned down. Rod Tucker, not interested. Did you think there was some bat on that, Dils?
I did. I thought 2 noises again there, Hutto. We are behind the batsman, so it's hard to see, but I felt there were 2 noises.
Oh yeah, there's a thick inside edge. The replay showing for Blunston, built to last.
Beautiful scene from Mitchell Starc.
Yeah.
That ball came back nicely.
He just pauses at the top of his mark. Now he's got the arms and legs moving. Bowls to Crawley. Pitches it just on a good length outside the off stump. It was a full invitation to drive under different circumstances. Crawley restrained himself.
Yeah, and I love that seam position for Mitchell Starc, because there's a right-handed batsman facing him. not every ball swings, so it makes it really difficult. When the ball is bending back in, you can sometimes find your outside edge a little bit vulnerable because you find yourself playing at every single ball, thinking that it's going to bend back down and take your pad.
Crawley's series, of course, highlighted by that 77 in Sydney's 5th Test century. Impressed all. But these are extremely difficult circumstances. Stark bowls, and he's happy to let that go on its merry way through to the keeper. Still none for 11. Crawley yet to score. Stark midway through his second over. He was caught head bowled Cummins for 18 in the first innings. His second 18 of the series, 18 and 77 in Sydney. After we saw that magnificent innings a few years ago against Pakistan, 267, a lot made of what he hasn't been able to do since. But we saw more than particularly the way he played the short ball in Sydney was outstanding, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's got some talent. There's no doubt about that. Just wonder whether his best spot is potentially in the middle order because he is a stroke player.
3 slips in a gully and a point employed behind the wicket. Stark to Crawley, and he's handled that well. It was a ball he could just turn around off his pads down to final leg for 1, which he's happy to do. He's off the mark. And Scotty Boland was doing the fielding. Colo was onto it first, picking out what the extended applause were for. Of course, it was for Mr. Popular. It's none for 12. So far, so good for England, though. It's early days, but 259 runs to win.
Yeah, it's certainly been a positive start. Always helps when you get a few away in the first over. A couple of boundaries there that were just sort of behind the wicket using the pace of the ball.
Would you have a whiteboard in the rooms and just sort of cross them off one at a time?
I've definitely been in teams where that's the case. We've got a big chase and you're highlighting a few partnerships and trying to tick those off. I definitely think so, Hutto.
Mitchell Stark has Rory Burns in his sight. He's in, he bowls, Burns across, trapped. LBW, but Stark adjudged quickly that maybe again a little bit of bat on that. His assessment clearly different to those behind the wicket. Smith taking the initiative, walks out of second slip, points and chats to Pat Cummins. So there's something he wants to change here.
I think he's gesturing to bring square leg over to Rory Burns.
Just down leg, I think, was the assessment looking at the replay there. Our experts for Anaconda: play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. The Barmy Army still finding voice midway through day 3. Stark, Burns, jams down but gets it away. And a foolish ball on middle and leg. It went square on the leg side. So 3 overs. No joy for Australia thus far. It's none for 12.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
Conserving water is so important. Nylex helps you do that with our range of grey and recycled water hoses and accessories. So don't just conserve like a Nile expert, water like a Nile expert. Nylex Recycled Watering Range. Available at Bunnings.
Well, it appears Mitchell Stark got it all wrong because ball tracking has showed that LBW non-appeal from two balls ago would have been given out on review.
Wow.
It didn't look that way to the naked eye, did it?
No, it didn't. Sort of felt like it might have been a bit high.
Yeah. Cue the cutaways to Justin Langer with a different grimace on his face. Look away now, Justin. Pat Cummins starts a fresh over. And Crawley is forward, trying to withdraw the bat. Too late, Zach. It hit low on the bat and then rattled into the pads. It stayed away from the woodwork. But these are testing times for opening batsmen.
You could just see there a little bit of indecision. He just didn't really want to fully commit. Almost withdrew the bat away at the last minute. And that would be because of that first innings dismissal. Caught the inside edge. Ball coming back in. And Travis Head took a good catch. He's in the same position right now at short leg. 2 wickets across.
He's ready and waiting. Cummins, and Crawley withdraws outside the off stump. Second session for dial before you dig. Stay safe. Search dial before you dig every time.
And the other part of that dismissal now is that Pat Cummins knows that.
Yeah.
So now he's thinking, I know he's going to want to probably stay inside the line of the ball a little bit more so I don't get that inside edge and take that man out of the game. So potentially now the outside edge is in the play. And that ball then, you can just see leaving Zach Crawley. So he wants him to spar at one now, just outside off stump, and bring those slips into play.
Cummins, and they do. Diving effort from Kawaja. If he got a hand to it, was a fingertip. It squirts away down to the boundary for 4 at third. Just out of the grasp, perhaps, of Usman Kawaja. It was a thick edge. Crawley found himself floundering, and he was at full stretch. Fingertip to it?
Oh, maybe, but it went quick. Yeah, maybe a fingertip. You know what it reminded me of? The catch that Steve Smith took at the Perth Stadium. I think it was off Kane Williamson a few years ago. Absolute hanger going to his right. But Usman Kawaja just didn't quite cover the line.
Cummins again, and Crawley lets it strike him. The confidence in the appeal was again behind the wicket. Pat Cummins looks and don't think he's going to head upstairs for the TAC drive safely for everyone, but these again are trying moments for Zach Crawley.
He's just a nightmare, Pat Cummins, isn't he? Like, Zach Crawley's doing everything right here. He's trying to get outside the line to cover that off stump. Pat Cummins is nipping one in at him and then one away. He's threatening both sides of the bat. It's so tough for an opening batter.
Cummins picked him up in Melbourne when he squared him up, caught in the gully. He bowls and he defends with a full face back to the bowler. That was a more confident defensive shot from Zach Crawley.
Yeah, typically to a bowler that can do this and hit the seam and nip it both ways, they're generally a little bit slower, so you can come down the wicket. But Pat Cummins bowls 140 plus. You come down the wicket to him and he's likely just to put one up round your ears and put you on your backside.
And normally those 140 plus bowlers don't have the same level of control of their length. There's normally a little bit of variation.
Cummins and Crawley lets it go. It was coming. By the time Carey took it, it was past leg stump in terms of the line. That's how much it was coming in after it passed. For Henley, everyday advantage. Lots of choice to personalise your home. England none for 16, 255 to win.
Something wonderful happens when you visit Mildura. The city vibe continues, but the outback's only moments away. Fresh produce is endless, the embers are hotter, and the night skies seem longer. Nature sings, kangaroos graze, and the sun glistens magically on the river. Photos captured and stories told are shared amongst family and friends. So, when you're ready, start your journey with us. Visit mildura.com.au.
4 overs done. So far, so good. Stark to Burns. He gets forward. He on drives, and Captain Pat slides across from mid-on to make the save. Who's it going to be for England? Someone has to make 100.
They do, and you'd think it has to be someone in the top 4.
I think Crawley's most likely for me. I think he's looked the best in the last 2 games. He's looked very accomplished against the short ball. He's handled the seaming ball reasonably well, and he actually looks really hungry to score runs as well. So for me, it's Crawley.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think he's just biggest issue he's got. He's just got to watch that bottom hand really taking over and coming through a little bit too early, and that's what happened on that one that he nicked. He got squared up.
Stark again, and Burns. Oh, off goes Crawley. Why? The ball just squirted out on the onside. Burns had no interest, and given what happened in the first innings, that would have been an absolute disaster. Mike Atherton had just walked into the back of the box. He was about to turn around and walk straight back out. But he stayed. They have a mid-pitch conversation after it, and fair enough too.
To be fair to Crawley, he actually probably would have got down there comfortably because the ball went behind square. Travis Head wouldn't have probably been able to save it, and he would have found it very difficult to run Burns out at the non-strikers end.
Rory's a bit gun-shy after the first innings.
What do you reckon he said? I thought we talked about this, mate.
3 slips in a gully. Nathan Lyon warming up at point. Stark bowls. Burns again squared up, and Lyon perhaps warming up to do the fielding. I think it's going to be a while before he's rolling his arm over with the ball as it bubbled away on the offside. It's still none for 16, a further 255 to win. Dean says, turn it into an ODI match, England. Imagine the ball is white. Then they'd have a chance. Big moments for Bendix breaks. Put your foot down with confidence. Bendix breaks. It's been a day full of big moments. A test match. It's been full of big moments. It moved at such a rapid pace. The best could still be to come. Stark to Burns, and again he gets across and he whips it away. That's the sign of growing confidence from Rory Burns. It barely races to the square leg boundary, all along the ground for 4. None for 20 as Rory left it to the very last to have impact in this series.
Well, that's not the ball you bowl to Rory Burns. That's exactly what he wants. See, it comes straight off the middle of the bat. He wants it falling at leg stump, and that helps his bat playing because it's heading that way to the leg side, and that's where he feasts. So Mitchell Stark's got to get it more around that off stump, bring the length back a little bit, and get Rory Burns cutting the line of the ball with that bat playing and bringing the slips and gully into play.
He's got to 11. He has an Ashes 100 to his name. Stark again, he flashes with a horizontal bat outside the off stump. Is that a sign of how he's going to play, or is that a lack of concentration he missed?
Yeah, I think he just saw a bit of width on offer there and just threw the hands at it, but it might not quite have been short enough for that shot, but he felt like it was at the time.
Yeah, I think that's a man who's out of nick, isn't it? I mean, that probably was there for him to cut. It's always a left-hander's shot, Cato, like you know, but I feel like if Rory Burns was in good form, that's the ball that he puts away. A little bit of width from Mitchell Stark, the ball swinging away, left-hander's dream, hitting that behind point to the boundary.
Mitchell Stark just taking a little bit of extra time. There's a little bit of raucous action going down there, just down in front of the Alex Doolan stand. Just keep your people under control, Dools.
I'll have a word.
They're set. So is Stark. Burns got a good side of that one. Let it go. No danger there outside the off stump. One of our listeners thinks he looks like Kurt Cobain. It's none for 20.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
SEN Test cricket continuing from Belrive Oval, and so is Pat Cummins, and his duel with Crawley. Confidently strikes it into the ground. It went straight to head. Who in a flash had it in his hand, had the arm back ready to throw the stumps down. Crawley made his ground in time. No need to panic. Mike Atherton, welcome back.
Thank you. Good to be here. England's glorious run chase, which is going to unfold this afternoon.
I love it. Well, they've made a good start. None for 20. Cummins is testing Crawley. Full. He drives. He on-drives. Beautiful shot to watch. Just leaned forward. Got through the ball nicely. And he gets over the top of those drives. He looks very much a test player. It's a Foxtel 4K boundary. Foxtel for the love of cricket. England to 24 without loss.
Yeah, anyone that can on-drive the ball like that, and that was probably on off-stump. Fantastic shot from Zach Crawley. Good balance, good head position. He can certainly play.
Cummins, what will his response be? Oh, magnificent ball, moved away off the pitch. And Crawley, again, was struggling to come to terms with how to play it. Left the bat there, but somehow the ball eluded the outside edge, but not by much.
It's a good ball, that, angling in and just straightened up and turned Crawley around, because he's one of a number of England players that like to bat on off stump or thereabouts. So he really gets turned round occasionally when the ball just nips off the pitch.
Not a short ball to be seen in this test match for Crawley after the way he played in Sydney. Gets a full one again and he drives up to Boland, who awkwardly gets across. but somehow knocks it down, and his cheer squad are ready, watching his every move. None for 24.
Do you think Burns is just going to come out and play some shots just because of the series that he's had? Do you think that's his mentality, or
potentially? I think he's been served up a couple of balls, particularly that one, the onside 4. That's exactly where he wants it. So I think Mitchell Stark's just got to hone in around that off stump, get him probing at the ball and bring the slips into the game.
Cummins full again, and he takes on the drive, but he hits it straight to Boland, who knocks it down.
One thing you know with Crawley is if you're slightly off target, he's going to punish you. I think that's part of his charm as an opener. That's why I'd stick with him for a little while. He's going to put some pressure back on the bowlers if they're stray.
Lights have completely taken over now. Shadows on all 4 angles off Pat Cummins as he delivers, and Crawley struck on the pad. Was there inside edge? The crowd made the effects. It sounded more just like a thud of pad. End of the over. England none for 24. Gerard's coming in for what captivating half an hour next on SEN Test Cricket.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley, everyday advantage. Lots of choice to personalise your home. None for 24. 247 runs required from here. Australia searching for 10 wickets. It's 7:15 local time on a Sunday, day 3 of the Test match. Stark is in and bowls. Burns plays stylishly out through cover. It'll race across the fast Bellreeve turf, overhauled at the very last. They come back for 3. Did you catch Hutto's magnificent optimism in the previous over as he set? Burns is on 11. He has an Ashes century to his name. Superb. What a setup. He's 14 now.
Yeah, you get the sense with Burns. You never go out there thinking this is going to be your last Test innings. And I don't necessarily think that even if it went badly for Rory in this innings that England would necessarily move on from him. But sometimes when you get to that point where you think your career's under scrutiny, you just can provide a bit of freedom. And I think that's, judging by the way he's played so far, he's prepared to put bat to ball.
Stark strides in from the Church Street end. He bowls and Crawley plays the ball to cover. Tip and run, well placed with the soft hands. So he's to 10. That's none for 28. So he should have been out on 7, Burns, or he would have been had Australia used their review.
Correct. I think the other thing is the longer this partnership goes, the more belief is going to be in the England dressing room, because the thing about these 2 young guys going out there and if they survive this new ball and get to 40 or 50 or 60, the rest of the batsmen in the dressing room will be thinking, oh, hang on, maybe it's not too bad out there, and then that just frees them up a little bit as well. So it ends up having a twofold effect. Get off to a great start, but then you also build a lot more confidence in the dressing room.
3 slips, gully point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and fine leg in place. Burns faces up to Stark, and he's edging into the gloves. No, he's not. There's just a brush of a sound on the way past. The Australians were up and asking for it. Stark signalling to Cummins and to Carey as they work through whether or not they should review or not. They let Burns off the hook on 7. They're going to leave him be on 14. So whatever we witness now for TAC Drive Safely for Everyone, it'll be academic.
Looked a good ball. Burns was playing to mid-on or somewhere, and it scooted past his outside edge. Bit of late movement.
Nothing there on hot spot on first blush.
I must have been moving from commentary box to commentary box. What happened when he was on 7?
He got wrapped on the pads. They were up in the cordon. Stark really didn't like it. So Stark waved it away. Smith came out of slip to sort of prosecute the case. They let it be, and the projection had it hitting the leg stump. Burns is on 14, Stark's over the wicket to him, and he's playing the ball almost into his stumps. How on earth has that not lit up those stumps? It's a bit of a wry smile from Rory Burns. You can see his life flashing before his eyes at the moment.
That ball, Frosby flopped over the bar.
Look at the bat.
Just gets over.
Oh, it's for all the world going to land on the bails. Oh! That's a beautiful description. That's Frosby.
Just arched the back, didn't it, the ball?
Goodness me. What a replay that is for Blunston, built to last.
Oh, boy. And it wouldn't have knocked the bails off had it hit anyway.
Could very well have bounced on top of the bails and still landed, leaving them in place. Burns living dangerously. He flicks the ball off the pads and takes it away to the boundary for 4. Through backward square. The pressure just eases a little. Burns is 18, none for 32. A Foxtel 4K for Foxtel for the love of cricket.
He's strong there. If you said where is Rory Burns' strong area, it is anything around about leg stump half volley. I know he missed one of those, the first ball of the series at the Gabba, but that was what made that ball particularly surprising, because that's his great strength, really, clipping away through the leg side.
England going at 4.5 and over. None for 32. Last ball of the 7th over. Stark bowls and Burns flicked it down the leg side. It's brushed the pad and rushed away. Down to fine leg for 4 leg byes to close the over. So 12 from it. None for 36 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky.
Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to adelaidestrikers.com.au.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Everything happens quickly in this test match, so Pat Cummins has brought Scott Boland on at the river end to bowl the 8th over of the innings. The bowling change for Bundaberg Gingirbia. So as well as the prospect of bowling Australia to victory, or attempting to, there's the prize for leading wicket taker in the series up for grabs. Cummins and Stark each with 18. Wood now has 17, Lyons 16, Boland 15, and Broad finished his work with 13. Zach Crawley's 10, Rory Burns is 18. It's none for 30. SEN Test cricket for Henley Everyday Advantage. Lots to tune, lots of choices to personalise your home. The hill is with Scott Boland. 3 slips and a gully. Bat pad crouches down. Crawley on strike. Boland opens up, an angling delivery at the off stump. It passes untouched.
I suppose Cummings and Stark have bowled so aggressively that the runs have flowed. I mean, a few edges that have gone down through third man. I think you'll get something a bit different with Boland, who doesn't quite push it up quite so far, and I think he'll bring a bit of control for Cummins, and still got the attacking fielders in place. 3 slips and a gully and a short leg.
Perhaps it was all happening too quickly for the Australian captain. Crawley faces out, Boland delivers, he tucks it off the hip, he rolls it away to mid-wicket. Cummins gets around from mid-on to do the fielding. A single taken, none for 37.
It's been incredibly watchable cricket, hasn't it?
Yep.
I mean, it's been on fast forward, and we're not going to get through to the 5th day for sure, but it's been incredibly watchable.
The target 271. Australia lost the 2 wickets pretty quickly after dinner. Carey for 49 and Cummins for 13. Mark Woods, Athers 6 for 37. Career best figures. He had that coming.
Well, he did. He got his just reward right at the end of the series, really, for a fantastic, wholehearted performance throughout.
Boland to Burns, who's playing straight back down the pitch.
And it just shows England had long planned to bring 3 90-mile-an-hour plus bowlers here. Wood, Stone, Archer. Wood was the last man standing. But I think he has shown that pace unsettles anybody. The way, you know, Pat Cummins was playing, for example, turning down singles and jumping around. Definitely an unsettling factor.
Boland over the wickets, delivers, Burns in behind it.
And the value of picking up the wickets is that England get this. The conditions aren't easy to bat in at the moment. It is dark and floodlights on, but it's not quite the killer time, which comes a little bit later.
Boland is going to switch around the wicket without too much hesitation.
Bowls really well from around the wicket, and is just to still seam it away to the slip. So he'll keep those 3 slips in place, and the gully, the looming figure of Cameron Green, who takes up 2 positions really there.
Boland's with the angle of choice. He's in and bowling to Burns, who leaves outside the off stump. Were you a bit surprised how jumpy Cummins was? And
I haven't seen him as jumpy as that before, but you know, there's not that many bowlers who are as quick as Mark Wood. You know, consistently up around the 150 mark. That's basically as quick as you get in the game. And obviously from the moment he got Cameron Green out in the first innings, he just decided he was going to bowl short. So Cummins knew it was coming.
Boland, last ball of his first over. He delivers to Burns, who's wrapped on the pads. They're up and asking no. Carey quickly down. Cummins from the side to begin the contemplation as the clock ticks.
Didn't look quite right to me.
They're going to leave it be. End of the over. None for 37. Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. I take our National Tiles lowest price guarantee very seriously. Our team consistently check prices all over Australia to ensure National Tiles has the guaranteed lowest prices every day of the year. However, if we slip up, I personally guarantee National Tiles will beat any price on identical tiles by 10%. National Tiles, the guaranteed lowest price quality tiles in Australia. Conditions apply.
We see the projection. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Everyday Advantage. Lots of choice to personalise your home. A whisker over the bails.
Yeah, it just didn't quite look right. Hit Rory Burns on the back thigh pad above the flap of his pad and would have gone over, but not by much. Good first over from Scott Boland. And a switch now, Cummins replacing Stark.
So he's gone to the Church Street end. The bat pad stays in place. Crawley's on 11. It's none for 37. Cummins bowls and Crawley leans forward and knocks it back to the bowler. So have you got a blueprint on how to pace out a chase for 271 and a test that's been hurtling along?
When you say pace out a chase, I mean, they've got about 270 overs to do it in,
yes,
haven't they?
Yes.
But that's not the factor. They just need a good start. They're not going to get home without a good start, I imagine. And that's what Burns and Crawley are attempting to give them now.
Crawley faces up to Cummins and he's beaten on the outside edge. It's a lovely delivery.
So that would give the middle order a bit of breathing space, and hopefully the ball will be a bit older by the time the killer period comes around later on. And well, what time would it be? About an hour's time, I suppose. And then individual responsibility, really. Batting is such an individual game. Just one person can get 120 and you'll have a chance.
There was the possibility of a thriller as we contemplated day 3, and maybe that will materialise for us. Cummins bowls and Crawley's on the move as he clips him away through mid-wickets and picks up a firmly struck boundary. Crawley is 15. It's none for 41.
It's a fantastic shot, that. It's reminiscent, actually, of the shot Labuschagne played against Wokes in the first innings, where he just skipped down and got across and took it from about, well, off stump or just outside, wide of mid-on. Bit of Viv Richards.
Yeah, it's bolshy. I like it. The replay for Blunston, built to last. Impressive. On the follow-up, Crawley glances down to fine leg. Boland's got a lot of ground to cover. They'll be able to come back for 2. As Crawley moves to 17. It's none for 43.
That's why I'd much prefer to see Crawley at the top of the order than Hamid, who, you know, is a nice player, but you don't feel he's going to hurt the bowlers, even if he spends a fair amount of time at the crease. And that was a very confident shot by Zach Crawley.
Cummins sets in and bowls. Crawley, that's a beautiful delivery which rises up past the shoulder of the bats.
Sure, it did that much. It bounced a bit, as you said. I don't think it really seemed away from Crawley. But it was the bounce as much as anything. It beat his bat by a long way.
Without jinxing anything, Colo, best opening stands. So they're at 43.
46, isn't it?
46 at Sydney second innings.
That's a desperate number for an entire Ashes series.
Cummins to Crawley, clips it out of his pads, and he beats the dive of Stark at mid-on and helps himself to another 4. So Zach Crawley takes the tap to Pat Cummins, 10 from the over, none for 47 on the Lorinex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Lorinex Cleaning today.
I like to keep my garden looking its best. The Nilex retractable hose makes it easy to water the furthest corner, and it keeps my yard tidy. Retract like a Nile expert, water like a Nile expert. Nilex retractable hose reels, available at Bunnings.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
Julia Price in to join Mike Atherton in the experts chair as Scott Boland begins the fresh over to Rory Burns, and he stands and defends. Our experts for Anaconda, play more, pay less, with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Julia, welcome back.
Thank you very much, and very impressed with Burns. He seems to have fixed up a few of the little issues that he's been having. His balance is beautiful. He seems to be hitting nice and straight down the line of the ball and taking advantage of anything on his legs.
He's been working hard to change one or two things with the coach, but it's quite hard to do mid-series when habits are so ingrained.
Boland around the wicket, delivers, and Burns turns him down to fine leg. Quickly through the first, but that's all they'll get, none for 48. So most productive opening stands of the series for England, and hopefully a 50-run milestone coming for them.
Also seen Cameron Green have a few adjustments with his technique throughout the series, so I think it is good. I think we're maybe with T20 cricket, it's starting to really make and force players to be adaptable with the number of games that they've got to get through and be able to change things in the middle of a season.
Are you an advocate of intervening as a coach if you see things wrong, or more laissez-faire?
Boland leaves the top of his mark at the river end. He's bowling to Crawley, who's in behind defending to point.
I think there's definitely a place to intervene when there are issues happening with obviously not scoring runs or bowling too many wides or no balls, or you have to actually change something. Something clearly is not going right. But generally, players have got to be able to work it out for themselves at the same time as well, and getting their input into the whole process. I think that would be probably what's been happening with Rory Burns in a couple of tests that he sat out and had plenty of time to have plenty of throwdowns, no doubt, and reflection on how he'd been going.
Scott Boland, none for 2. He's in his second over. He bowls, and Crawley leaves outside the off stump.
Spent as much time fixing his hair, I reckon. Can't think I've seen a more hirsute opening batsman. Longer hair, trailing down his back.
Maybe channeling Samson at the moment, just hoping the hair's going to give him a little bit more strength.
Oh, to hear. I hope he's still batting when Barat comes on a little later on.
Who's got longer hair, do you reckon? It's a good contest.
Yeah, it'll be a good contest. Boland's around his mark. He's in and bowling to Crawley, who's on the back foot, dabbing it to point line. Fields no run.
There's been a lot of discussion about the slips as well, and they seem to have
gone wider.
Worked it out. They're covering a little bit more space now, and I think that will help with a lot of the decision making in the slips. It has been probably a little below par.
I was watching them this morning. They were out there with the the commentators from Fox, Gilchrist and Warren, of course, who were keeper first slip themselves, and there are long conversations going on.
Those 3 slips and a gully hunch down as Crawley faces up to Boland, and he takes it off his hip. A little ungainly, but effective enough. It rolls to backward square and allows for a leg by. None for 49. And that is the end of the over. The Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Our team assured me at the beginning of COVID our online sales would skyrocket, but I didn't believe them. Well, I was so wrong. Since COVID started, National Tiles online sales are up a massive 600%. Why? Because after 4 decades of consistent service, our customers trust National Tiles to deliver the best tiles online every time. So go to nationaltiles.com.au now.
Unusually, Pat Cummins has been the most expensive of the bowlers so far for Bundaberg Gingerbeer. None for 20 as he begins his 5th over. He's in and bowling to Crawley, who plays forward and blocks to mid-on.
He's put another man back on the hook, maybe in response to the way Crawley just skipped down and flicked him rather unceremoniously through mid-wicket. Cummins is probably saying to him, I've got a bouncer up my sleeve if you're going to continue to do that. But he'll only bowl the odd one, I think. He still will feel there's enough movement off a length to trouble Crawley.
Barmies having their say from the Ponting stand. Crawley off his pads, plays it out to mid-wicket. Stark comes around a field, a single taken. 50 up for England. The first half-century opening stand of the series for them. Crawley 22, Burns 19. So having got a lot wrong, they're just starting to get a few things right at the end.
Better late than never, I guess. But this is England's 3rd opening partnership of the series. They started with Burns and Hamid, of course, and have chopped and changed. Finally, at the last, they've put 50 on for the first wicket, and that will give Malan and Root a bit of a reprieve.
Were they a bit hasty in not giving Burns another opportunity after the 2 tests?
I wouldn't have dropped Burns. If you were going to drop one opener, I'd have dropped Hamid, because Burns is the senior opener, but I would have given them both another game.
Burns on the back foot, defends Cummins out to point, no run.
Just England's 6th 50-plus opening stand in the last 6 Ashes series, home and away.
The eternal search. It's been going on for a few years now. I did as we played Simon Tauffel's audio at lunch because the reading comprehension was difficult. He did disagree with Paul Rifle.
Yes, I understand so. Interesting.
Yep. And the no ball call on Chris Stokes earlier on. Cummins bowls and Burns plays with a straight face of the bat to mid-off, no run.
The reasoning being
that there wasn't definitive proof to overturn the legal delivery, which felt to me like a misapplication of what was going on. There's actually, I've read the rules and the playing conditions, and it feels like there's a contradiction. One asks for you to prove it was a no ball, and the other asks for you to prove it was a legal delivery.
The playing conditions override the law.
Cummins bowls to Burns, who just kept the bat underneath a rising delivery and goes through to Carey untouched. So cricket's rather marvellous way tie itself in knots.
Well, it does. I mean, the laws are complex enough. I'd be very interested to know, and I never read the laws of the game until I finished playing, which is a ridiculous admission to me. But I bet you very few players out there have read the laws of the game either.
We're endlessly amused by footballers who have no idea what the rules are and are utterly perplexed when some injustice befalls them that the rest of us perfectly understand. Burns on 19. Cummins is in and bowls to him. Full face of the bat to mid-on this time. It's fielded athletically by Stark. No run. None for 50. Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Colo, come have the seat.
Montaigne, everybody's talking. talking about Montane.
Miles Fitzner here, and everyone's talking about the new Hyundai Kona exclusive to Montane, Cheltenham and Mount Barker. And best of all, Montane can deliver them to you today. Now that's refreshing. Montane, Hyundai, Cheltenham and Mount Barker have immediate delivery of over 100 Hyundais this month, and that's why everyone is talking about Montane. So remember,
Everybody's talking about Montane.
BD 182170.
Well, a rollicking start for England. None for 50. It's a big old chase, but they've started well. Burns back into the team. A duck in the first innings. Run out in calamitous circumstances. They've been out there for 66 balls together. Adam Collins with you, Michael Atherton and Julia Price with me. As they're taking their time to set the field for Scott Boland. Good evening, Ath.
Good evening. Nice to see you.
Is this a turn-up?
What, 50 for the opening partnership?
At the 10th time of asking in the series, they've added 50 together.
Yep, no, it's good to see. And maybe everybody's taking a bit of inspiration from Mark Wood's performance earlier in the day.
So it's Boland to Crawley. Bowles here. Crawley struck on the pad. Big decision for umpire Wilson, turned down. Boland loved it. He's going straight to the cordon to plead his case. He wants to go upstairs. Cummins late to the party, running over from mid-on. Height seems to be the concern.
Yes, yes.
Yep. With 1 second to go. We'll get a replay first here, Julia, before they go through the formal process.
Decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Come out front on first, please.
He gets across his stumps, Crawley. I think height is the issue here.
Julia, your first impression on this replay?
Well, I was probably thinking the same things, but at the same time, I
hot spot, leg side, please.
I don't think Australia actually bowled that well this morning. They haven't really challenged that back of a length so that there will be a little sideways movement and make it more difficult for the batters. But I think...
Yeah, nothing on the bat there. Confirm with RTS.
This was that pretty much perfect height that you're looking at.
I think
RTS is not available.
It's jagged back.
Okay, so we'll go straight to ball tracking.
Just doesn't look quite right to me, especially with a not-out call from the on-field umpire. So the margins are with the batsman.
Impact in line. Sitting the wicket, umpire's call. Go back on field.
Not out, confirmed.
Decision, not out.
Umpire's call on the leg stump and probably on height as well. At the top corner of that leg stump, Australia will retain their referral, but it's not out.
I think it's a fair enough call. It was just clipping the top of leg, but you'd have to say on the height of the ball and the movement, there's just enough doubt there for the umpire to say not out. I know that we've seen a couple in the series. I'm thinking of Bairstow, Milan at Melbourne that have just been given out on that kind of a ball, but I think that's a fair enough call.
Boland again into Crawley. 2 slips in a gully. Bowles here well forward. No run, the call.
I think the use of the DRS seems to have really shifted. I think originally it was brought in for that absolute howler that was being given. Now it's very tactically used, and it's it's millimetres that are in the DRS calls these days.
Yeah, well, they have 3 now, don't they? So if they only had 1, it would get back to being used for the howler.
Yeah, that third referral doesn't quite sit well with me. It was brought in for the right reason, I suppose, because they didn't want to have people criticising home umpires. Boland delivers to Crawley. Another ball that hits him on the pad. Quick single, Burns to the danger end. It'll be a leg by. Good positive running, none for 51. Umpire Wilson signals leg by here. Just to go through that, so the third referral was purely down to the fact that in the first test matches after COVID, which of course were played in the bubble at Southampton and Manchester, they didn't want to give the impression that there could be any home umpire bias, so they brought in the third referral. But it feels like it's hanging around. I know we've got home umpires here, but there have been series since where there have been neutral umpires, and yet the third referral stays.
But you don't get your 2 new ones with the new ball. That was the...
No, that was dealt with a couple before that. So 3 slips now. Boland going around the wicket to Rory Burns on 19. Burns comes forward and defends. Nicely played. Boland into his 3rd over. None for 2. It's been a wonderful venue for an Ashes Test match, hasn't it? I mean, I know you'd be very proud having Watched a lot of cricket here and played a lot of cricket here over the years, Julia, to see the crowd support this test so well. I suppose every sporting event down here at the moment becomes a bit of a referendum on an AFL team, but so many cricket fans have turned out and loved what they've seen. Boland delivers and Burns defends again.
Yeah, I mean, it was fantastic, particularly with the Afghanistan test being called off. Obviously, Tasmania was so keen to get behind that and see some really high international cricket, and the fact that we got opportunity to get one of the Ashes because of Western Australia's inability to host, we gladly took it.
Are you from Hobart?
I'm a Queenslander.
Oh, you're a Queenslander. Forgive me.
But you've been down here for significant slabs of
I'm
your...
still in a T-shirt.
Yeah. So Boland to complete his over, delivers to Burns, who gives it the full face of the bat out to cover. Labuschagne does the fielding, end of the over. Just the leg by coming from it. On the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard, Google Laurenex Cleaning today, England none for 51.
Get into Anaconda and save on Christmas essentials. 60% off lifetime 5-foot tables. Bitterbeck Streamline Double High Queen Airbed, only $79. Play more and pay less without 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply. Anaconda!
In a hurry? We've got you covered at Solitaire Volkswagen with Service Express. You still get the same quality service that you'd expect, but at pit crew speed. In and out in 1 hour at no extra cost. Visit solitairevolkswagen.com.au for more details. DL 65541.
Pat Cummins has bowled 5 overs, none for 21. He's got 3 slips. Running in here to Zach Crawley. Bowls and Crawley defends. Wants one to point and gets it. Well weighted, taking on Nathan Lyon. Crawley up to 23, none for 52.
Yep, good sharp single after the run out in the first innings. It takes a bit of time to develop a good understanding. These two hardly batted together, so you'd hope that understanding would develop if they're going to have a successful time of it together at the top of the order.
219 runs away from their victory target of 271. I just mentioned that this week about Tasmanian cricket, talking to friends this morning, saying they couldn't believe what they were watching on night one. An Ashes test at our home ground at Bellerive Oval. It's given, I suppose, a lot of pause for thought about the history of the game in Tasmania and their progression to becoming a Shield side in the late 70s, and those that came before it as well. Ath, we were talking about that link between Lancashire and Tasmania.
Jack Simmons, the great flat Jack.
Yeah. Also Ted McDonald, who played in the early 20s. Cummins here to the crease, bowls to Burns over the wicket, works it towards short leg where Travis Head does the fielding, just behind square at bat pad. No run, good reflex work there from Australia's number 5. Ted McDonald from Launceston played 11 tests, bowled very fast in that Ashes series of 1921, where Australia threaded 8 wins together on the trot, the whitewash of 2021, and won 3-0 in England. Went on to mention that Lancashire connection, went on to stay in Lancashire and played there for a number of years. Here's Cummins to the crease to Burns, beaten outside the off stump, again hitting the seam and just angling it away. Very tough delivery to negotiate for the Nicolas Cage lookalike tonight, with the long hair resting on his shoulders. Sort of the Con Air style. I'm thinking Nick Cage there when I see that comparison. But yeah, in the case of McDonald, played 4 county championships for Lancs in the 20s, took over 1,000 wickets for the county, and actually died in Bolton in a car accident in the 30s.
Is that right? I didn't know that.
Yeah, just before the war. Here's Cummins bowling to Burns, who defends. Actually, better than defends, drives out towards the northeast stand. They get a couple and they come back for a third. Great timing, just pushed forward. No backswing to speak of. Moving Burns into the 20s with Crawley. He's 22. England none for 55.
He's quite a fluent player, Burns, when he gets in, and I know he's had his difficulties getting in this series, but when he does, there's a bit of flow and style about his play. Obviously an unusual method, but he's not somebody who will just sit there and defend.
So they're going to have 2 out for Crawley. They're going to test him with the short ball. Well, that'll be the plan at least.
Well, they haven't yet. He's had that man out for a while. He hasn't bowled one yet.
When's it coming? 3 slips. Well spaced out tonight. Cummins bowls and Crawley a bit short. Wants to pull, gets hit in the thigh pad. Or maybe even in the protector. Seems okay. The first time that he's gone back to try and take on those 10 men as he did so well at Sydney last Sunday. The other Tasmanian who didn't play for Tassie but represented Australia is someone we've spoken about before, Doug Ring, who was the Australian leg spinner on the Invincibles tour of 1948 and toured again in 1953, and is a big part of the Shane Warne story, although he may not necessarily know it.
Taught Benno the flipper, didn't he? Which was then passed on, knowledge being passed down from generation to generation.
Cummins to finish here to Crawley, pushing out to mid-wicket, gets one. Good batting again from England. 5 runs coming from the over. None for 56 with Burns on 22. Crawley on 24 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Tyre Power's big holiday sale gives you the power to get away with a great deal on Kumho tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on Kumho tyres, including a huge range of premium quality passenger car and SUV tyres. What a way to get away when you buy 3 and get 1 free on a big range of Kumho tyres. Only this January and only at Tyre Power. Conditions apply. Tyre Power's big holiday sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Michael has made way in the expert chair, momentarily to be replaced by Alex Doolan, who clunks his way to the headset. Scott Boland in here to Zach Crawley away from us, and Crawley defends out to cover no run. Julia, we also have the Women's Ashes starting in just a couple of days, isn't it, over in Adelaide, the first of the 3 T20 internationals, the multi-format series.
Yeah, very exciting, and they've had to change a few things around because of a few restrictions over New Zealand with the World Cup coming up in early March, so they've just brought the T20s ahead of the test match that's in Canberra on the 27th. So exciting times for the girls.
It does strike me as a little bit fraught trying to get into New Zealand, 8 teams getting into New Zealand in the middle of Omicron when you can't adjust your flights, but we'll work through that. Here's Boland delivering to Crawley, who doesn't take a single to mid-wicket, hitting it straight there to Marnus Labuschagne. It stays at none for 56. The target's 271. Alex Doolan, welcome back.
Thanks, Collard.
Good start from England.
A very good start from England, and something we've been waiting all season to be able to say. In particular, Zach Crawley, the one that we've all been speaking about, the one who probably looks the best at the crease. I think he's played very, very nicely.
He's looking the part, that's for sure. Recalled for Melbourne, runs at Sydney. Nice start here. Facing up to Boland and turning around the corner. He's clipped that really well and fine and get 4 for it. Beautiful shot.
He's a good
Played
looking...
it right underneath his eyes, sorry, Julia. He's on 28, none for 60 the score.
I was going to say, he's a good looking back. He's nice and tall. He looks quite elegant when he plays. You see a lot of the... the top 10 batsmen in the world are generally of shorter stature. Yeah. But yeah, he stands up really nicely when he hits through the ball and just looks quite, his timing's really nice and quite elegant.
So a long way to that finish line, but I'll tell you what, if the strategy was to come out and transfer some pressure back on to the Australian quicks, they haven't done it many times in the series. Well, they've done that well here as we drift towards the tea break on evening 3. All the lights are on at Belrive. It's not yet dark in the sky, but it will be soon. Heavy cloud cover. The sun just setting. Tweak to the field as well. That man at deep backward square's coming in next to the square leg umpire. They're popping in a cover instead, so a conventional 6-3 field. Boland on the approach again. Delivers to Crawley, who's happy to defend. Boland does the work in his follow-through. Just picking up that thought about the Women's Ashes, Julia, that they've moved the T20s to the start, then the standalone test match, then the one-day internationals. They need to make sure they don't get COVID at any point between then and going over to New Zealand, which is no mean feat given the current situation in the community.
Yeah.
And all 8 teams need to clear that bar.
Yep.
It's a tricky old time for that World Cup to be played, especially after it was postponed 12 months ago. It's going to be 5 years between 50-over tournaments for the women. Here's Boland bowling and beating Crawley with a beauty. That just stood up after hitting the seam. Crawley committed to the stroke. Just missed the shoulder of the bat and through to the gloves of Alex Carey.
We have had the 50-over World Cup, 97, 2000 and 2005, so we have had that 5-year gap before, so that's not really the issue, I suppose. It's more about, you're right, with COVID around, but I think we're learning to live with it a bit more. The girls are adapting to it. They've got some really good plans in place on how to keep the girls safe and obviously keep the 2 separate squads in Australia A and Australia separate.
Boland the finish here, delivers to Crawley. That's better. In behind it, defending out towards mid-on. 14 overs gone in England's chase of 271 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. They're none for 60.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Our team assured me at the beginning of COVID our online sales would skyrocket, but I didn't believe them. Well, I was so wrong. Since COVID started, National Tiles online sales are up a massive 600%. Why? Because after 4 decades of consistent service, our customers trust National Tiles to deliver the best tiles online every time. So go to nationaltiles.com.au now.
Our travel partner on SEN Test Cricket is Samsonite. Expect innovation. Adam Collins with Alex Doolan and Julia Price. About quarter of an hour until the tea break. Time for Cameron Green to have a twist. He's taken 10 wickets in the series. At an average of 15 and really looked the part as Australia's fourth seamer. In the first instance, he'll be bowling to Rory Burns on 22. 2 slips and a gully. Bowls here. Burns pushes out towards mid-wicket. No run on offer. On the field with the Women's Ashes, of course. Australia won comprehensively a couple of years ago in England. They won all bar one game at the final T20. Very strong team that they're turning out, but they're missing 2 of their spinners. Of course, Georgia Wareham and Sophie Molyneux not available through injury, and Alana King gets a chance.
She has. She bowled pretty well in the WBBL. Obviously, there was a big bowl off between her and Amanda Jade Wellington.
Green delivers wide of the crease, and Burns drives nicely through cover out towards the Ponting stand. It should have enough juice to get there, and well, I think it has. Great diving attempt. Sure enough, it's Marnus Labuschagne, who loves diving whenever he gets the opportunity. I'm sure they'll go upstairs to check. If he did haul it in, it's a fabulous piece of fielding. None for 63 reads the board, but we'll go through the formalities just to check. Has it hit the Toblerone? I think it has. Your thought, Alex Doolan?
Yeah, I think unfortunately for Australia, that's 4 runs. Just as his hand, as his hand gathers the ball, his hand and elbow hit the Toblerone. So nice shot from Rory Burns. He's really starting to look at home now.
Getting a second camera angle just to make sure of it. My sense is they'll go the way you think, but he did so well to keep his forearm off the rope as he was just letting it go back into the field of play. Man, it feels like 4 to me. Julia, what do you think they're looking for here? What's the evidence they're after?
I think they're just wondering if the hand has actually hit just as he's connected with the ball there before his forearms hit it. He's definitely, obviously, his forearm hit the padding, but I think he may have just had the back of his hand on it.
Okay, Rod Sucker has signalled 4. They're satisfied that it's a boundary.
Marnus was trying to convince. He was over the other side of the pitch.
Shock me.
Yeah.
So Green again. Burns now on 26. Facing up. No. Defending towards mid-on. No run. Yeah, so that last spot in the Australian women's team between Alana King and Amanda Jade Wellington, I thought Wellington would get the nod just on the basis that she's obviously got a fair bit of international experience. She was a bit of a prodigy at the start of the Women's Big Bash League in 2015, but they've gone the other way.
They have for the moment. I mean, they haven't actually announced their World Cup team yet. So what they might be doing is they've seen what Amanda Jade Wellington can actually do, and maybe they're just having a bit of look at Alana King and seeing how she'll go at that international level.
Green around the wicket to Burns. Edged and taken! Well, certainly that was the impression the Australians had. There was a big old noise and Burns isn't moving. What will Australia do here? Sounded like wood, Alex Doolan.
Yeah, I thought it was out.
It looked conventional, and Pat Cummins says so as well. He makes the T sign with 5 seconds to go. Nervous moments for Rory Burns, but
for caught behind.
He's given Crawley a wink.
It's a fair delivery.
He thinks he's okay.
The original decision is not out. Front on first, please.
Well, there'll be a spike because there was a very loud noise.
I guess all it can be is back arm if it's not bat, but...
Or maybe his spikes running across the turf.
Yeah, potentially.
Had a pinch.
There seemed to be a bit of deviation, though. The fact that the keeper, Carey, took it outside of the line of his body, I think that is a bit of an indication that it has moved late.
Okay, the first replay here. So Green around the wicket, squares Burns up.
Yeah, looks like a bit of a gap there. Have we got offside hotspot?
There's the deviation. It's looking like it's missed the bat and hit the back arm.
Yeah.
Yeah, hot spot looks good for Burns. They'll confirm that with Snicko, I'd imagine.
RTS.
So that final step, as predicted, there is a mark, but it's after.
Pitch in the frame.
After it's past the bat, just on the hip bone.
Well, they like it, the Australians. High-fiving.
Yeah, we'll do. Can we go back to the front on? Have you got a close one on that?
This is a confusion for me, everyone, is that we saw in the first innings there was a hot spot on the blade and then the snick was after and it was given out. And now there's no hot spot and a small spike.
Sure.
And the umpires are instructed to interpret it that sound travels faster than light, of course, so they know that they don't necessarily marry up. Other way around, sorry, but... Sorry, I'm corrected by Mitch in the back of the box. But you know what I'm trying to say. It doesn't necessarily need to align.
Like a clear gap there.
But common sense looks like it's going to prevail here with that gap.
Clear gap. Just keep going, rock and rolling that.
By the look of it, Collo, you were right with the sound with the spikes, because the bat's nowhere near a pad or anything either.
They're going to go through to Snicko again.
Yeah, there's nothing conclusive there. I'll go back on field. Rod, there's nothing conclusive to overturn your decision. You can stick with your decision, not out.
Common sense prevails. They've disregarded the spike on the basis of the gap as the ball was going past the bat, and Rory Burns survives on 26. None for 64 the score. A couple of balls left in this, the 15th over. But yes, the Australians barely appealed that. They thought it was just a conventional caught behind.
Yeah, and I think the deviation afterwards was the ball swinging as it went past the batter. But there was definitely a noise. We could hear it in the stump mic, the effects mic, as we were commentating there, Collo.
So they reset and go again. DRS used in consecutive overs. Here's Green around the wicket and Burns on the drive, on the bounce towards Labuschagne at cover, fielding with his shirt sleeves pulled up to his elbow. Collects it cleanly, no run.
I think one thing's for sure, as we sit here in the commentary box, this has not gone the way we all thought it would. I think most of us thought that Australia would come out here and under the lights of Bellerive Oval really start to chip into the English batting lineup, but to their credit, they've played very, very nicely.
Yeah, nice positive batting. We can ask for. Green again to Burns, looking to score but picking out mid-off. End of the over, none for 64 England on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today with Burns on 26, Crawley on 28. All our stats and numbers for Nilex recycled water hoses. Water like a Nile expert available at Bunnings. We've got about 7.5 minutes until tea, so they'll get 2 overs in. And if England can make it to that juncture with about 200 to win with so much time, it won't quite be at parity, but it won't be far away.
Yeah, no, it'll be good for them, because then they have to come out and bat in the pitch black,
Yes.
which we know has been so tough. But no, this has been a great fight back from England, and it all started with Mark Wood and the energy that he put into it with the ball. And it's great to see that their batters have continued that on as well, Colin.
Absolutely. Mark Wood with 9 wickets for the Test match. He dragged England back into it both last night and this afternoon. 271 the target. It's 207 away from that. And Boland, for once, is yet to get in the book straight away. None for 6 from 4. He starts again. Bowls to Zach Crawley. Delivers here. Crawley's able to leave alone. Not far away from the off stump. Nice carry through to the gloves of Carey, just to pick up that conversation again about the Women's Ashes starting in a couple of days on the 20th of January in Adelaide. The England group have said it's a comical situation for them. They're not critical of administrators in Australia, but simply that they're playing a couple of quick warm-up games into it. They've been doing their own version of quarantine back at home. They had their parents feeding the ball machine. We saw all the videos on Instagram and all the rest of it. So I suppose it's a product of the times we're in right now. They're underprepared coming in. Boland delivers to Crawley, who shoulders arms. That's a fraction shorter. But England are the defending world champions in the 50-over format of the game.
Yeah, I know they had a camp in Oman around the same time that we were having the T20 Global qualifiers over in Zimbabwe, because they ended up trying to pick up my luggage for me because I lost it. But so they have been getting some sort of practice in, trying to take advantage of the fact that it's obviously winter in England at the moment. Lisa Kitely, their coach, former Australian great, so she's quite aware of the conditions they're going to be playing in over here and how to prepare them for those sort of style of conditions.
Here is Boland to the crease again. Bowls to Crawley, whipping off his pads. Does it well. Should get 4 for it, and he does. Just neat and tidy from Crawley, as it's been throughout the innings so far. He moves into the 30s. England none for 68 halfway through the 16th over.
And playing beautifully. Absolutely playing beautifully. I don't think Australia have bowled all that badly. It's just that England have not missed out on any opportunity to score. And with this lightning fast outfield, every ball that hits the middle of the bat just about goes for 4.
A shorter square of the wicket, especially on the western side of the ground. Boland to the crease again. Delivers here, and Crawley's able to shoulder arms after getting a good stride in. Nice batting.
So Scott Boland will be very happy. This will be Rooney's average of 10, won't it? So he'll be wanting to get another wicket soon, just to make sure he keeps it nearly back into single figures.
Yes, we've been tracking it over the last 2 games, Julia, where it sits in relation to Charles Marriott, who has the lowest bowling average for anyone to take 10 wickets at Test level. Played 1 Test in 1933, and Boland's been beneath him for most of the time, but just above it now. Needs a wicket on that basis. He charges towards Crawley. Bowls here close to the stumps. Crawley plays with soft hands out towards point, no run. Nice loud call as well. Doing everything right.
Probably been slightly expensive for Scott Boland's lofty standards as well, going for 10 off his 4.5 overs. So one thing he hasn't done as well in his short time at Test level is he just hasn't allowed the batter any chance to score. He just smacks around it, in and around that off stump, nips one in, nips one away, and eventually takes a wicket.
Had 2 catches put down in the cordon yesterday. They look like they are a bit more spaced out.
Yeah, I think so.
With Boland on the way. Got a couple in there, Warner and Smith. Boland delivers to Crawley, who's forward defending, out to cover. End of the over. None for 68 the score on Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Burns 26, Crawley 32. England required 203 further runs to win from here. But we saw that little session we were talking about a little bit before about the former greats of the slips cordon, really, with Adam Gilchrist and Shane Warne and Mike Hussey before play today. Putting them through their paces and working with them about where they want to place themselves. It did seem odd that they were so closely grouped together yesterday, and they've made amends today. I suppose that's all about gelling as a cordon, isn't it?
Well, it is, and quite often the wicketkeeper, a new wicketkeeper coming into the fold, he does set up the cordon, and for Davey Warner, he's still getting used to where Alex Carey stands, and then, of course, where he needs to be able to cover the ball that he can't quite get to, and then all the rest of the slips feed off Davey's width.
So, last over before tea, Green to bowl it round the wicket. The fence is chopped on! There's the breakthrough. It got big on Burns. He wanted to play, he didn't want to play. It was all a bit of a mess. A deflection back onto his middle stump. Burns castled for 26. And that'll be tea with England at 1 for 68, Julia Price.
Cameron Green has been outstanding in picking up a wicket when Australia have needed this tournament. He's now got 11 wickets at around that sort of 17 mark, and I think he's just been fantastic, bowling good lengths. He's using that height. Burns tried to leave that one, caught the bottom edge and played it on to his stump. So perfect timing once again from Cameron Green. He's been outstanding.
Burns did a lot of important spade work there for England, but what a blow on the stroke of tea.
Yeah, unfortunate for England there, because I think that so far today has been theirs. It's they've really played well today. Mark Wood came out with the ball earlier in the afternoon and really set the tone for England. He bashed away and he took the Australian scalps, and I mean a lead of 260 was very much shy of probably what it should have been for Australia. And then Crawley and Burns there have just come out and played beautifully. So a big blow for England just on the stroke of tea.
And as you said before, Julia, Cameron Green, just when you need it, he's bowled 7 balls in this spell. He's already in the book. 11 wickets in the series so far, and 9 still to get. England's target is 271. The fall of wickets for budget truck rental. No matter the job, they've got a truck. Well, just the one. Rory Burns chopping on just before tea for 26 from the bowling of Cameron Green. That leaves the score at 1 for 68 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex cleaning today. We'll go to a break, and through the course of the tea break, it'll be Anthony Hudson and Bharat Sundaresan on SEN Test Cricket with England 1 for 68.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuner, with Toyota Safety Sense as standard, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Victorian harness racing just got bigger with all the exciting action on Trots Vision. It's an enhanced online platform with every Victorian harness race streamed live. Enjoy exclusive content, the daily form, tips from Australia's most respected racing analysts, and more. Trots Vision brings you all the live action every day at home or on your phone. And best of all, it's free. Lap up Trots Vision. Lap up the trots. Visit thetrots.com.au.
Get into Anaconda this Christmas and save on a huge range of camping gear. Spinifex Wilfred Eclipse 10-person 10, half price. Austral 80-litre fridge freezer, save $500. Play more and pay less without 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply.
Anaconda! Get the power! Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely, and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
That's not the sound of Barbies firing up for the new barbecue season. That's the sound of pressure. It's the difference between getting your guests fired up with your perfect steaks or Uncle Rex firing up over the one that's overdone. And you really don't want Uncle Rex getting fired up. You've got the skills from Barbecues Galore. So fire up this barbecue season and become the barbecue legend you were born to be. So rest easy, Uncle Rex. We got this. Barbecues Galore. The range, the price, the knowledge. Now you're cooking.
Your pals say a lot about you. And that's why Parafield Airport Liquor Store put all their pals to the test before they make the shelf. They've made pals with over 300 craft beers, 500 whiskies from around the world, and over 2,000 wines. They know good pals when they see them, and they've got an airport hangar full of pals to introduce you to. Parafield Airport Liquor Store. Pals. Open till late 7 days. Next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield.
We've all dreamed of snaffling the big one. The Ashes winning catch, a goal after the siren, or a Snaffle wallet. Subscribe to Snaffle and get the stuff you want today and pay tomorrow. Snaffle a winning deal with all the best brands like Apple, Samsung, Smeg, and more. Don't wait, Snaffle it now. Snaffle, one subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. Subscribe today at snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
Something wonderful happens when you visit Mildura. The city vibe continues, but the outback's only moments away. Fresh produce is endless, the embers are hotter, and the night skies seem longer. Nature sings, kangaroos graze, and the sun glistens magically on the river. Photos captured and stories told are shared amongst family and friends. So, when you're ready, start your journey with us. Visit mildura.com.au.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
SEN SA's studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company, Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuner, with Toyota Safety Sense as standard, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Cummins to Crawley, flips it out of his pads and he beats the dive of Stark at mid-on and helps himself to another 4.
Boland to Crawley. Bowls here. Crawley struck on the pad. Big decision for umpire Wilson, turned down. Boland loved it. Not out and confirmed. Not out. So last over before tea. Green to Boland. Round the wicket. Defence is chopped on. There's the breakthrough. It got big on Burns. He wanted to play, he didn't want to play, it was all a bit of a mess. A deflection back onto his middle stump. Burns castled for 26, and that'll be tea with England at 1 for 68.
The tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian
brew.
brew.
The dive of Stark at mid-on and helps himself to another 4. Boland to crawl.
It was a big wicket taken by Cameron Green just on the brink of the break. How big? We'll find out in a moment. It's the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. We're live from Blunston Arena. Blunston built to last. So that Laurenex cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex cleaning today. England are 1 for 68, chasing 271 for an unlikely victory. They need another 203 runs. Can they do it? Ballarat Sunder Racing for Nilex recycled water hoses. Water like a Nile expert available at Bunnings. Joins us to tell us definitively whether they can make this chase or not. Hello, Brian.
Hello, Ado. I think they have a chance, you know.
So, yeah.
It's the best start. And not just the fact that they've got runs. It's the rate at which they've got runs and the way they've looked as well. I mean, before that wicket fell, even though there were a couple of close shouts for LBW and that appeal for caught behind, England have been on top. I think that's the first time we've said England have been on top during this entire summer. Maybe the Ashes should have just started in 2022.
Maybe they should have. The 6th test just been announced, didn't you know? It's coming up. In Brisbane, 127 balls and 112 for their 50, 90 balls and 135 in Adelaide, 126 and 113 in Melbourne, 174 in Sydney and 122, 103 in the first innings and just 62, which goes to what you're saying. So the fastest they've got to 50 by 28 balls. I thought Scott Boland helped to slow things down after that, didn't they? Cummins changed ends and we're getting closer to the break, but they got the wicket.
Yeah, and Boland and Green have done that a few times already in this series. There were times even in Melbourne where Cummins and Stark started a little flat and these two came in, tied everything up and got wickets. And this time Boland came close, Green got the breakthrough. Hopefully we'll get to see a little bit of Nathan Lyon, but you'd think they'll start with Stark and Cummins.
I had that on my questions for you. How soon before we see Nathan Lyon? 1 for 68 is the score. Earlier, Alex Carey was the top run scorer for Victoria Police for non-urgent police assistance, 131, 444, as Australia batting a second time bowled out for 155. The hero and the leading wicket taker for the all-new Spinal Ease mattress, spinaleze.com.au, was Mark Wood, 16.3 overs, 2 maidens, 6 for 37. Broad took 3 for 51 and Wokes a little unlucky, 1 for 40. But it was a heroic performance from Mark Wood. They found a method to upset pretty much all the Australians, maybe but Nathan Lyon a little bit too late in the series, but it was so effective today.
Very much so. And it's a pity that there isn't one more test match to go. Because you can see he's worked so well with that short ball. Some of the Australian batters have had to change their techniques. They're rattled in many ways by Mark Wood.
Yeah.
And who knows what would have happened if he had played in Adelaide. We can keep talking about it till the cows come home, but that is the fact.
Yes, the cows, will they come home tonight or will it be tomorrow? Now, the big issues, Rory Burns' hair.
Look, I had a little chat with Rory Burns after I saw that Haseeb Hameed had cut his hair, or he told me very confidently, and Rory Burns himself sounded very disappointed with what Haseeb had said, and he promised that he will not get rid of his hair, but he did get rid of the man bun, and which I can tell you from personal experiences brings some luck for sure, Hado. It does change everything about you. You go out there and basically you are a man who's saying that I do not fear knots in my hair. That's what Rory Burns said when he walked out with that helmet on.
So how did it directly impact your life when you did it?
Yeah, how long do we have? Yeah.
Not as long as your hair.
No, and look, there was luck. There was that ball that just bounced over the stumps. There were a couple of balls from Mitchell Starc which were very, very similar to the one that he missed infamously at the Gabba, and he put it away for 4. So he started looking good, and then the luck runs out.
It ran out eventually. Simon Katich's description, the Fosby flop over the top of... I don't think he made it rhyme, but it was pretty well delivered as special comments. But it was a great description because it was amazing it didn't hit the stumps, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was amazing. And you could see, like, especially in the slow-mo, his body language as well. He had completely given up hope. That's the point. That is where man bun, no man bun. There's the difference.
Unfortunately, out just before tea, despite that. Virat Kohli, no man bun for him at the moment, but he is our Bingley Player of the Day. Grab a deal today. The only player not playing in a match we've been broadcasting to win the Bingley Player of the Day. He's given away the captaincy of India. You obviously follow around India and all that happens and some of the big names, and there's no bigger than Virat.
Not at all, and they love him here in Australia. So not the first time he would be the player of the day, even without being here. And yeah, I mean, it's amazing. I thought about this morning. His first ever test tour in the Caribbean, 2011, had an awful tour. The only time he was dropped from a test team. But I remember walking into Harbhajan Singh's room after the third test, and Virat Kohli was seated right next to him. I was there to interview Harbhajan Singh with another journalist, and he just pointed at Virat and said, he's going to be captain for at least 5 years. You're like, really? He's going to be dropped soon. Like, he's had an awful series. That's the confidence the team had in Virat Kohli. And look, his legacy, Hado, will be that he taught India that chasing victory is way more important than just playing for safety.
Yep.
And that's why India started winning overseas a lot. His first test as captain was a stand-in, that famous Adelaide test where India got very close and Australia won that emotional test match. And he set the precedent there, and he stuck with it for 7 years.
Test cricket is very different and much better for having had Virat Kohli, isn't it?
Absolutely. And, and not just test cricket overall. For India as a country, I think he taught India that you can be respected overseas even if you're not popular. I mean, you have to just... It's not a bad thing to live on the edge.
At the moment, you're both respected and popular, Virat. Long may it last. Thanks for joining us during the tea break. With thanks to Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the man without a man bun for now. The great Australian brew will take a break. The action will be aplenty when we return. The third and final session of the day. Will it be the final session of the test? Or are we headed for an exciting morning, or first session at least tomorrow afternoon? SEN Test Cricket continues next from Blundstone.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuner, with Toyota Safety Sense as standard, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Lauren X Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Lauren X Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Lauren X Cleaning. Google them today.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
It's time to put the out of office on for the big holiday sale. Now on at Tyre Power. Your #1 destination on Google Maps for safety, Tyre Power is ready to help your family get ready for your driving holiday. So before you hit the road, make Tyre Power your first stop and find out why Tyre Power is Australia's best. During the big holiday sale on now, buy 3 get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger and SUV tyres. Each Tyre Power is 100% independent and locally owned. Find your Aussie local at tyrepower.com.au.
Having a top performer on your side? That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund.
General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
You might think having thousands of powers is excessive, but that's not what the team at Parafield Airport Liquor Store think, because that's how many they have. Sure, they might be made up of over 200 gins, 300 craft beers, 500 whiskies from around the world, and over 2,000 wines. But they're some of the best pals you can have, and they're always looking for more. Parafield Airport Liquor Store. Pals, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App Stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
Next to win, and he's done it!
That is a remarkable save. Very elegant from inside of eyes. It's going to be the crowning moment.
Listen to any SEN show from around Australia and New Zealand.
Gary Lyon and Tim Watson.
This is Trackside.
Tim Gossett.
Bears and Izzy for breakfast.
Bensley.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
Greyhound racing is always a great day out for the whole family. So get along to any of SA's 4 major greyhound racing venues for an exciting day out. Head along to experience the thrill of greyhound racing. Enjoy some great meals with family-friendly dining options available. You can also head trackside and see these amazing athletes in person. Head to greyhoundracingsa.com.au to check the schedule. We love our dogs. Gamble responsibly.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Our week in fishing, which culminated in 130-odd kilo bluefin tuna. We hooked up and your dad goes, I think we're on. Oh, blew my mind. I was like, what, you reckon, John? But anyway, we fought this fish for just shy of an hour. In the end, it was about 45 minutes I worked out. You did very well.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
The Warradale Tavern, voted AHA's best sporting entertainment venue 2020 and 2021, is your home for all live sport this summer. You'll be spoilt for choice with up to 3 live sporting events televised simultaneously across 23 screens, including Adelaide's biggest and brightest sports screen and air-conditioned comfort. Throughout January, stay cool with our West End draft promotion with free teas when you buy 10 pints while stocks last. It's got to be the Warradale for your viewing pleasure this summer. warradalehotel.com.au. Drink responsibly.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuna, with Toyota Safety Sense as standard, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. The third session for Suncorp, building a more resilient Queensland. That's the Suncorp spirit.
Players are on their way out into the middle of Blunston Arena. Blunston built to last. It is heavily overcast before nightfall, but no rain for Rainbird Smarter Irrigation, the intelligent use of water. 1 for 68 England, requiring 203 more runs to win the test. Australia need the 9 wickets. Tea was brought on by the dismissal of Rory Burns. Cameron Green, his second over. The first ball of it, Burns went to play, wanted to leave, and ended up touching it onto the stumps. And so David Milan makes his way to the middle. Zach Crawley's at the other end. He's on 32. Cam Green is bowling from the Church Street end. This session will be for Suncorp. That's the Suncorp spirit.
David Milan has made 234 runs in the series at 26 with half centuries at Brisbane and Adelaide.
It started so well. He looked okay with Joe Root in the first innings. He made 25 before being caught down the leg side off the bowling of Pat Cummins. And he's got Cam Green to deal with. As the signal is given to begin this session of play. How far will this game progress? 1 for 68. No, Milan, no, wouldn't you know it? There's a security guard who just meandered in front of the side screen as play was beginning.
As it did before the first ball of the finals session last night.
Goodness me.
And
he's out the other
same
side.
Guy.
Oblivious.
It has to be a decent chance.
Come on, fella. It's a cricket ground. Deary me. Green given the all clear now. He bowls and Milan defends to cover the loud shout of no. So Cam Green with his 11th wicket of the series at 17 to go with Cummins 18 at 20. Stark 18 at 26. Lyons 16 at 23.5. And Boland 15 at 11. No wonder Australia is 3-0 up. And angling to go one better than that. 2 slips and a gully in place. Milan on strike. Green bowls to him. And Milan drives. Didn't get it. It falls away to mid-off. Fielded by the captain. No run. Australia bowled out for 155 in 56.3 overs. Set the target of 271. England's first innings lasted 48 overs. And there was 58 overs left in the day's play when they took things up. And the experts chair for Anaconda, play more, pay less, with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Mike Atherton is in place. As Green bowls and Milan is jammed up in defence. A ball that threatens to sneak out the back but rolls across the popping crease. Welcome back, Mike.
Thank you. Yeah, decent opening partnership between Burns and Crawley. it would have been lovely to get through to the break unscathed. The chop-on happened just on the point of the break, so Milan's got to get himself settled now. He started the series in very good touch, but the returns have declined since then.
Milan stands upright. Green bowls to him, and he sways out of the way of a short ball, which followed him for a good portion.
Feels like this should be good bowling conditions, doesn't it?
As Hutto mentioned, it feels like it's been night since about 4 o'clock.
That is true as well, yeah. And not that much happened this afternoon.
No.
A combination of a bit of luck and edges quite not going to hand, and some good cricket from Crawley and Burns got England away.
2 in the deep on the leg sides. Green bowls, and Milan drives off the outside edge, down past the slips and away for 4. Milan gets off the mark with that boundary. 1 for 72. The boundaries for Foxtel 4K4's Foxtel for the love of cricket. So a foundation at last for England to build on.
Absolutely. So Milan and Root both have been coming to the crease in rather desperate circumstances throughout the series. The number of times that Root himself has been in the first 10 overs has been incredible. So at least there's a bit of a foundation, as you say, and the ball should be a bit older by the time England's captain comes to the crease. That was a pretty streaky start for Milan, but it didn't go in the air. There was no danger of a catch.
17 overs into the innings.
Scott Boland to continue. Nathan Lyon has gone through the test. 64.4 overs Australia have bowled across both innings. And they've been bowled out twice, and he's yet to get a bowl.
It's remarkable.
This is the first test England have taken 20 wickets, is it, in the series? Or have they done it once before or not?
Yes.
Oh, Colo.
The first time.
Had to think it through. Yes,
well,
it is.
I couldn't quite think.
Boland opens up against Crawley after tea. Crawley forward defending to cover.
So first time 20 wickets, first time a half-century opening partnership. It's late in the day, but improvement has come.
Marginal gains.
We'll be good to go by 2024.
It's the golfer who birdies 18 and he goes, I can't wait to get back.
Yeah, good line. I'm going to nick that for the paper tomorrow.
2 slips and a gully. A well spaced quarter, and Boland throws it up there. Crawley drives it into the stumps of the non-strikers, and it ricochets out to the right. Starkfield's no run in all of that.
Well, it would have been 4. It was a very firm drive again from Crawley, who played one beautiful on drive earlier off Cummins. This was similar, but it just hit leg stump at the non-striker's end. That's where he's so strong. He's a very powerful driver down the ground, but then can pull if the bowlers drag their lengths back.
Our relays around the country have joined us around the SEN network. Welcome to the final session of play in Hobart. Boland is delivering to Crawley, who's forward in defence today. Australia bowled out for 155. It set the target of 271. Rory Burns was out to prompt an early tea break, bowled Green for 26. And that's why we are in action as you've joined us. 1 for 72 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto. Milan is 4, Crawley is 32. England requiring a further 199 runs to win. Australia searching for 9 wickets. Boland's over the wicket, delivers, and Crawley leans forward in defence.
So slightly more defensive field after the break. The third slip has come out to cover, and there's a man back on the hook for Crawley as well. So it's a very, very standard field, really. A couple of slips and a gully. 3 men saving 1 in the covers. Boland's just going to do what we've seen him do since he's come in, really. Plug away, give England nothing, hope that there's a bit of movement, try and get another wicket, get a new man in.
Beach ball bobbing away under us, and that's near the sight screen, and that's just enough for Crawley to walk away. It's been struck a little too firmly. It's onto the sight screen, and that's probably a good result for the game. Don't think they were going to be able to play while that was still in motion. Scott Boland's below us at the river end of Blundstone Arena. He's in and bowling to Crawley, He's leaning forward and knocking it away to mid-off.
So the day-night element of this means there'll be a few more viewers in England, I would have thought. What time are we now in England? 9 o'clock in the morning. So people just getting up at home. Pretty dark and dismal in England in January, but this will have brightened their mood somewhat to see a better day. Mark Wood with the best figures for an England bowler in 15 years in Australia. And a chance.
A chance indeed. Boland delivers and Crawley leaves outside the off stump. 1 for 72, a couple of overs after tea on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
This summer, quench your thirst with Nippy's fresh juices. Proudly South Australian, farm grown, family made, picked by our family for yours for over 50 years. Tree to table. That's Nippy's.
Delicious! If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Cam Green is a huge plus with the ball this Ashes summer. If you just run this scenario through, so 199 to win and 9 wickets. As Green's about to begin the fresh over, Milan's on strike. And he's playing with hard hands. He can't beat the dive. Yes, he can beat the dive of Lyon at points. It disappears to the boundary for 4. So 2 boundaries in successive deliveries for Milan, that with far more authority than the previous at the end of the Green over. 1 for 76.
They're definitely trying to play with a bit more aggression, I think. Maybe we started to see that in Sydney, the way that Bairstow and Stokes took to Nathan Lyon. And I think that's the way to go. You have to try and take the game on and take it to the opposition.
Milan, 8 from 6. Oh, he's struck by a bouncer that followed him and he couldn't get out of the way. Green's hit him. He's standing upright, pulls the helmet off and looks at the stems at the back. That was a sickening sound.
It was. And it was a really difficult bouncer to get out of the way of because of the angle of the ball. Ooh. So Green is round the wicket. The angle is all coming into Milan, who tried to sway rather than kind of duck and let it go over the left shoulder. He tried to sway inside it, but the ball just followed him and crashed into the side of the helmet.
So a bit of medical attention as well as equipment replacement as we look at the Blunston replay built to last.
In days gone by, that's a broken jaw.
Yeah.
That's Rick McCosker coming out with a big bandage round his head.
Jeff Lawson as well. The whacker.
Yeah. And Anil Kumble somewhere, Caribbean somewhere. Courtney Walsh hit him, I think. What was that Hoggy year, Colo? Did you find it? Was it 02, 03 or 06, 07?
Got halfway through before Milan got to the head. Just a sec.
Let's play a bit of hypothetical here. So this is an extended 2.5 hour session.
You think whether they could win tonight?
No, I just think if England knocked off 100 in the session, 105 in the session, it would leave 90 odd to win tomorrow. If Australia picked out maybe 3 wickets, you could come back. Australia needing 6, England needing 90.
Yeah, could be a classic end. Yeah, could be.
For what it's worth, and I know I always have to caveat this with Windies, but Australia 52, England 48. There wouldn't have been many, if any, times in the series that it was that close.
No, they've got a definite chance here. They will have taken inspiration from Wood and the way that Crawley's playing, and a bit from Sydney as well, where they showed bits and bobs of form, and the way that when they took the game on at Sydney, pushed Australia onto the back foot, realised that maybe that's the way to compete.
So Milan being given as much time as he needs to get himself together and to replace the helmet with the various inserts. and to ready himself for action. So the threat that Cameron Green has been, he's taken the 11 wickets as we referenced. Hutto's just gone through. He's taken a wicket in each innings other than the second innings in Melbourne, which was rapid. So each time he's been able to chip in 1 for 6, 2 for 23, 2 for 24, none for 9, 1 for 7, 1 for 8, 1 for 24, 1 for 38, 1 for 45, and he's taken the wicket here.
Yeah, critical wickets and economy rate of barely 2, I reckon. So he just hasn't. Fourth bowler, England haven't been able to get on top at all. So it's that combination of picking up vital wickets and keeping the pressure on all the time. It's been relentless, really.
Good scalps too, as Root
a couple of times.
Stokes a couple of times.
Yeah.
The first wicket here being Burns.
And as we've just seen, can bowl a serious bouncer. Sharp kind of angle and steep bounce. That was a crunching blow.
It was, and it's a lengthy delay, and just threading the helmet now as Johnny Bairstow's about to depart. I presume that's the physio who's just stayed out there for an extra word or two to make sure he's okay.
Alf, did you catch last night the reception that Bairstow was getting from the Ricky Ponting stand?
No, was he getting a good one?
Big time. And he started off quite sheepishly, kind of, putting his hand up. By the end of the night, 2 arms in the air, welcoming the punters who, I believe the 1 drink limit wasn't in operation.
No, I suspect not. I've had that sense here as we get to about 10 o'clock at night. It gets very rowdy.
They brought it forward tonight, handwritten on the sign. Instead of 1 drink at 6 p.m, it was 5 p.m. So an ultra cautious approach to Sunday. I was wandering around the concourse before, and I guess because of the lanyard, English fellow said to me, "Where's the nearest alcohol bar?" Just keep walking, pal. You'll come across one eventually. So David Malan is going to continue, which is good news. 1 for 76. The independent reserve scoreboard. Use independent reserve for crypto. Big deep breath and back into the fray. Cameron Green strides in around the wickets, and that's chest high as it passes through over the off stump.
It's a long time now, obviously, that head protection has been in the game, but I do think it's been the most significant change, really, in the game. It's turned things slightly on its head. I would say pre-helmets, bowlers were on the front foot and the aggressors in the game, and now very much it's the batsmen coming at the bowlers. Big change.
2 in the deep in the leg side. Points gone back as well. It's another bouncer from Green, but that one Milan was able to keep well out of the way of.
They saved a few careers as well. I suppose you'd argue batsmen would play differently without a helmet, perhaps. Who knows? But there were 1 or 2 batsmen I played with and against who got hit frequently, and they'd have to have played differently, otherwise no career.
Couple left in the over. Plenty of advice from the other side of the fence. Green in, bowls. Milan cuts off an under edge down past the stumps to Boland at fine leg. To 9, 1 for 77.
You started off without the grill, didn't you?
I did. I didn't wear a helmet until my first class debut, which was April 1987, and then just a helmet with side pieces, and then eventually went to one of those Perspex grills, but hardly at all, because it kept steaming up, and then to the normal grill. But I remember batting against Malcolm Marshall with just side pieces on as a kid.
Crawley's on 32. Green over the wicket bowling to him, and Crawley drives beautifully wide of mid-off for 4. Pounced on the length. Fluent with a bat stroke. Crawley to 36. The boundary for Foxtel. 4K4s. Foxtel, for the love of cricket, it's 1 for 81.
Tyre Power's big holiday sale gives you the power to get away with a great deal on Kumho tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on Kumho tyres, including a huge range of premium quality passenger car and SUV tyres. What a way to get away when you buy 3 and get 1 free on a big range of Kumho tyres. Only this January and only at Tyre Power. Conditions apply. Tyre Power's big holiday sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner operator.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. England need 190 to win, 1 for 81. Crawley's 36, Milan is 9. Colo keeping all the stats and facts for Blunston. Built to last. Scotty Boland's around the wicket, bowling to Milan, who's playing the ball down the line of the leg side. Colo, did you find the numbers that Athers was searching for? So Wood, the best English figures in Australian soil since
Matthew Hoggard, 7 for 109 at the amazing Adelaide Test match of 2006, December 2006, where Australia were able to push on beyond 500 with Clark and Ponting both making centuries. And we all know what happened on the final day.
We don't need reminding.
Today, Mark Wood, 6 for 37. Quite splendidly too. Boland delivers, driven to mid-off by Milan. No run.
I think I'm right in saying Mark Wood's not had a 5 at home, that his 3 5-fers have been away from home, St Lucia and Johannesburg, and here. He's the kind of opposite to Chris Wokes, really. He has all his success at home but not away, and Mark Wood's the other way round. It makes him more valuable in a way because England have got plenty of bowlers who can be really effective at home.
Boland's in. Milan in his sights. Milan defends to cover. No run. So did the evolution of the helmet to the grill, did it change your level of confidence?
No, in the end it became second nature.
Yep.
You don't even really see the grill after a while. I can't remember what sparked it off. I can't remember what sparked me going from headpieces to a more protection. Somebody must have got hit and I must have thought, aye. I remember very, very early game in the second 11. There was a West Indian bowler called George Ferris, and an old opening batsman for Lancashire was called Alan Ormrod, and he was of an era that didn't wear helmets, so he never wore a helmet, and he got cleaned up by George Ferris. And I remember going to take guard with a patch of blood just on the popping crease. You know, he'd had his cheekbone caved in. That was the way it was.
So we just had a tech walk behind the sight screen and didn't emerge out the other side. The players are all waiting for him to get to the other side. Totally oblivious, on his phone, headphones on, absolutely oblivious to what was taking place. Boland pitches it up. It's outside the off stump and Milan untempted.
Yeah, that's Boland's line. Nagging fourth stump line from round the wicket, so he's going to keep asking questions of Milan, who could do with a few really at his age, and given his average in Test cricket, and given that Test series is coming up to the Caribbean, he could just do with a score.
He's 9 from 14, a little streaky in the way that he started. Milan drives off the outside edge away to points. The sweeper in the deep line gets around the field, heaves it in a single take, and Milan is 10. That's 1 for 82.
He went to a break just after the Crawley drive through extra cover. It was the most gorgeous shot. He's not missed an opportunity to score really, and it's looked a big difference with him at the top of the order, I would say.
7 boundaries in his 36 so far. And still just a bit of disquiet around what might be happening behind the sight screen. We can see that fellow. He's just tinkering away at the electrical gear. He's no risk to the players. But it was unnerving that he would walk in and disappear.
They put him on the big screen, that's why. That's how they know about him.
Boland's to Crawley. Forward in defence. Blocks back to the bowler. End of the over. 1 for 82. Independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
1 for 82, SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. Mike Atherton in place, Simon Katich in to join him. Anaconda, play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Green starts the fresh over, and Milan sparted a ball outside the off stump, which moved enough once it passed the bat that all of our instincts were the same. It was untouched.
Well, it's funny because that is Milan's shot, really. The cover drive and the cut are his two great areas of strength, but the number of times he's missed that shot on this tour, in this series, has been incredible. He's hardly hit a cut shot, and it's such normal strength for him.
Milan faces up. He went for it again, and that ball was jagging in. It got underneath the bat, it seemed, as it cut back. That wasn't there to play. Kat, welcome back.
Good evening, Gerard, Athers, all our listeners, Colo.
Kat. It's rollicking along.
What happens when a left-hander misses his cut, loses his cut shot? I mean, it's incredible. It's your bread and butter, really, isn't it?
Yeah, particularly because you're generally dealing with bowlers running the ball across you and having that angle.
Milan's on 10. He's having his trials. Green bowls to him, pitches it up, defends it to cover, no run. It's a fearsome blow. He got struck, wasn't it, from the bouncer?
Yeah, I happened to miss it on the way back from across the other side of the ground. But
we were talking helmets. Did you wear a helmet as a kid always, all the way through, or not?
Not until I think it was about 15, and we were playing on the synthetics, and one whizzed past my chin.
Green to Milan, got out of the way of the short one.
And then I realised it was nearly time because the boys are starting to get bigger and stronger and bowl bounces. And particularly when they use those two-piece balls on the synthetic wickets, which are normally hard and bouncy. So, yeah, that changed.
To the grill? Were you?
Initially I wasn't a grill. I think I just had the side pieces like Athers was talking about, and then, the grill came on later.
Green bowls. Milan's bowls. Green got through again. It was an unsettled stay for David Milan. Green's got both wickets. He's gone for 10. England 2 for 82.
Well, he never looked settled, really, David Milan. He'd had a couple of wafts in that over outside the off stump. The angle is troubling him from Green. Maybe the pace as well. It seemed to hurry through on him, and he chopped down on it and got an inside edge onto his stump. So either side of the break, 2 big wickets for Australia. Burns just before, Milan just afterwards. 2 for 82 looks a different score.
Yeah, Milan looks disappointed with himself there, but almost surprised that ball was able to get back on the stumps. But there was already a ball earlier in the over that cut him in half. So Cameron Green was planning that dismissal, trying to bring the ball back in, cramp him for room around the wicket, potentially get a chop on exactly like that. So very well done again by Cameron Green. And now Joe Root comes to the crease. And this is a big partnership. Australia know it. If they can knock the England skipper over here, they'll really open this test match up.
Green's in his 4th over, 2 for 17. The wicket taker for Spinal Ease, the best mattress in the world, spinaleze.com.au.
This is a big moment. This is a really big moment. If England are going to win, you feel that Root has to make a score, and he's facing Cameron Green, who's had a bit of success against him in the series so far, and of course has a couple of wickets, so his tail is up. It'll be very interesting to see whether Root can stop having a flirt outside the off stump, because I reckon Cameron Green will offer him one up out there.
2 slips gully. Line goes back to a deep backward point. A fine legging in place. Mitch Stark just has an additional word to Cam Green before he sets in. And he's going to push the mid-wicket out to a deep square. Green with the crowd at his shoulder. In and bowls to Joe Root, who's playing with a full face of the bats. Out to cover, no run. Another successful over for Cam Green. It's 2 for 82 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
For 30 years, Radell's been supporting Aussies by providing health products from naturally derived ingredients to enjoy summer with health confidence. Radell, the brand of choice by Mitchell Stark and Elisa Healy. Radell.com.au.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. What's going on down here is Pat Cummins presented the ball for inspection with some degree of suspicion.
I'm just watching Root and Labuschagne. They're having a chat there as this ball inspection is happening, and I saw Root mimic Labuschagne's shot when he got out in the first innings. They're obviously having a bit of fun with each other.
Pat Cummins been sent away with the pink kookaburra still in hands. 21 overs old it is. Scott Boland give it the once over as well. Crawley is on 36. And the deep point line has been brought up to the infield. So 2 in the deep on the leg side. Boland from the river ends. He's over the wicket and he bowls, and Crawley presents the full face of the bat in defence.
Yeah, it was interesting that first ball that Joe Root faced, the field that the Australians employed, having the 2 sweepers either side, square of the wicket. You just wonder whether they want him defending the ball into that backward point region where they've been so successful this series. Happy to give him 1, or looking for a 1, potentially early in this innings to get him to nick 1. The ball that's not quite on.
Boland to Crawley. He's playing from the crease, nudging it away to cover. No run.
I think it was interesting before that Pat Cummins, when England were rattling along early, he went to Scott Boland to just settle things down for a period of time, and Boland's done the job for him. None for 11 off 7.2, and so has Cameron Green. Cameron Green's obviously got the wickets, but I think having Scott Boland on at one end, shutting the board down and just building some pressure has enabled Cameron Green to attack at the other end and get Australia back into this test match.
Boland delivers and Crawley's leaving outside the off stump.
I shouldn't say back into this test match, but just get things back into, stemming the momentum that England had and just making it difficult now with Joe Root new to the crease and only having faced 1 ball.
They were on the charge at the start, Burns and Crawley. It's a partnership that netted 68. Green brought that to a halt. The tea break called then, and Milan on the other side. Australia's bowling for Bundaberg Gingerbeer. Boland pumps it into the turf, defended by Crawley, bat onto the pad, squirts away to point, no run.
And you'd have to say it's probably the first time in this series during that opening partnership that Australia's plans have been astray. They fed Rory Burns through the leg side, which is his strength, and then on a number of occasions probably just got a little bit too full and straight to Zach Crawley. He set up for that. He played some beautiful shots, don't get me wrong, but Australia probably just went away from being disciplined and forcing Zach Crawley to probably cover drive a little bit more.
Boland again to Crawley on the advance. Got through him. It squirts away through backward point. Lyons slides into field. A leg by.
It's on the charge there, much as he was actually before tea, that shot that he played off Cummins, which was a brilliant shot, really.
It certainly was, and there's certainly a good option for him, but I think the other part of Zach Crawley's development as a batsman will be just being a little bit more patient to those balls and potentially letting them go, or not taking that extra risk walking at the bowler in these sort of conditions, because it just looks like he's eager to score all the time, and that will be a strength of his, no doubt, but there's also going to be periods where he just has to absorb it a little bit further.
Boland giving nothing away. He bowls to Root, who advanced as well and let it pass through to the keeper. End of the over, independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto, 2 for 83.
Some
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
It's final session of play on day 3 for Suncorp, building a more resilient Queensland. That's the Suncorp spirit. The obligatory applause for Boland as he heads to fine leg. Green's in the action. Defending the first ball of the over is Crawley out to cover. No run.
Hold a good spell here, hasn't he? And fast. On the money. Bit of bounce. Just turning Crawley round with that ball. Somehow got it to cover off a leading edge.
It starts warming up at mid-on. Crowd's trying to get the wave going. Crawley faces up, Green bowls to him. He's edging and he's caught. Carey diving away to his right. The destroyer is Cameron Green. He has 3. Crawley set on his way for 36. England 3 for 83.
Fantastic spell. Either side of tee, Cameron Green is turning this game around. Burns first of all, then Milan. Now Crawley, who's playing well, he's looking to force the ball. I think it's the point that Simon Katich was making a moment ago, that it's a pretty good ball. You're trying to create something out of nothing. And in the end, just edging it through to the wicket keeper.
Yeah, that was a beautiful bit of bowling from Cameron Green. The length, the line, and once again, Zach Crawley's footwork has been excellent so far. He's been getting a good stride in the ball, but on that occasion, he doesn't really want to get forward to Cameron Green, end up squaring up. There was a good nick taken by Alex Carey, but Cameron Green, he's imposing himself with the ball on this test match. Could he get his first fifer when Australia needed it after that opening partnership? That was a beautiful ball, and that just highlights the one area of Zach Crawley's technique. And I think he can play, but this is just going to be a small tweak to his game. You can see that bat plane almost going to mid-on.
Yeah.
And because of the line of the ball, he cuts across that line and presents the outside edge rather than through the line of the ball to the offside. And because he's in quite an upright position, because of that front foot not really getting as far forward as it has been, he's off the ball. It gives it a chance to swing like it did.
These will already be Cam Green's best figures, won't they?
They are indeed, and he's got 13 wickets in the series now at 15.6.
What's his economy rate? Hello?
It is just on 2.5. Beautiful set of numbers.
Perfect combination.
That's almost like the great Shane Warne used to be. Economical, but then also attacking at the same time.
Yeah.
Ben Stokes called to serve. So it's Stokes and Roots out in the middle, and their scoreboard is suddenly somewhat ominous. 188 required, 7 wickets for Australia, 2 in the deep on the leg side. Steep backward point, Green around the wicket, bowls. Stokes runs it to the deep backward point, and he takes a single to immediately get off the mark. 3 for 84.
When they talk about Cameron Green, they say there's no limit in the number of spells that he can bowl in a test match, but they say there's a limit on the overs he can bowl in a spell. What's the maximum for him?
I think it was around about maybe 8 overs a day initially.
Right.
Because last year he never really seemed to bowl more than that.
But he's obviously stronger.
It sounds
now.
like there's less restrictions on him now in that regard.
Green to Roots. He's tucked up in defence, knocking it away to point, no run.
And that would be the medical people imposing on Pat Cummins, saying you mustn't bowl in more than.
Yeah, and I think it's brought about because of his history with the back in the
presumably
past.
Pat Cummins, with his own history, is going to take that on board as well.
2 to come in his 5th over. Joe Roots yet to get off the mark. Green bowls to him, and Roots etches into the body.
It's the defining image of this series, really. Joe Root getting a nip backer into the wherevers. Incredible the number of times it's happened.
Side edge to the inner thigh.
Keeps doing that, he'll have to have a name change.
Last ball of Green's over. He's after the captain. He bowls and Root's able to tuck it to leg. He calls for a sharp single and gets off the mark. 3 for 85. Independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto. Hutto's coming in.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
Well, we thought we'd be back tomorrow, but who knows? There's still time. Evening, Atherton Cat.
Evening.
Evening, Hutto.
Mitchell Stark makes a timely return. With Stokes and Root, who you would think would need to make a substantial contribution here, both on one. Independent reserve scoreboard, choose independent reserve for crypto. 3 for 85. 186 more runs to win. Not too many have gone home yet. 2 slips and a gully eagerly await. Stark to Root. Pitches up, good length ball. Root watched it, defended it.
So they got that man out at deep backward point again, which is, I think, a combination, isn't it? It's a run saver because that's where Root gets a lot of his boundaries. But the point you were making, Kat, about they're happy for him to try and glide it there for one, because that opens the face and brings the 2 slips and the gully into play.
Nathan Lyon is patrolling out there. Specialist fielder and batsman in this game, it seems. Stark. And Root is pushing. He thought he'd played it soft enough to get a single, and he had to think again. Cam Green, one of our listeners suggesting player of the match. He probably is at the moment. Contributed almost 100 runs, and then wicket in the first innings and 3 big ones here.
Well, his wickets throughout this series too have been top order players. Interesting to see what those numbers look like, Colo. The amount of top order batsmen he's got out.
Crowd riding on the back of Mitchell Stark as he delivers to Root. He flicks it strong and fine. Boland gets around at fine leg and quick enough to make them decide to settle for 1. Root is 2, Stokes is 1, and it's 3 for 86.
I wonder whether we'll see any swing here at all. There was a stage, probably this time last night, where Stark got a couple to go. I haven't seen that much from him all series. Makes a big difference if he gets it to go, particularly to left-hander like Stokes. Just coming in, trying to get your eyes adjusted to the light, and this time of night, it's not easy.
To answer Kat's question, he's picked up Root twice, Stokes twice, Crawley twice, and Milan twice, and on top of that, Pope and Billings. And a couple of tail-enders.
Yeah, they're good names, aren't they? So Stokes. His open stance. We saw Stark get through him in Melbourne. Oh, and he just faintly beat the outside edge there. It could have been anything.
It was a wonderful delivery. It got a nod of appreciation from Ben Stokes as well, who just pushed forward, and it was ever so close to the outside edge. Excellent delivery.
That's a brute of a ball to get second ball in your innings when you're just getting used to the pace and bounce and movement. That's right on the money from Mitchell Stark.
Stokes 231 runs at 25.6. Showed his resistance and his resilience in Sydney. Can he do it here as well? Stark is bowling wider of the off stump. He appreciates the width and lets it go.
It's a big part of Ben Stokes' game, that, isn't it? To walk at the bowler to try and put them off their line and length. He's done it repeatedly last test in Sydney, and now again here.
Deep point for Stokes as well. Travis Head out there just behind point. About a metre or two inside the rope. And 2 out behind square on the leg side. 2 slips a gully. The rest in front of the wicket. Urging Stark on. Bowles. Stokes gets across early. Looks to take him through the leg side. Doesn't get the placement he was after. Khawaja does the fielding, and that is the end of the Stark over. It's 3 for 86 for Host Plus. That's a plus.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Two for 18 in this session, and that came straight after the dismissal of Rory Burns before the break. New over begins, and Joe Root had to swivel the body, primarily the upper part of the body, to get it out of the way of the danger presented by a Cam Green bouncer.
It was a very good bouncer as well, because it jagged back at him and Root just had to sway inside the line. He doesn't want to take the short ball on because of the second man out there, which is Nathan Lyon. Played it well.
Stark at fine leg. And the next one is pushed forward, trying to get onto the front foot and look for a quick single. Sent back by Stokes.
One other number with Cameron Green, he's taking his wickets at a strike rate of 36.7 in the series. Compare that to Cummins, 39.9, and Boland only ahead of them on 30.8. So a wicket every 6 overs.
And no wonder everyone's so excited about what's to come. It's arrived already, though, hasn't it?
It's super impressive at 22.
He bowls, and Root not convincing, but he does get the placement right as he jammed down on one just outside the off stump. It moved away to Khawaja, who got around to make the save. Keeps it to 1, but Root gets to the other end, trying to keep the scoreboard ticking over. 3 for 87, another 184 runs to win.
Yeah, we saw before that momentum that England got with the opening partnership. These two new to the crease have just got to absorb for a period, but then eventually once they do get settled, there is the opportunity to try and score a little bit quickly. They both like to get on with it when they do get set. And the ball's nearly 25 overs old now.
Greens at Stokes, who's very watchful in defending. It remains 3 for 87. Yeah, the first time they got past 50, and it was their fastest to 50 as well for the series so far.
It was the biggest opening partnership of the series by both teams, wasn't it?
Was it? Yes. I guess
Is that right for Australia as well?
We'll look to Colo.
I think
just drifting off there.
I haven't been watching the Australian opening partnerships.
It's probably right, isn't it?
I think I saw something.
Let's double check.
Yeah.
Well, it's been a tough old gig for openers in this series, that's for sure, on these pitches.
Statistician's nightmare when the expert comes along and just throws a stat up. There's a leg slip now. Green. Stokes tried to pull and he got himself in a complete knot. His side hurt. The ball went away to that leg slip on the bounce. Root indicated he might go for a single. Stokes says settle down.
Well, we know it was definitely England's highest opening
Yes, it was.
It's just whether Australia had one.
They haven't. You know, they put on 57 for the first wicket in the first innings at Melbourne.
Shows you how tough it has been.
Yeah.
The big, tall Cam Green is into Stokes, who plays late but plays well into the gap in the covers this time. Jamming down on one to get the second single from the over. 3 for 88 as Athers leaves us. As you heard the crunch on SEN Test cricket.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1800 858 858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
Bred on a Kimberley cattle station to withstand the Aussie life, Ringer's Western clothing looks great in the city while toughing it out on the land. From tees and jackets to boots and denim, Ringer's Western. Shop now at ringerswestern.com.
Burns 26, Crawley 36, Milan 10. They're the men out. It's the men in. We're watching. Stokes and Root. Stark to Stokes. He gets across and turns one off his pads. Yes was the immediate call. There's two there as it went slowly out into the deep. And there was nothing Nathan Lyon could do to stop them doubling up. Another couple of runs at 3 for 90. Alex Doolan has just wandered in.
Hello, Hutto.
Come around from his stand. He's just trying to keep the crowd, making sure they're obeying the local drink rules.
Yeah, a bit cooler over there in that stand. Much nicer up here in the warmth.
What's the demographic like in the Alex Doolan stand?
Classy, I would have thought.
They are apparently the most expensive tickets in town.
Yeah, they're few and far between.
Two tight slips here and a galley. Stark to Stokes again. He plays late at his own pace into the covers. He picked it up early. Stark not worrying him yet. Cam Green making sorts of hand signals there, like he wants a review of something. Not sure who he's signalling to just at the moment, but I'm sure he's enjoying himself. He's in line. He's produced the big moments for Bendix Brakes manufacturing in Australia since 1955. What can Stark manufacture here? Just to the end of his mark. He's charging in. Stokes makes his trigger movement. Was ready and set when the ball arrived. Nice position to drive. He did, but without any power. Up to Cummins at mid-off.
What a critical partnership this is.
Yeah.
The two elder statesmen of the England team, Joe Root and Ben Stokes. They need 181 for victory. One partnership here by these two. You know, if they take 80 off the total and it gets down to 3 down, needing 100 to win, there'll be some belief in that England dressing room. But Australia know they're only 1 wicket from really opening this test match up.
Stokes needed some convincing that his bat was okay after that last shot. He hasn't called for a new one. Stark, he's bowling just outside the off stump, and again he's moving forward and playing it competently. Up to Cummins, keeping the Australian captain busy at mid-off. Couldn't get a run. He remains on 4 and Root is 3.
15 minutes ago when Milan was batting with Crawley, that I was sitting outside thinking, when will Australia revert to the bouncer barrage that England had placed on them? And now it's just changed completely. It looked like I was speaking with someone outside and said, well, if they put on another 40 here, Australia would be slightly nervous. And now it's completely back the other way, where England are looking like only just hanging on for the night.
Stark. Again, this time he targets the middle stump, but Stokes was willing and able to defend. And he again gestures towards the dressing room, or to the umpire perhaps at square leg. Collo's mates at Crickviz have England a 28% chance to win and Australia 72%.
Well, that backs up what Dools was just saying, because only maybe, half an hour ago, it was 52 to Australia and 48 to England. So It's amazing what's happened with those last couple of wickets.
All is quiet, except the sound of Ben Stokes' bat. Stark delivers down the leg side, flicked at it. If he'd made contact, there was runs to be had. Carey took it neatly after Stokes missed, over bowled. 3 for 90, SEN Test Cricket Independent Reserve Scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for crypto.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Cam Green's spell has come to an end. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 21. And Pat Cummins has called on himself to take the pink ball and go for the kill. It's been a terrific collective effort by the Australian pacemen right through the series. Richardson and Neser did their bit in Adelaide. And then they were sent back. Scott Boland took over in Melbourne and Sydney. Pat Cummins, bar one test, has been there all the way. He delivers and stands up and plays this square of the wicket route out to point. So this is it, captain v captain. He picked him up for the first time in the series in the first innings. You looked you had a reaction to that ball then, Kat?
Yeah, just that's the ball that is the danger ball for Joe Root. He might have hit that one on the middle to cover point, but it's just a high-risk shot at the moment, particularly against someone like Pat Cummins who can get the ball to go both ways off the seam.
Cummins over the wicket and Root shaped to have a cut or a square drive at that, but thought better of it.
Just to reiterate your point earlier on today, Kat, that Pat Cummins has come into the attack, first 2 balls, 140 kilometres an hour, bang on the money. I mean, it's an amazing skill to have, and especially from someone who bowls that quick.
Yeah, he realises and senses that this is the partnership, and he's going to take matters into his own hands here.
It could be the critical final battle of the series. Cummins bowls a magnificent ball, but well and truly was too good for Joe Root. The bat was there, it was presented, and the ball just moved away beautifully off the length, and Joe Root could do nothing.
Look at the wobble as it went past the bat. Dipped there on Carey, and he just got a glove on it.
Missed the edge by quite a margin in the end. Still 3 for 90. Cummins can't wait to deliver another. And it's a late jam down by Joe Root. Head over the ball. It was Fuller, and he kept it out.
That last ball, not the one he just played then, but the second last ball, that is a great example of why Pat Cummins is so hard to face as a right-hander, because that ball he probably could have left because it was wide enough, but the problem is because Pat Cummins has knocked him over in the first innings with one that's decked back, he feels like he has to play at those balls, even though they're probably on 4th, maybe 4.5 stump line.
Cummins on the full charge, and Root is getting after him, or trying to at least. He can't beat mid-on, though, as he tried to work it through the onside field.
Yeah, and I think, too, Pat's one of those awkward bowlers that he almost looks like he goes past the perpendicular and everything's just going to angle straight in. So when he is taking it away, it's a complete mind boggle because you think that has to come in at me. But sure enough, it's beating the outside edge.
Marcus Harris subbing at mid-on. So rather than a deep point with Cummins bowling, it's more like a third, a wide third at that. Again, he's fanning outside the off stump. Fencing at one, it goes straight through the over, is complete. It's 3 for 90. Tough times at Bellerive Oval. Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for crypto.
There's nothing like the freedom of four-wheel driving. Hi, I'm Aaron from Go4x4, and we know that every vehicle has a story to tell. So we take pride in thinking outside the box. We're the go-to four-wheel drive outlet for quality accessories, comprehensive diesel service, performance and diagnostics. And we specialise setting up your four-wheel drive and always go the extra mile to ensure your vehicle is maintained to the highest standards. Feel the freedom with Go4x4. Check go4x4.com.au.
Let us know where you're taking in the action late on day 3, a Sunday night around the nation as Stark starts a new over and Stokes plays him beautifully, fluently off the pads. He's got one as he worked it behind square, and that'll do. It's a well-resourced area for Australia. Lyon doing the fielding, so it's just the one. Stokes advances to 5, and it's now 3 for 91. One of our listeners walking along Bond Beach in Melbourne with the sun just about to set, listening to SEN. Great end to the week. Where will we be at stumps tonight? What do you reckon, Dools?
Look, I think the way that it's going now, I'm backing Australia to take at least another 3 wickets. At least another 3 wickets.
Crowd vainly trying to generate a bit of a wave. Everyone else is interested in Stark, who bowls to Root, and he plays late. Let the ball come to him. Played well. Defended on the offside.
Yeah, there's still a lot of time left tonight. It's an hour and a half of play.
Yep.
Which
30 overs, 30.5 overs.
Yeah. And I would say more wickets, but I think the pitch is actually playing really well now. It doesn't look to have too many demons in it. There's been some really good bowling from Australia and just a little bit of movement in the air, but the wicket itself is actually playing pretty true.
Yes, our local guru Flash, he thought there'd be lots of runs made here today. That was his prediction this morning.
Yeah.
For what it's worth. Stark to Root, who chases this one. Hit it pretty well outside the off stump, but straight to Marnus Labuschagne, who was quickly hiding the ball in the jumper just to try and trick Joe Root. And it's still 3 for 91 with 180 runs to win for England. They haven't really said anything to win for England much in this series so far. So they're presenting their best realistic chance at the last. It's all for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. Mitchell Stark, 2 slips and an expectant Cam Green in the gully. 2 out behind square in the deep. Comes in, hits the crease hard, outside the off stump, well guided by Joe Root. We saw a lot of that on the TV watching over our winter, and that's run down to third. Now that's a run-saving fieldsman for Australia at the moment. 1 more run for Root. He goes to 4. Stokes is 5. Bit by bit, they get a little closer. It's 3 for 92.
Yeah, Mitchell Stark won't mind that. He will not mind that at all, because if one bounces a little bit from there, Joe Root's going to feed Carey or the slips. They're happy to give him the 1.
It's a shot that Root plays a lot in England, isn't it? Without that bounce, it's a much harder shot in Australia.
Back to lefty. Stark to Stokes. He takes on the pull. Nathan Lyon takes the catch. At deep backward square leg. He was 5 metres in from the boundary. He came in 2 further metres, dived forward and made sure of it. And the ever-dangerous Ben Stokes has departed for the last time in the series. Mitchell Stark, who's been ever-present throughout this Ashes series, has picked up a huge blow. Is it just about the killer blow? We'll find out soon. England 4 for 92.
Yeah, Ben Stokes got greedy then. He got sucked in by Mitchell Stark. Thought he could pump that over mid-wicket. Got big on him, and it went straight out to Nathan Lyon, who took a very well-judged catch, diving forward. Never easy at night, judging the pink ball out in the deep. And on that occasion, Stark wins the battle. Stokes will be ruling that decision. Misjudged it, and it's gone straight to Nathan Lyon.
So it won't be Ben Stokes this time. Colo?
Stokes caught Lyon, bowled Stark, both innings.
The stats for Blunston, built to last. We asked our listeners where they are. James is in the Gambie, synced, watching on TV. Adams got a beautiful night at the end of Tasmania, the other end of the state in Launceston. Not sure how you define what the end is, but having an enjoyable walk while listening to the commentary. And walking the foggy streets of London mid-morning, including past Lords and the Oval. Go Aussies. That's Hoff from Adelaide.
Decent walk.
Billy Haas, are they trying to start the Mexican wave or the wave to say goodbye to England for the last time? It's looking more likely at 4 for 92. Ollie Pope. How's this for an experience? Mitchell Stark, crowd at his back. He bowls, and it's a confident-looking cover drive. It was knocked down partially by Labuschagne, so he'll just get the 1 run. But a good way to get your innings going. He is 1, Root is 4. Successful over from Mitchell Starc. He has 1 for 24. It's 4 for 93.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger. Treat yourself this summer to the Great Australian Brew, Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
SEN Test cricket, 3 for 25 in this session. And of course, Rory Burns fell just before, or just at the end of the previous. Cummins starts a new over and he tests out Pope with a bouncer first up, which he ducks under. Victory seems a long way away right now, Simon Katich, for England.
Oh, it certainly does. That was the partnership. 2 senior players in this England team. Ben Stokes perished. Again, disappointing cricket. Yep. So many players have fallen to the short ball with the short ball trap too. It's not like they're hitting balls straight up. There's a man back for that exact shot.
Cummins bowls, and that got under the armpits of Pope as it followed him. He let it pass and through to the keeper. So Mitchell Starc goes back to the lead in the most wickets in the series competition. He's got 19 at 25. Pat Cummins has 18 at 20.16. Wood with 17 for England at 26.6. And Nathan Lyon doesn't look like he's going to get a chance to add to his 16 wickets. Boland on 15, Green and Broad 13.
He's getting a TFC this test match, isn't he?
2 slips in a gully. Pat Cummins wants a piece of the action, and Pope has come mighty close to nicking it through.
I'll tell you what the team won't hear the end of, though, is his 2 sixes that he's smacked Mark Wood for over backward square.
Yeah. He'll tell them all because he'll be saying, all of you Muppets were getting caught in the boundary trying to take it on, and here I am putting them onto the hill. What are you doing?
He'll have the replay up on his phone.
Mick's in the pool, having a beer or two in Swan Reach, Victoria. Loving the Ashes. Cheers, Mick. Pat's in the middle. Bowling to Ollie outside the off stump. Pope lets it pass.
Yeah, big challenge for Pope here. He got out in the first innings, nicking ball that he could have let go. He's batting on off stump, much like Zach Crawley. He's got to have the discipline here to hang tight and keep those hands close to his body. But then he's got the double threat, the ball that comes back off the seam from Cummins, who's potentially going to set him up here, drag him across the crease repeatedly. So he's got 2 things to worry about here, Ollie Pope.
Replays are for Blunston, built to last. Cummins to Pope, it's a bouncer. His legs splayed, but he ducked underneath it. It went searing into the gloves of Alex Carey, and he had a big smile spread across his face.
Make that 3 things to worry about. The extra set at the head.
Root is 4. And his junior partner is 1. England fans are praying for Pope.
And while we're at it, probably throw in the 4th, that in-swinging Yorker that he bowled so well at the SCG, because potentially that's the next one that's coming with him working him across the crease as well.
I hope he's not listening to SEN. As Cummins bowls full, and he gets across and covers up. Cop that, Simon Katich. End of the over, it's 4 for 93. Colo and Julia coming in next.
To be a sustained performer, you need to perform at your best, day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
The collapse reached 4 for 25 since England lost their first wicket when the score was 68. And it's only gotten worse from there. Starc to Root, the captain on 4 on the approach, starting a new over. 2 slips in a gully and Root drives nicely out to mid-off, but there's no run on offer. Adam Collins with you. Alex Doolan stays with me. Julia Price joins us. Good evening.
Good evening.
Evening. What's been most impressive with Australia in this series with the ball has been the spread of wickets too, isn't it? You go back 4 years ago and it was the big four all taking 20-plus scalps, doing all of the heavy lifting between them. Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood and Lyon. Very different this time around. None of them have taken 20 as yet, although Stark will want to change that here on 19, bowling to Joe Root over the wicket, and Root drives again. Can he beat mid off? Not quite. Good diving stop. Oh, sorry, it snuck through. My apologies. Looks like a good diving stop. Instead, it's going to be a boundary. Yes, it is. Looks like Khawaja dragged that in. Not to be. Joe Root moves to 8. And England move along to 4 for 97.
Thought it might have got stuck in one of Uzi's 6 jumpers that he's got on down there. No, you're exactly right, Colo. The spread and the depth in Australian bowling is really exceptional right now. I mean, we've seen Scotty Boland's impact, but let's not forget Jai Richardson's fifer in Adelaide as well.
Well, that's it. You go through it. Hutto mentioned Stark taking 19 and Cummins 18. It's the former going again, running away from us at the river end towards Joe Root on 8. Bowls here, and Root driving again through towards Khawaja. This time he cuts it off when the crowd recognise that moment. Joe Root passed 5,000 test runs as England captain with that stroke. It might be his last test as skipper. Time will tell. But you go down the list. Lyon 16 at 23.5. Boland 15 at 11. Green 13 at 15.8. Jai Richardson a 5-wicket bag to finish the job at Adelaide, 5 at 24. 3 for Hazelwood before he got injured, playing his role at Brisbane. A couple for Nisa at Adelaide, and 1 for Stephen Smith at the death there at Sydney. And still 6 to go here. Stark to the crease, bowls to Root, who deflects down towards Green in the gully. Does it well in the end, playing it late, no run.
And that's one of the big things is Hazelwood is a walk-in.
Yeah,
he hasn't been able to play half of this series, so we've got some really good opportunities for other people to step in here and really show what the depth is like in the Shield game.
Well, they really have walked the talk of George Bailey before the series, saying they didn't want to get in the same trap as last year against India when it was all about the big four.
Yeah.
And I mentioned how successful they were in 17-18, but I mean, bowlers like Boland and Green. Remember, Green bowled 44 overs last year against India without a single wicket. It's Stark here, left arm over, bowls to Root, pulls it, helps it down to fine leg. He's got it quite fine, gives him enough time to get through for a second run. 4 for 99 the score, Root into double figures. 1 more ball left in this over.
Yeah, and you spoke of George, and I think he's doing an exceptional job picking the team. I think he's picking a team that I would say 95% of the public and players and whoever it might be would say that's the team for us. And I was really pleased, one selection in particular that didn't go Australia's way, and his was Marcus Harris. But I was really pleased that they showed faith in him and picking him at the top of the order, knowing exactly what he's done in Shield cricket for the last 5 years.
So Stark to finish the over. 2 out on the leg side as well. And a deep backward point. He bowls to Root. Chops down hard. Can't beat Cameron Green in the gully. How many times have we said that during the series? Good bit of fielding to finish. 30 overs gone in England's chase at 271. On the independent reserve scoreboard, choose independent reserve for crypto. They're 4 for 99.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
On the text line for Tyre Power, Hutto put the call out. Where are you listening to the coverage? Phil in Vancouver, Canada. Loving it. Looking like a win from here. We've got one from the Adelaide Hills. Brush cutting. Listening to the Aussies on destination for 4-0. Cummins, can he help that? He bowls here. Start of a new over to Pope. He pushes straight past the stumps. Does well there. Gets himself a single. Pope up to 2. And England bring up their 100. 4 for 100. They went to the tea break, or just before the tea break. Winviz got up to 50 and they were daring to dream a little bit, but they've lost 4 wickets since. That measures down to 30 for what it's worth. But at least now they've got through that that small milestone and something to build from, Alex Doolan.
Yeah, it's been a tale of the game, really, hasn't it? England got off to the fast start on day one, and then Australia wrestled it back, and then England got in front. It's toed and froed the whole game.
Cummins delivers to Root, who plays with soft hands out through towards backward point. There's a single on offer there. 4 for 101, Root's 11.
I think that's the beauty of Test cricket, the fact that it's been so throughout the whole series, even though it's a 3-0, potentially a 4-0 sort of series win for Australia. I think that all the pitches have really enabled the games to be so competitive with both bat and ball and also ebb and flow constantly. So it's been a really exciting series for everyone. And, you know, they keep saying Test cricket's dead and it keeps coming back.
Yeah. Only those who aren't paying attention. Cummins away from the Church Street end, bowls here to Ollie Pope, well forward, pushing out to extra cover, no run. Yeah, a number of these texts coming through, looking forward to a big win. But your point, Julia, if England have a good session from here on out, look, a high degree of difficulty across the next 90 minutes or so, just a bit less than that before the compulsory close of play at 10:30 local time. I mean, if these two are still there, they'll be in with a puncher's chance tomorrow afternoon. They're not that far behind in the Test match. They just need to arrest this decline either side of tee. So 2 out for the hook. Bowling here, the bouncer. Bang on the money. Pope just gets underneath it. It was on target though.
And the ball before that too, Colo, you just saw the old Ollie Pope just hanging the bat out there. He managed to hit the middle of the bat, but he was playing at a ball that was 7 or 8 stumps wide of his off stump. He just can't help himself at the moment against Pat Cummins and put the bat out there.
I think you mentioned before, Adam, you were saying that he actually pushed at a ball that was sort of 4th or 5th stump. It might have been cap, in fact. And he does tend to really want to get that bat on the ball all the time, and therefore he's a nicking opportunity all the time.
Well, it certainly wasn't the first innings. Cummins again to Ollie Pope. That's better. Leaving alone outside the off stump through to the gloves of Carey. One text against the grain. I'm an Aussie, but I want the Poms to win this test to show the selectors don't change a winning team. The old mantra of Australian cricket. I suppose that must be a Marcus Harris fan. But on your point, Dills, before, and Gerard often makes this point, but we're a country of 20 million selectors.
Yeah.
Hard-pressed to find many who would criticise what George Bailey's done this summer alongside Tony Dodemaide and Justin Langer. Pretty much everything has gone right. Maybe you could point at the fact that Khawaja double failure this week, the way our correspondent has, but he wasn't getting dropped after twin tons. They had to find room for him.
No, well, he made himself in a position where he couldn't drop him.
So deep backward square comes in, last ball. Pope facing up, past the edge, another one of those delightful outswingers from Patrick Cummins. He's bowled so well, yet to get a wicket though. England 4 for 101 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
If there's one thing you can be certain of these days, it's that at Chemist Warehouse, your health is our top priority, which is why we're now a COVID-19 vaccination provider. To check your eligibility, scan the QR code in-store or visit our website, chemistwarehouse.com.au/COVID. Then simply book your appointment and we'll see you in store on the day of your vaccination. Chemist Warehouse, always here for you.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Everyday Advantage. Lots of choice to personalise your home. Adam Collins, Alex Doolan and Julia Price with you on the call. Our experts for Anaconda, play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. And it's going to be Scott Boland. What do you know? None for 11 from 8. The instant national hero, as Hutto put him earlier today, back into the attack. He threatened both edges before the tea break.
Yeah, his shield form here, though, and I'm sure you've probably discussed it, is not amazingly good, but at the same time he's never played a pink ball with a pink ball in the evening for the Shield. So, and the form that he's currently in, you certainly wouldn't be not backing him at the moment.
And coming up against a strong Tasmanian team too, Pricey.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, we have talked a little bit about the half century that he made against Tassie here some 9 years ago as a night watchman. But what he want now is to get back in the book again, as he's done in every innings that he's bowled for Australia so far at Test level, delivering here to the England captain, Root, who comes forward and pushes out to cover, no run. Boland has had a bit of success against Root so far in the series. Just on Boland, interesting that answer he gave earlier today to Kat and me before play around county cricket. Oh. So we were like, well, you must have got 18 phone calls, 18 counties. They must all want you with the Duke's ball in the championship this year. He gave kind of a coy answer. Yeah, my manager might have got a few calls. That he'll be fielding many, many calls, I assure you. Here's Boland on the approach to Root. Bowls here. Root goes back and defends from that nagging line and length once more. We were sort of speculating that, taking a slightly longer term view, I wonder how much work Boland will have to do in Pakistan and Sri Lanka and India. Perhaps not an awful lot. It might well be the case that he becomes a bit of a professional tourist, and therefore, as you mentioned, Julia, for example, Josh Hazlewood will surely be back in contention for those tours, and it might well be that playing a season in England could be an important part of his progression towards, say, the Ashes series of 2023. The players are walking towards the umpires and off the field towards, just trying to get a read on what's going on here. Are they taking the drinks break? On what basis, I wonder? Was this a broken bat? Maybe that was it. It looks like Joe Root broke his bat from the previous delivery, and instead they've decided to take the Bundaberg drinks break. So we'll just go through the card as it reads at the moment before taking a break here in SEN Test cricket. 31.2 overs gone in England's chase of 271. They lost 1 wicket before tea. That was Rory Burns chopping Green on for 26. After the interval, David Malan was bowled by Green as well for 10. And that same man for a third time, finding the outside edge of Zach Crawley for 36. And then Ben Stokes holed out to Nathan Lyon from Mitchell Starc for 5. At that stage, England were 4 for 92. Now they've made their way to 4 for 101 with the captain Root still there on 11. Ollie Pope on 2. Cameron Green has 3 wickets. Mitchell Starc has 1. And on that, with the target at 271, England 170 away from that. Let's take a break. The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Throughout the summer, whatever occasion you have, at Powell's, we've got you covered. Over 200 gins, 300 beers, 500 whiskies and 2,000 wines. Come into Powell's. The team are ready to help. Powell's, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield. Always drink responsibly.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
If there's one thing you can be certain of these days, it's that at Chemist Warehouse, your health is our top priority, which is why we're now a COVID-19 vaccination provider. To check your eligibility, scan the QR code in-store or visit our website, chemistwarehouse.com.au/COVID. Then simply book your appointment and we'll see you in store on the day of your vaccination. Chemist Warehouse, always here for you.
There's nothing quite like celebrating and enjoying summer vibes with your pals. Parafield Airport Liquor Store, that is. Come into Pals. You'll be bowled over by our prices. Pals, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield. Always drink responsibly.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
He faces up, Green bowls to him. He's edging and he's caught. Carey diving away to his right. The destroyer is Cameron Green. He has 3.
Starc to Stokes. He takes on the pull. Nathan Lyon takes the catch at deep backward square leg. He was 5 metres in from the boundary, dived forward and made sure of it.
It's the Bundaberg drinks break, the Great Australian Brew in the final session of day 3 here at Bellerive Oval, England. 4 for 101. We're mid-over for Scott Boland with Joe Root changing his bat. And they might have changed the ball as well. We couldn't quite tell whether they were successful in getting it changed. We'll keep an eye on that. In any case, Scott Boland has 4 deliveries left in this over. He'll stay with his 2 slips and a gully, bowling at the England skipper. Delivers here and beats the outside edge. That's that channel that's been problematic for Root against Boland up at Sydney last week.
He continues to want to play that shot, Joe Root. You know, he's striking at about 50% with it. I think it's maybe something that he needs to put away, especially tonight. There aren't the conditions to be playing that shot. Tomorrow, maybe under the daylight, he might be able to have a crack at it. But tonight, put it away.
He made literally hundreds of runs from that shot last year, making 1,700 all up in in Test cricket. That's why the deep backward point's there, but he just wants to keep getting bat on ball, Julia. As Boland turns and runs towards Root again. Arrives here. Root is bowled! Boland's done it again! The England captain is castled. Bowled for 11. There's no disputing that. Might have shot a little bit low. 5 for 101. England are in a world of pain.
Wow. What a ball.
Oh, a little bit low. It's shot along the ground. First one we've seen misbehave, and it's gone straight onto the off stump of Joe Root. Oh, that's not fun. Not a lot he could have done.
No, and he was due a bit of luck, Scotty Boland too, wasn't he? He's a few catches dropped in the slips in the first innings, and that was an absolute zooter.
Yeah, I was just about to say that Joe Root, it's essential that he stays in there today. He's been one of the highest run scorers for England. He's the captain of the team. He needs to stay there to get them through this. And the very next ball, he gets a bit of a shooter from Scott Boland, who just tightened up his line a little bit, was sort of bowling that sort of fourth, fifth stump line where Root was having a little bit of a go at it, but bang on off stump, straight through him. A little bit of luck in the fact that it didn't come through, but he's replaced by Sam Billings. He's going to be an interesting one after his innings last in the first innings. It's very T20 one-day sort of style cricket from Billings.
Yeah, he looked good yesterday for 29, but as he passed the captain Root then, he just looked over at the skipper and all he could do was smile. What can you say if you're Joe Root ending his tour bowled for 11, the third time he's departed to the bowling of Scott Boland through the series. And that's his 16th wicket in 3 test matches across this summer. What a story this is, and it continues. Still 5 on the shelf for him. Who's to know what he might achieve over the next hour or so.
That's about as animated as Scotty Boland gets too, with the point to the stump.
You wouldn't put it past him. But I mean, yeah, as I say, that's the first one that's really kept low like that as well, isn't it? The track's been lively as much as anything else. So 5 wickets left for Australia. Can they finish it tonight? First ball, Billings edging. Green collects on the bounce. Super work in the gully once more. Billings playing late with soft hands, handled it well. All the Australians are up and about now.
And a typical shot too, when you see a ball castle your skipper with one that rolls along the ground, the next ball you want to play at it because you're feeling, I don't want to get that ball as well. So that's well and truly a ball that Sam Billings could have left alone, but the previous ball might be just in the back of his mind now as he's starting his innings.
Boland to the crease again, delivers here to Billings, who pushes out towards cover, no run. End of the over, 32 gone. England require 170, but really Australia need 5 wickets. On the Independent Reserve scoreboard, choose Independent Reserve for crypto.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
A fabulous reception for Scott Boland from the David Boone stand. Watching that replay back for Blunston, built to last. That really shot along the ground. It's going to be Pat Cummins, the captain. He wants in on this as well. Bowls to Pope, who squeezes out from the off stump. No run there to extra cover. As I welcome Damien Fleming into the expert chair for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. If you could land them there, Flem, and know they were going to go shin high, well, you'd be a genius. Brilliant stuff in terms of the scorebook, but mostly dreadful luck for Root.
Hello, pricey listeners. Oh, certainly so. Normally they just miss the stumps, don't they? And you go, oh, I wish that was in line with the stumps. But on that occasion, a bonus. Boland will take that.
Cummins delivers and past the outside edge of Ollie Pope. Might have just pulled inside the line at the last possible moment. He's hit the seam again, Cummins. He's a handful all the time.
And poor Joe Root, it's been a tough series, isn't it? He goes away without a test 100. There were opportunities, but unfortunately didn't go his way. And that's he couldn't do any more with that dismissal.
Yeah, good point from Flem there. Now 3 trips to Australia, Julia. No test tons for Root here. He made a big point of that unusual stat before the series, given how much cricket he's played here, but he'll just be devastated. Staring down the barrel of another 4-0 defeat. He led them here 4 years ago, of course, as well. 2 out for the hook shot here. Cummins bowls to Pope. It's full. He pushes out towards point. No run on the advance before the ball was bowled, trying to just take Cummins off his length. Good luck with that. It stays at 5 for 101.
Great opportunity here. Both batters are quite new to the wicket. I mean, just the 2 balls faced by Billings and just the 15 from Pope, and he's sort of looking a little scratchy, as I mentioned before. He does like to really push out at the ball, and you can see, in fact, that we've got the 4 slips in, or the Cam Green in a tight gully there, and I'd love to know how many runs he's actually saved in gully so far this series. He's been unbelievably good. His wingspan's like an albatross out there. You just cannot get them past him.
I feel like that's a sort of stat we should collect in the modern game. Someone might do.
Yeah.
Here's Cummins. Bowls again to Pope, who says no after defending back down the pitch. We were saying before you came on, Flem, that the spread of wickets through the series, so many contributors for Australia. They've still got 5 to take here. It could be 99 for the series if and when they finish the job. And at this stage, none of them have taken 20, which is really a good sign, isn't it?
It is, and the lack of fifers, isn't it? The wickets have been spread pretty well. And really, that's Cam Green's had a big effect, hasn't he? That there's one extra bowler who's so potent.
Pope facing up to Cummins, caught everywhere. Oh, he strikes him on the shoulder. That's reared up off a length. We talked about the one that shot low in the previous over. Pope tried to limbo out the way of that one, and it whacks him on the right shoulder. That's going to leave a bruise, and a big one.
He probably didn't quite get up as much as he was hoping it would, I think. He just wanted to evade it and just managed to pin him a little. We're talking about Cameron Green before, and the great thing about Cameron Green is I think he's really evolving into that all-rounder that they're really looking for in the Test arena. Obviously, Mitch Marsh was also in the squad and didn't get a game, but Cam Green's done an amazing job.
Nathan Lyon drops back at deep backward square. Cummins bowls to Pope, outside part of the bat. Doesn't beat Green. So good. Brilliant fielding. End of a maiden from Patrick Cummins. England on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto at 5 for 101.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Husky Drink Storage Solutions. The celebration continues at home. Proud lunch break partner of SEN Test Cricket. Listen live, anywhere, anytime on the SEN app. Visit huskybrand.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Everyday Advantage. Lots of choice to personalise your home. Adam Collins, Damien Fleming, Julia Price with you, our experts for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Plenty of texts coming in with where you're listening. I've got one in here from Don Topley, who's the father of Reece, listening in Barbados. Here's Scott Boland. You over to Billings. Inside edge onto the pad, spilling out into the offside. No run.
That's a big wobble seamer there from Boland. He angled it down to fine leg. It's just enough movement still, isn't there? Good incentive.
Ooh. That's that big inside edge onto the upper thigh pad. Nearly the box. We've seen a few of those in the series. Billings on test debut. Looked good the first time around. Can he bat to stumps tonight? Boland to him here. Billings defends. No runs the call. Does the work in his follow through. A message from Stewie on the Goldie. How can Boland ever be dropped? I suppose that'll be the question that'll echo around that national selection meeting we'll have between now and Pakistan. But I suppose the bigger picture will be where he fits within that big group of fast bowlers we've been talking about. How much work he'll need to do, Flem? Maybe not an awful lot in Asia.
Yeah, but one thing you know, it's going to be hostile and accurate from
Boland delivers to Billings. It's hit him on the pad. It spills out towards backwards square leg where the wicketkeeper Carey can do the fielding. It'll be signalled a leg by umpire Wilson. 5 for 102 now the score, Flem.
Yeah, and also, you know, Pricey, you know, what they do with their spin as well. I mean, Pakistan traditionally, you know, doesn't turn as much as India and Bangladesh, but they're certainly going to have to play 2 spinners in there, but at that venue at times.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if they look at someone like Swepson, who's been in the around the mix, but they do have Labuschagne. Obviously, he does bowl some leg spin as well, and obviously they've been bowling Smith a little bit lately as well. So,
and Lyon hasn't bowled in the Test match. Boland delivers here and shouldering arms. Is Pope not far away from the off stump? It's that length we've spoken so much about with Boland.
But Nathan Lyon's had a great Test match, so he's the only batsman to be able to play the short ball properly, 3 sixes, and taken 2 blinders.
That's right. He'll still have to pay his match fee, despite not getting a bowl. But it might well be that they get through this without ever having to call upon it.
Wow.
Remarkable, really. Boland up to the crease, bowls to Pope, who goes back and defends out towards cover. Marnus is on the job out there, no run.
I'm just wondering if there was a bit of a paper, scissors, rock thing with the night watch, because obviously Scott Boland took the usual position of Nathan Lyon, who goes in there as the night watchman, and he seems to have been trumped on this occasion.
Being made redundant by the new guy.
Well, there's things happening too, because Stark moved up to 8, didn't he, ahead of Pat Cummins? So I wonder where the instigation was behind that.
All good problems to have at this stage of a series that was, of course, wrapped up at Melbourne, but they want 4-0. Boland wants a second, delivers here to Pope, who clips soft middle stump into the gap, but not without risk. Gets one, comes back for a second. Pope up to 4. England 5 for 104 at the end of the over. There'll be a change in commentary at the end of the over after the break. Independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto. England 5 for 104. Gerard Whateley taking over from me.
If there's one thing you can be certain of these days, it's that at Chemist Warehouse, your health is our top priority, which is why we're now a COVID-19 vaccination provider. To check your eligibility, scan the QR code in store or visit our website, chemistwarehouse.com.au/COVID. Then simply book your appointment and we'll see you in store on the day of your vaccination. Chemist Warehouse, always here for you.
Final crowd for Sunday in Hobart, 8,088. It's been pretty similar the 3 days of the Test match. 5 for 104. Independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto. Pat Cummins stands at the Church Street end. None for 28. The skipper from the 10 overs he's sent down. Sam Billings is in his sights. He's yet to score. There's 4 in the cordon. Over the wicket comes Cummins. Spins at a rising delivery, does Billings, and it's well fielded at points. Diving away to his left and preventing a run by Travis Head. Flem, good evening. Julia, hello.
Hello.
Gerard?
I didn't hear you come on at the start. From have you had a chance to run your eye over the Cameron Green spell either side of tee?
I have on TV.
I'm desperate to do it with you on radio.
Yeah, definitely.
You have plotted his progress with us right throughout the summer, and there it was. Cummins bowls, and Billings is running the ball to Green at gully. He can't haul it in on this occasion. So Billings gets his first run. It's 5 for 105.
Well, firstly, Gerard, it's been such a promising series from Cam Green with the ball getting top order wickets, but he's only been getting 1s and 2s. It's been handy. It looks like he could blow it open here and get a big bag.
So you feel like at 6 down, they might go back to him. He'll certainly get another bowl tonight, just in the flow of things. Cummins is in. He's bowling to Pope, who's on 4. He's fending at the ball down to Green at gully on the bump.
And it gives you great options, doesn't it? That it's not just a batting all-rounder who's there to give the quicks a rest. At times, he's looked as hostile as Cummins. And to think that Nathan Lyon hasn't bowled a ball in this Test match, that is 100% due to the potency of Cam Green with the ball.
It felt like it was a great piece of captaincy. So first Boland came on to end the momentum. Cummins is in and bowling to Pope, who pulls, took it on, kept it along the turf all the way down into the deep and collects himself a single. He's 5 for 107, so that Green could then go on the attack.
Yeah. Bowling partnerships. Boland has been so economical. In some ways, he can play the traditional spinner's role, but getting wickets as well. And then Stark is an attacking bowler, and then you've got Cummins and Green. It gives you 3 really destructive options.
Billings faces up, Cummins bowls, and he tucks him away to the square leg umpire. They'll converge from various angles. Just collects the single. He's 2. So he gets Burns, who didn't know whether to play or leave, and knocked it on, but it was really the Milan innings. So hit him with a vicious bouncer and then worked that angle progressively through the over, where Milan got beaten twice, too close to cut in half, and then was still playing and inside edged it onto his stump. So that felt like a thoroughly plotted wicket. As Cummins is going to close out his over. It's nudged away to point by Pope. No run. We'll pick it up with Flem and Julia in a moment. 5 for 107 on the Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for crypto.
Australia's making positive energy, and there's more on the way. It's all part of our plan to reach net zero by 2050. We're rolling out rooftop solar at record levels, expanding snowy hydro, so it's the biggest battery in the Southern Hemisphere, and investing billions in projects like hydrogen hubs and seaweed for feed, which means more jobs and even less emissions, helping us reach net zero by 2050. Find out more at positiveenergy.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
The Bendix Breaks Big Moments manufacturing in Australia since 1955. The first 3 came from the hand of Cam Green. Burns bowled for 26, Milan bowled for 10, and the perfect delivery outside the off stump for Crawley to nick through to Carey for 36. I think he had 3 for 17 at that stage. Boland is in. He's got the wicket of Roots. He's bowling to Billings, who clips in the air, and he's caught at mid-on by Cummins. It's a soft kill. Boland gets his second, and Australia are at the throats of England. 6 for 107 in Hobart.
Yeah, beautiful effort there from Scotty Boland. Just bowling again nice and straight, just held back on his length a little bit, and I think it might have been slightly slower than what he'd been bowling. But you can see Billings just playing across this a little bit and just getting his timing wrong, just sort of popped a little bit on him. And a nice easy catch there to captain Pat Cummins at mid-on. Great wicket again for Scott Boland, and again, good reward for some great bowling.
Yeah, he just virtually put the ball into play, didn't he, Scott Boland? I think going down, he wouldn't have thought, well, that's going to get a wicket. And so maybe it just stopped in the pitch a little bit. Billings, in the end, it looked a soft dismissal, but there's still enough variation in this pitch, isn't it, if you bowl in the right areas? And Scott Boland's dream series continues. 10.1 overs, 2 for 13.
Yes, as he just pegs the average back again. It got away for a little while. It got into double figures, which just felt outrageous.
Not anymore, Gerard.
No.
Down to 9.82. With a bullet, Flem, with a bullet.
Look out, Father Marion. He's coming for you.
He can get there. One more and he's in the frame again.
So there's 54 minutes left in the night's play. It's now heavily stacked that Australia wins tonight.
Yep.
271 is a mile off. 5 in the session so far. The tail that is not fully committed in the way that it plays its cricket necessarily.
I think it's been excellent captaincy as well from Pat Cummins. He's really rotated the bowlers well when they've just started to tire a little or not maybe be quite as effective. That you've got plenty of other bowlers that you can call on, including himself. So I think he's actually really managed the bowling loads of everyone really, really well.
Chris Wokes to face the music now. Scotty Boland should have had him first ball in the first innings, and then he should have had him for 5 as well. This session for Suncorp, that's the Suncorp spirit. I wouldn't stray too far on the way to 10:30. Chris Wokes faces up to Scott Boland. He delivers. Wokes drives to mid-off. Kawaja Fields, no run.
11 o'clock, extra half an hour.
If a result is achievable.
Which usually in the last couple of years has been interpreted as 8 wickets.
Yep.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. It's all up to the discretion of the umpires in the middle, but they have to turn the lights off at 11 o'clock at Bellerive, and I expect they'll use that if they have the chance to.
Billings was bitterly disappointed with his dismissal. Court Cummins bowled Boland for 1. 6 for 107. Wokes faces up. He's driving back to mid-off again. No run.
Wokes got a good 36 in the first innings, and he's going to need every one of those runs tonight if they're going to get through this. So he's capable with the bat, but Australia seem to have it on a string at the moment.
I think there's such a bounty on these last 4 wickets, Flem. Stark 19, Cummins 18, Boland now 17. And Lyon's been frozen out. The cartel has done him over. Boland in delivers, Wokes forward defence. He plays it away to mid-off, 3rd time in a row.
Yeah, Gaz is not going to be able to add to his tally here. The Quicks are finishing this off.
Have you already had a play, Colo, to the last time Lyon wouldn't have bowled in a test match that he played in? It surely hasn't happened.
It wouldn't have happened. I'll clarify what's the fewest number of overs that he's bowled in a test match.
Yep. It's hard to even imagine there was innings where he didn't bowl. 2 slips in a galley, maybe 3 slips more correctly. Wokes on strike, shorter ball that he pulled out of halfway through and just blunted it down in front of himself.
Yeah, he's very wary of the short ball, Chris Wokes. So Boland just using that threat. I think he still attack the stumps. His weight is back.
Stark and Head are the 2 in the deep. If he did take on the short ball and backward point on the rope. Wokes faces up to Boland. He's leaning forward in his defence. He sees out the 5 balls of it. 6 for 107. Independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
If there's one thing you can be certain of these days, it's that at Chemist Warehouse, your health is our top priority, which is why we're now a COVID-19 vaccination provider. To check your eligibility, scan the QR code in-store or visit our website, chemistwarehouse.com.au/COVID. Then simply book your appointment and we'll see you in store on the day of your vaccination. Chemist Warehouse, always here for you.
Our experts on SEN Test Cricket for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Damien Fleming in, Bharat Sundaresan joins. 6 for 107. Are these the last rights, Bharat?
Of course they are, Jared. I mean, at one point an hour back, it was a question of can England chase this down? Now it's all a question of when will this game finish tonight?
Cummins begins the new over. He's bowling to Pope, who turns from his pads to mid-on, and you heard the call of no run. Now, what's the fewest overs that Nathan Lyon has bowled in a test match, Colo, for Blunston built to last?
Yes, he bowled 3 overs at Cape Town in 2011. Of course, Australia were bowled out for 47 in that test where Lyon top scored, making 14 at number 11. And then he got 3 overs at the end as South Africa chased down 236 comfortably. But that's the only time he's had a test quite like that.
Pope's on 5. Cummins over the wicket to him. Bowls! The captain strikes. The stumps light up and they are splayed. Ollie Pope tortured himself with a long look at the damage. He's gone for 5. 7 for 107 as Australia closes in.
Well, Cummins wants to take the most wickets. It'll be tough to get the ball out of the skipper's hands. But another, just average dismissal. This time it's Pope, who I thought might make an impact on this tour. Made runs against India in the last test at home, but no, it hasn't worked for him either. And they sniff victory now. They smell a 4-0 Ashes win, the Australian Quicks, and it may happen very, very quickly.
The collapse has been 7 for 39 so far. That's Cummins' 19th wicket of the series, joining level with Stark.
That's an unflattering dismissal for one of the young talents of English cricket. He has been bowled middle and leg around his legs.
Exactly, and he's been walking right across his stumps. He did this in the first innings as well, and feeling for balls outside his 6th stump. And on this occasion, he just literally walked across his stumps. And
he's someone, Gerard, we spoke about earlier as well, talked up as the next big thing, and we've not seen much of it on this tour. It's been a pretty disappointing performance from Ollie Pope throughout. Just brought back for this. I think he'll remember this tour for being a pretty decent substitute wicketkeeper, really, nothing else.
Yes. So the big moments are mounting up for Bendix. The best known breaks. Pat Cummins bowls to Mark Wood, and Wood backing away, nudges at the point. They go with the stroke, throw at the non-striker's end. They hustle home. Travis Head missed the woodwork.
Just coming to Nathan Lyon, at least in the first innings, he kept warming up, trying to catch Pat Cummins' attention. This innings, I've not seen him even roll his arm over once. He's given up.
He's a professional fielder this innings.
So 2 in the deep and deep backward points will be in place. That's a horrible dismissal for Pope, just looking at the replay over and over for Blunston, built to last. Wokes faces up, Cummins bowls to him, it's in at the ribs, turned away to fine leg, and a single taken. Wokes has won at 7 for 109. It had the trimmings of Marnus Labuschagne Bartha slipping over and falling on his face.
We've just been left shaking our head throughout this tour with some of the things England have done, Gerard and Flem, and that's right up there.
So none for 68, within a breath of the tea break. And now on the ropes. Cummins trying the short ball attack on Wood. He went at it. He goes at everything. He made no contact through to the keeper. Lions at deep backward square, and Boland is at fine leg. They could very well be in play momentarily.
Yeah, that's the bouncer. I'm sure he'll attack the stumps this ball, Pat Cummins.
Mark Wood may very well be the player of the day for Bingley Grab a Deal today, but his efforts of 6 for 37 are going to be to no avail. Cummins bowls to him, and Woods plays from the stumps out to cover. They go with a stroke. Labuschagne shies at the non-striker's end. They're well home. End of the over. It is 7 for 110 on the Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for crypto.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
The road can be a little frightening sometimes. Conquer your road fears in the new Volkswagen Tiguan with Travel Assist. Test drive the new Volkswagen Tiguan now at Solitaire Volkswagen, Hawthorne and Medindi, DL 65541.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley, everyday advantage. Lots of choice to personalise your home. England's were, well, the momentum and the thoughts of a stirring chase to finish, and instead it shapes as a final session rout and some humiliation at 7 for 110. Boland begins his fresh over. He's played pretty well to the covers by Wood. Not fielded cleanly initially. Labuschagne a little disappointed with his efforts, so a single taken. Wood is 3, 7 for 111.
My only concern is if, like Hollow said, the lights have to be turned off here at 11 p.m. Where do Australia celebrate this win? They like to stay back generally, as you well know, Flem, and make the most of it.
Old school lighters up above their head, Flem.
Yeah, a bit of it.
Torches.
Some power ballads.
Wokes faces up, Boland's to him. He defends the ball to cover, no run.
The game finished so early at the MCG. They had literally the whole day.
Yeah.
Kids were there as well to run onto the field and get done with that, and then they have their own celebration. They have to go head back to their hotels.
Well, Sunday night in Hobart, there'll be options.
Scotty Boland at the river ends of Glunston Arena. Chris Wokes is on 1, 3 in the corner, and Boland delivers onto the pads and turned away wide of Cummins at mid-on. It will go all the way to the rope. It's well struck by Wokes. A nice piece of timing on the lean forward. A Foxtel 4K4 Foxtel for the love of cricket.
more importantly, where does that take Boland's bowling average? He's earned himself a few runs with those 2 wickets in this innings.
9.82 at the moment, bro.
So he can concede a couple more boundaries before he takes another wicket, that is.
On the follow-up, Boland delivers. Wokes nudges the ball to gully, knocked down by Green. Not taken cleanly, but no chance of a run.
Bit of a fumble from Cam Green. We haven't seen that in the gully. That's been another big bonus. When we talk about all-rounders, we're talking about his batting and his bowling, but his fielding's been amazing.
A player of immense quality. Just so exciting what he might become. The summons played a major role in revealing that. Boland delivers. Wokes pulled at the short ball. No contact through to Carey, untouched. Down under the Tasmania sign, adjacent to the Alex Doolan stand. That's where the kids have gathered to get their photos, and full credit to Travis Head is between each ball he's gone over to have the selfie taken. You no longer sign autographs, you just stick your head in to have the selfie taken. And he's been doing that. I was down there in the previous stint. He's been doing it for half an hour, I reckon. Boland faces up and Wokes backs away edge. Carey pulls it in. Splendid catch. Carey gets a signature moment as a keeper with a ripping one-hander. Boland gets his third. The 8th wicket falls. Wokes has gone for 5. They are processing back to the pavilion.
So happy for Carey. I mean, that outstretched right hand, he's dropped a couple. That looked a pretty tough catch, to be honest, but he's gloved it. So almost a little complete ending of the series. Carey's doubt when he goes to his outstretched right hand, well, he's answered it nicely. It's just got into the webbing.
He's not someone who shows too much emotion generally, Flem, as you know, but yeah, you could see as he got up, just rolled the ball away, and you could see joy and a little bit of relief as well.
That might be the snaffle of the summer. One subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. It's a replay he will enjoy. Just wedged in the webbing. And that is the end of the over. 8 for 115 independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
To be a sustained performer, you need to perform at your best, day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
Love is for Scotty Boland. Ollie Robinson has been marched to the gallows. Wood is on strike, backs away and carves Cummins out through cover for 4. A late boundary, a Foxtel 4K for Foxtel, Australia's only dedicated sport 4K Ultra HD channel.
It's only fair that Mark Wood has allowed the opportunity to have some fun. It was his day till the time the England collapse began.
Point pushes out into the deep. As a result of that, 2 back on the leg side. Wood's on 7. Cummins bowls to him. Wood backs away, splays it down to mid-off. 1, 2, 3 bounces down into the rope for 4.
Standard deliver.
Go down swinging.
Like it. There's going to be, I'll be warming up that pull hook shot, I reckon, next ball.
So a third man going back into the deep on the leg side, which is a fair hint as to what's coming. Who are our catchers here? Steve Smith at mid-wicket, Nathan Lyon at backward square, and Sir Scott Boland down at fine leg. One in the cordon. You'd think Cummins is heading upstairs. He bowls. Wood pulled it onto his stumps. You could barely believe it. He was way across. He might have got it flush out of the middle of the bat, and all he did was knock it into the woodwork. Wood's gone for 11. Cummins gets his second. It's happening in one hell of a hurry. England 9 for 123 in a quite sensational collapse.
I don't think I've seen one that wide be played onto the stumps. We're used to inside edges or drag-ons. Barat, that's unbelievable.
That is quite something. We've seen some ridiculous dismissals in this series, Flem, but yeah, and he got a lot of bat on it. It wasn't just an inside edge that you would even call a play on. I don't know how to describe that dismissal. He just smashed it onto his own stumps. It's the closest you can come to being hit wicket without actually touching the stumps.
Cummins 20 wickets, Stark 19 wickets, Boland 18 wickets.
The collapse is 9 for 55.
Just the indignity of it at the end.
At least the one solace we have is it's not poor Jimmy Anderson walking out.
Yes.
Stuart Broad has played a lot of test cricket, but it doesn't feel as morose as it does when Jimmy Anderson makes that slow walk in.
Yep.
They will miss your call though.
So Jimmy, his final act in Australia was to defy Australia for the whitewash.
Indeed.
Because they are getting routed in Hobart. Pat Cummins with a mind to finish it now. He's in and bowls to Broad, who plays well. He stands and knocks it away to backward points. And we'll have to wait a moment. 9 for 124 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
I mean, could you have asked for a better result than for a fast bowling captain to completely run roughshod over the opposition with just your fast bowlers, Gerard? Flem, I'm sure, is flying that flag really high right now.
It's 9 wickets or 8 wickets in the session for Suncorp building a more resilient Queensland. That's the Suncorp spirit. They need to build a more resilient England. Pat Cummins, Ollie Robinson faces the music. Cummins bowls too. He backs away and he's bowled. The captain finishes it. Pat Cummins pumps the fist. England routed in the final session under lights. They lost 9 wickets for 56 runs in the collapse. It happened inside 2 hours. Australia wins the Ashes 4-0. And bar for the one missing wicket, it would have been a whitewash. Australia win in Belrive by 146 runs. And it is just additional humiliation for England at the end as they're bowled out for 124. Damien Fleming.
They were numb for 68. We were thinking it was going to be a victory for England and win the last one of the series, but once that first wicket fell, it was just a procession, and it was the unrelenting bowling from the Australians again. I think Cam Green was the main man in this innings. He's the one with England in a fine position, just found a way to get wickets 3 early on, and then it was just bowl and persistence again. Pat Cummins, I've said it all series, that the greatest strength of Cummins' captaincy is he's got himself as a bowler, and he comes on in the big moments. And Mitchell Stark's had a very good, consistent series. So amazing enough, Australia thrashed England in the end, and Nathan Lyon didn't bowl one ball.
And for me, that last dismissal just summed up this entire series, Flem. Batter backing away for a large part of this series. It felt like a lot of these English batters haven't wanted to be there. And I wasn't surprised that the last wicket to fall was someone backing away, exposing his stumps, and just offering them to Pat Cummins.
The innings only lasted 38.5 overs. 6 batters were clean bowled. The wickets have been shared. Cummins 3 for 42, Boland 3 for 18, Green 3 for 21, and Stark 1 for 30. So England's been bowled out for 188 and 124. They batted for 47.4 overs in their first dig and 38.5 overs in the second. They have been a thoroughly dreadful team in this series, and that puts the exclamation mark on it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, going back to that first test, which feels like a long time ago, they looked deflated after the second day, Gerard, and there was talk of Is everything conspiring against us already being brought up after just 2 days of the series? So no surprises at all that things have just gone from bad to worse. If MCG was a humiliation, this is a complete disaster.
It's capitulation at the end, and maybe that's what happens at the end of a miserable tour. But there'll be no hiding from it, as if they had been able to pull off a heroic chase at the end, it might have glossed over a few things, but that's ritual humiliation in the way that it has been done in the final session, and not even the extra half hour was required before the additional time. Australia did it inside the 2 hours. So think about how that happened. Is it was the ball that brought on tee was the first wicket, and then 9 fell in the 2 hours after tee.
So many boxes that Australia have ticked as the series has gone on. There are still some question marks maybe about the batting, but Cam Green's spell was just the icing on the cake, and he's really impressed with his bowling every time he's got the ball in his hand, and he made things happen when it looked like Australia was slightly flat. I was thinking back to the Oval Test of 2019. Are they tiring? And then that spell just opened this game up. And then Pat Cummins and co just shut it in England's face.
Well, that is one of the all-time collapses, Alex Doolan, here at the ground. I suspect that'll be spoken about for a while.
Yeah, and a really disappointing end to the game too. I thought it had been such a great contest the whole way through it. It ebbed and flowed, and both teams had their noses in front. And at none for 60-something, England were looking really good, and it was almost, England the favourites. But to fall over the way they have is, I guess it's really just summed up the series, hasn't it?
They actually lost the 10 for 56. I think I gave them an out at 9 for 56. They were none for 68 and then lost 10 for 56. So, Flem, we sat together for the first ball of the series and instantly pondered, would that be the moment that defined everything that followed? And guess what? The answer was yes.
Yes. Harmison 0607. Burnsy, 21, 22. It was, and how many Zing Bales were flying in that innings? It was insane, wasn't it?
Insane.
But, they did have a chance, but it was going to take something special, one special knock, and Crawley showed signs. I can definitely see him making a lot of runs, particularly on flatter surfaces. But how many other questions were answered? I think Robinson will take wickets at home, but he needs to get fitter and more resilient. Billings and Pope, who knows? I like their energy and enthusiasm. Are their games going to match up there? And Mark Wood is, he's fast and hostile. He's going. If they use him wisely, they're always going to have that extra pace around their fast mediums. But they haven't found out about their spinner. They might need a new wicketkeeper, opening batsman. Number 3, Milan doesn't get runs at home. So, it's pretty much a complete thrashing, and with very, very few positives.
Who's your man of the series, Flem, before it's announced?
I'll go Travis Head. In that... He helped win one test match really in Brisbane. That 50 was important when England were fighting back. And then that 100 in this match looks insane when you look back at the scoreboard. So 3 dominant test matches. Stark, very good for consistency, but really all the bowlers, Boland would, if we were doing votes, would be right up there as well. Yeah. But Travis Head for me.
I'm Pat Cummins, his 21 wickets and his leadership. What would Australia look like under a fast bowler? Australia is absolutely thrilling under a fast bowler. Bharat?
I'm going with Flem, Travis Head, because the 2 innings that really set up wins in difficult batting conditions for Australia, the 100 at the Gabba and the 100 here, I think will go down in history as one of the greatest Ashes knocks ever. I mean, you put it into perspective with how everybody else has struggled on this pitch across all 4 innings, and it was just an incredible innings. So I just no South Australian bias here, but I'm with Flem here.
So I'm Head man of the match, but I'm Cummins man of the series. Where are you, Alex?
Head man of the series for me. I think a bowler-dominated series. Travis Head was absolutely sensational, but I think that they will give it to Patrick Cummins.
Yeah.
Be exciting if they did. Damien Fleming, we were together at the start, together at the end. Thank you very much.
Thanks, gentlemen. Well called, and we'll see you soon.
Terrific. Our experts for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. That scoreboard at the end. The Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for crypto. Australia 303 and 155. England 188 and 124. Quite miserably at the end. It's quite startled by how quickly all that has happened. Australia's margin of victory was 146 runs, 4-0 in the series. So many tales out of this Australian team, the way those wickets have been shared. So the runs for the series: Head 357 at 59.5, Labuschagne 335 at 42, Warner 273 at 34, Khawaja 255 at 85, Smith 244 at 30, and Green 228 at 32.5. And the bowling, which was captivating: Cummins 21 at 18, Stark 19 at 25 and a bit, Boland 18 at 9.55, which boggles the mind. Lyons 16 at 23.5. He's got a formal protest in with leadership. And Cam Green 13 at 15 3/4. So the spread of wickets is truly something to marvel at.
And for Australian supporters, Cameron Green has really established himself as that all-rounder in the team now, hasn't he? I mean, there were a few questions around that position, but it's pretty hard to go past him now.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It is now time for the official post-match presentation. Australia win the Ashes 4-0, but can I firstly say congratulations to Hobart on a historic occasion hosting their first Ashes test. It was a remarkable test full of action, and I think you can be very, very proud of what you've achieved over the last 3 days. Can I also acknowledge the match officials, match referee David Boone, umpires Paul Wilson, Rod Tucker, and, Paul Wilson, Paul Rifle and Rod Tucker, and David Boone. Well done, gentlemen, sorry. I'd now like to call Joe Root to the stage. Joe, I will start by saying, and I'll ask the crowd to acknowledge, thank you to you and your team for coming down in really trying circumstances around the world. There was a lot at play and you took it on. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
I seem to have been in this position a couple of times with you where at the start of a day and during the day there was a victory on the table, but it was quickly taken away. How does that? How do you reflect on that? I know it's just happened, but it's happened a few times on the tour.
Yeah, it's been a frustration throughout. It's been a really tough tour for us. We've played good cricket in parts. We've just not managed to string a whole game together. And it's something that we have to learn from as a group. We have to keep looking to get better, learn from these experiences, not go away from here and keep making the same mistakes. So that's the challenge for the group moving forward. It won't be long before we're back playing Test cricket again, so there will be opportunities to turn that round.
Yeah, I'm sure there will be questions asked. Are you aware in your mind yet what they may be and how you'll respond to them? What areas of the team setup that you might need to change or improve on?
Well, I think it's pretty obvious we need to be putting some more runs on the board as a batting group. Too often we've not given our bowlers enough to work with. And I think just in all areas in general, I do think we've been outplayed, and credit to Australia for that. They've deserved to win this series, and sometimes you've got to hold your hands up and respect that a team outplays you.
Pace on the ball seemed to be a big difference in the bowling units, but you saw Mark Wood today get due reward. I don't think anyone could begrudge him the 6 wickets that he picked up. You didn't have Jofra at your disposal. Do you think projecting 4 years forward that you really do need some velocity on the ball?
Who knows where we'll be in 4 years' time. I think one thing I can say is that you mentioned Woody there, his efforts throughout the whole trip. It was really nice to see him get the rewards today in picking up 6 wickets. He's someone that throws everything into every performance, every ball, and he's very deserving of that.
I think he's won a nation over from the fans' point of view. Joe, I invite you just to say a few words. I'm sure there's a few people you'd like to thank and acknowledge.
Yeah, I'd say a massive thank you for having us here on this tour. I know the circumstances have been trying at times, but, you know, we really appreciate the opportunity to come and tour here. It's a huge occasion, a huge series, and, you know, we're very grateful for the hospitality. So, and credit to Australia. Congratulations, Pat and your team. Well done on this win. Cheers.
All right. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you very much.
Now invite Australia captain Pat Cummins to the stage. Evening, Pat.
Hey, Gilly.
Like Joe, I guess I seem to have been in a familiar position here with you a few times where it's a big smile on your face, job done. Is it childhood dream stuff?
Yeah, it really is. It's pretty crazy. You know, even as a professional cricketer, these are the series you have in your diary a couple of years out. So to be at the end of a, you know, 5 test match series with so many positives, obviously, you know, winning 4-0, yeah, it's just huge. So really pumped.
When you look at the stats, you look down the series, it's been a real team effort. It must be amazing to look around at a bowling change where a decision's made to have the artillery at your disposal, and you didn't even need to use Nathan Lyon in the whole test match.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm really happy as a captain. I'm not sure Nathan Lyon agrees with me. But yeah, I think that's been a highlight as well. Not only, I guess, the 11 guys playing, but I think we've had about 15 players used in this series, and some really tough calls to leave out some high-quality players. So, yeah, it feels like we're really building to something big. You know, to have someone like Cam Green in his second year to grow, both as a batter and bowler. You know, as well as some of the younger players, Trav Head, Marcus Harris, you know, Jai Richardson, and then obviously the old stalwarts like Scotty Boland and... and all the old pros just continue on their form. It's just brilliant.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the development of the younger players, but that squad effect, there's a big 12 months ahead. It's going to be different conditions to what we've experienced here with the green wickets all summer. 10 test matches on the subcontinent against some tough opposition. So that squad depth is going to come a key element.
Yeah, it really is. I'm super excited for that. With the pandemic, one thing we haven't played a lot of is test cricket overseas. So, yeah, can't wait to, I guess, yeah, show our wares overseas, really judge ourselves in all conditions. So that's the next big focus for this team.
And I'll allow you an opportunity if there's any people you'd like to thank.
Yeah, I think firstly just to the ECB and Cricket Australia for putting on this in the middle of unprecedented times. It's just huge, so much effort. I mean, a few weeks ago we didn't even know where this game's going to be played, so huge thanks for all the efforts. To Joe, to Chris, to all the players, all your families. Just can't thank you enough. It's unprecedented times, what you've been through. A lot of you straight from the IPL World Cup. You're nigh on 6 months here on the road, so we do really appreciate it. No, it's not easy. Thank you. And then the last one, I think, the whole world's been in tough times, but especially certain states and, Australia-wide. So thanks for your support. Hope it put some smiles on your faces, and we had an absolute ball. So thank you. Cheers.
Thanks, Pat. Well said, Australia captain Pat Cummins. It's now time for the Vodafone Player of the Match, who happens to be the player of the series as well. With 357 runs at an average of 59 and 2 centuries, Travis Head. Congratulations, Trav. 2 centuries, one to kickstart the series and one to close it out. Of the two, do you have a favourite, and perhaps which one do you felt was more influential in the fixture?
Great to have an impact. I think I'll probably look at this one being probably better. The conditions, the situation we're in to be able to play a role in the team and win a test match is pretty special.
Did you change your approach? You've been in and out of the team a little bit. It looked like you came back with an attitude that you're going to trust your game that has seen you be so successful for South Australia, and you were prepared to risk that. It takes a bit of courage.
Yeah, I've worked on a lot of things and over the last couple of years, and I didn't quite take the opportunities I did earlier in my career, and I think after I saw 19 test matches, I had a reasonable idea on what the expectation was, and I was just so eager to get back and have another opportunity, and it helps batting behind a couple of blokes who average 60 as well. I think the batters above me have done a fantastic job, and there's been definitely some opportunities throughout the series where I've been able to take advantage of that.
Well, I was going to ask about that batting unit. I do know what it's like to come behind a settled top six, and it's nice to have some continuity and familiarity around the group. It looks like it really gelled together well.
Yeah, and like Pat said, the bench has also been fantastic to have sort of 15 blokes, and that batting group was one of them, to have guys come in like Uzi did. Everyone's been in form. We knew that coming into the series. It was obviously tight for selection. I didn't know what way it was going to fall, and just showed our class. And I think as a squad whole, bowlers and batters is extremely strong at the moment. Positions are tough, and we've always got to be performing, so it's a nice Australian cricket team to be in.
There's no doubt that the pressure was on for everyone to continue to perform. Feel free to say a few words and acknowledgement to anyone you'd like to.
No, I haven't got a lot. I think just echo Pat's words. Just, well, congratulations to England. Yeah, it's tough in the situation, but I'll thank you for everyone, and I can't wait for tonight and the next few days, and I'm going to absolutely enjoy it. So thank you.
So the player of the series wins the Compton Miller Medal. Travis. The Compton Miller Medal for Ashes Player of the Series. Congratulations, and the Vodafone Player of the Match. Well done. Travis Head, ladies and gentlemen. So there's just one thing left to do. I'll re-invite the captain, Pat Cummins, to come up. And you can get your team ready, Pat. Congratulations. And Ashes winning captain. 4-0 victors, Australia.
Pat Cummins takes possession of the crystal urn and raises it to the faithful here in Hobart. Calls the team up onto the podium to celebrate what they have achieved. 4-0. And finishing it off in astounding style in the final session of day 3. Cummins takes a knee, surrounded by his teammates who have the champagne, ready to pop the corks and spray it all around. Up goes the confetti into the night air. As well, the green and gold streamers, the markers of victory in such a moment. Australia 4-0, the player of the series, Travis Head, victory in Hobart by 146 runs. We'll take a few moments to wrap it all up shortly. Let's head down to ground level and savour it all. Anthony Hudson and Adam Collins.
Thank you, Gerard. And Colo, it's great to be down here. You can see what sort of impact this is having, first and foremost, on the young cricket fans of Tasmania that have lined. Some of them have been lucky that had jumpers thrown their way from the Australian players. They're just lapping it up. It's a bit of a footy atmosphere. They're slapping down on top of the coaches' box with the players' dugouts down here. And it's a great sight, Colo.
Yep, small venue, but they've packed it out across the 3 days. Well, they've done pretty well. They may not have sold it out entirely, but the noise they've made this evening, especially when Australia were going through England, that collapse of 10 for 56 across 22.4 overs.
Yeah.
Electric atmosphere, and that was a lovely moment from Root through to Cummins, and then Travis Head, the Compton Miller medal winner.
It was, and the Australians are together now, as it sounds like they will be for a little while, I suspect, on the back of what Travis Head had to say as they hold that replica urn and pose in various positions for the photographers, and they make their way into the green and gold streamers that are strewn all over the ground. Some of them have got stuck on the Fox tracking camera up above. And
they'll make for good photos, I'd imagine, with the green and gold hanging off the spider cam. I don't know whether they were carefully positioned there or that was part of the explosion. But as you say, Travis Head saying he's going to enjoy the next few days. They're going to have a good run at it. And fair enough, too, a couple of days off, wrapping it up in the space of, well, not even 3 days. An absolutely dominant performance, especially considering that they were rolled cheaply in the second innings this evening. They should have been hard held here, but they weren't.
No, they weren't. And unfortunately, its series has ended as it started with an English batsman being bowled all too easily. It really was very little resistance. And you were saying, just, as far as resistance goes, that's some of the least you've seen in your time watching Test cricket.
Yeah, 6 batsmen bowled in the 4th innings of a match where you've got a realistic chase at your disposal. I mean, sure, by that stage, it was all but gone after Cameron Green went bang, bang, bang either side of the tea break, but then the intervention of Scott Boland and Pat Cummins finishing it off between times. Mitchell Starc getting Stokes for the 2nd time in the Test match. And doesn't it speak volumes that they never had to call upon Nathan Lyon for the first time in his long and distinguished Test career? He wasn't required, which just reflects how dominant the seamers have been, from Boland and Green doing far more heavy lifting than they would have anticipated at the start of the series. I mean, the story of Scott Boland finishing with 18 wickets in this series at 9.8 or something ridiculous. They'll speak of that for decades.
They will. His place in Test history and Ashes history is assured no matter what he does from now. They're going back onto the stage now. They've called on all the assistants and the staff. Justin Langer, a big hug with his old teammate Adam Gilchrist, of course, who was on official duties, and the rest of the coaching staff, including Langer, has been dragged up onto the stage to get extended photos. Langer's gone into the middle like a footy coach, and arms crossed, I think, here just about. There's smiles everywhere, and so there should be. It's been such a dominant performance, and as Gerard said, just 1 wicket away from being a complete whitewash. They have dominated from the very first ball of the series to the last, and while England's resistance was and their level of ability probably was below par, you almost can't fault what Australia did, certainly with the ball, and most of the time will prove they did enough with the bat. Yeah, from the support staff to the coaching staff to the selectors, everything they've done really since they arrived in the UAE for that T20 World Cup has gone absolutely to plan. The players Bailey's they brought in through, and George Bailey should be up there. Think about those big calls he had to make after Brisbane, not least when Pat Cummins fell on the morning of a Test match, but being able to go to Jai Richardson, 5 for 42 in the final innings of that Adelaide Test. Michael Neser playing his role, Josh Hazlewood not being available, but doing his bit on the opening day of the series, and then the intervention of Scott Boland, which, as we said before, will be immediately into Ashes folklore. And who knows what his story will hold now. Will he still be part of this Australian team when they go to England in 2023? Well, much as it was with Peter Siddle when they were thinking about going to England in 2019, they wanted an experienced bowler who hit the top of off all day long. And as we've seen over the last 3.5 weeks, that's precisely what Scott Boland does. They've eventually got all the assistants assembled over there. Enough ready to pull the trigger on multiple photos, of course, and extra rounds of applause. Plenty of the locals are staying here. Often we see Test matches finish on a 5th day with, just a sprinkling of people, but that because they've finished so quickly. We saw it in Melbourne, and of course we've seen it here. So great numbers here, which adds to the atmosphere, and I'm sure the joy for the Australians who are now jumping back off the stage. And hopefully we'll have one or two of them head our way very shortly, but it's all smiles and happiness down here. I think at the start of the series when they were trying to resolve, a few questions. Who was going to open the batting? Who was going to bat number 5? And really, who was going to coach the team after this series? Well, maybe the opening question isn't quite concluded as yet. We'll continue to debate that. Number 5, though, Travis Head, player of the match with a sparkling century here. He's 2nd of the series. The way he played late on day 2 at Brisbane, which meant that Australia had that platform to exert maximum pressure on England the second time around with the bat, and the way that he came out and counter-attacked at 3 for 12 here on the first day, a worthy player of the match. We're going to try and collar him here. We're going to be successful. We might have to wait our turn. So Travis Head, player of the match, and winning, as I say, the Compton Miller medal, which was brought in a couple of decades ago now and has been won by many fine cricketers. And he adds his name to that list, and he probably was the last name on the team sheet when they were pulling it together before the Gabba. So a great story in itself. And it must have been tight, mustn't it? I haven't seen the votes yet, but any of those bowlers at the top of the list that we talked about, with Pat Cummins eventually just pipping Mitchell Starc and Scott Boland, who played one less Test. I mean, Cummins was so influential in the Tests he played. You'd think if he'd played another one, that it might have been enough, but then Head missed one as well. Yeah, that's true. Cummins finishes with 21 wickets at 18. I wonder when the last votes were handed in, because presumably that was done cumulatively, and Cummins finishing it off in such spectacular fashion, knocking stumps out of the ground twice in the final over. But alas, that's only a small point of the Cummins story. He's got a long way to go. It'll be a huge building block for Travis Head. Yeah, it will. And yes, sport is littered with examples of where decisions on players of matches and series. It goes back to the Centenary Test. Derek Randall was awarded the Centenary Test, and then Dennis Lilly ended up taking 11 wickets and didn't get it. But anyway, that's a long time ago, and that's history. This is in the present. And Travis had those 2 really influential centuries, plus some handy runs in Adelaide. It meant that in a low-scoring series, a really low-scoring series, that his runs were important runs. They were quick runs, and they were influential on the result. Probably particularly here and also in Brisbane.
Yeah, and look, they've been wanting him to take this next step for 3 years now. Dropped a couple of times at the Oval in 2019 and last year after the Melbourne Test match, and there was a lot of quite reasonable debate as to whether he had the technique to survive and prosper at the highest level at top table, and here he is leading the runs for an Ashes contest. And yes, you're right, it's not been a huge amount of competitive tension across the 5 Test matches, with the exception of that final day at Sydney. But he was the man who pulled the trigger on the first day here and made sure that they'd get beyond 300, and that in the end was enough to put England out of the game.
I wonder what Joe Root's thinking now. He's about 6 metres away from us at the moment, and so many questions have already been asked and will be asked of him. I wonder how much of a chance he's had to process any of it, and whether he knows in his mind. I mean, it sounds like he's more likely to go on than not as captain, doesn't it, with the Test series quite imminent. But who knows? I wonder if we can get him across.
We'll see if we can collar him. We'll give it a red hot go. I'll wave over in the direction of Joe and see if I can get his eye.
Sneak him. He's coming over, I think.
We'll see how we go. Yep, we'll grab Joe Root here. Yeah, no worries at all. Thank you, Joe Root, for joining us on SEN Test Cricket. Obviously a galling way for this whole thing to end. You bowled so well today to give yourselves a chance, and it just wasn't really possible with your batting lineup as fragile as it is at the moment.
I think that's slightly unfair. I think we've got the ability to chase that down. I think what is fair to say is that that's not a good enough performance again. Some of the dismissals were very soft and tame, and after the start that we had, really felt like we were in with a real chance of chasing that down. I think credit to Australia, they got a breakthrough. They saw a sniff and they took it. But we're a better side than that. We clearly are, and I think that's the frustrating thing. It's happened too many times, but we have to learn from it. We have to come away from this tour. Clearly, that's something as a whole that we need to be better at. We can't constantly be getting bowled out for under 200. You're not going to win Test matches against a high quality side like Australia. So, it's quite clear where we need to make improvements. We've got to go away and do it now.
A collapse of 10 for 56. That pressure the Australian team were able to exert from innings to innings, Test match to Test match. I mean, they're a fine cricket team, and you've got them at a tough time.
Yeah, I mean, we have, but again, I do think we've not performed to our ability, and I think that's a little bit frustrating. But there's some young guys in this group. There's some young guys that have spent their whole careers learning how to play certain situations for the first time in Test cricket, and that's quite a challenge. So they've got to keep looking at how learning from the different situations they found themselves in throughout the last year, whether it be out in Asia in spinning conditions or out here with the extra bit of bounce and pace, and I suppose just managing different pockets to play better, giving us a chance to get in the game. Get yourself a platform, build a partnership. Out there today, you felt like you got 30-40 runs together, start putting a bit more pressure back on Australia. Could create a bit of panic, and you never know how things could have unfolded. But there are some harsh lessons that we've learned throughout this tour, and it's evident where we need to get better.
Now that the series is over, is there things that happened that we didn't know behind the scenes that made it much harder for you collectively?
No, I mean, I think for a number of journalists have probably experienced what it's like living in sort of bubble environments for the first time, and I suppose it just takes its toll after a while. You spend such a long time in that environment away from your families, and with restrictions around you, it can weigh you down slightly. Of course, that's not an excuse for what you do out there on the field, but it does make things challenging away from home. But it's the world we live in right now, and we know how important Test cricket is. We know how important it has been to Australia as well, and how important this series was to take place. We all want to be part of an Ashes series, so of course we wanted to make sure that we gave a better account of ourselves than we did, but absolutely make sure that all 5 Test matches took place.
I'm mindful you've got to meet your commitments to England media. In closing, in short, are you keen to keep leading this England Test team?
Yeah, I'd love the opportunity to. We'll see what happens in the near future.
Thank you, Joe Root. Thanks for coming to Australia.
Thank you very much for having me. Cheers, guys.
Thanks, Joe. That's really good of him to do that, and he's given that first indication, Colo, that he wants to captain on.
He does. Joe Root's a really good human being. I feel for him at the moment. Anyone that's had anything to do with him must. A wonderful cricketer and just let down so badly by his team.
Yeah, I did. If we'd had more time, I just wanted to sort of ask you. That's that obvious question. How do you feel? Like I don't know what he would have said. I think he would have just said what he said to Gilly. But if you could sit down with him in a couple of days' time when he's had a chance to process all that, I wonder. I mean, there'd be frustration is what he's talked about, but there's a bit of an edge there that sort of kept into some of the answers and just looking at his body language as well, but he's also towing the line and saying the right things as well.
I think to an extent he's resigned to his fate.
Yeah.
I mean, I know there were reports in England during the week about him holding the captaincy, but finishing that way, they might just take him out of the firing line. They might give the captain's armband to somebody else for a period of time. Maybe it's one of the old fast bowlers in the short term as they take stock. They've got Test cricket to play in 6 weeks from now. Not a long time to turn it around. There's no easy answers, that's for sure.
No, there's not. It would be interesting if they were to do that, though, wouldn't it? I mean, and his batting has gradually declined under the pressure of the series, no doubt. But he's given that indication that he wants to be the captain going forward. I think Travis Head's going to make his way back over to us.
Looks like it
now. He has
fantastic
rejoined us on SEN Test Cricket. I know you're keen to get all your media. You gave the fairly strong indication you're keen to get in with your teammates. Hey, congratulations, well done.
No, thank you. It's been an amazing series. 19 was something special, and this is sort of topped that. And it's been amazing. Any Ashes series we've spoken about it. People in the past speak about how special they are, but to now be involved in two and do what we did in England and then come back here and play such a great series has been awesome.
How's it feel to be the player of the series?
Almost didn't get a game going in the first test, so there's nothing. I didn't expect that. Obviously, I've spoken a lot about trying to be as consistent as I can be as a player, as a person around the group, and contribute to wins. So. Yeah, that's a byproduct of what I've been working extremely hard on and trying to achieve.
It's pretty bloody good, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, it will sink in over the next week or two or a couple of months, but it's something that I'll be able to look back on and be very proud of.
You've been in and out of the team a couple of times over the last few years. People have been waiting for you to take the next big step and be a true senior player and leader in this team. You are that now. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels good. I understand what's coming as well. It's going to be extremely hard in the next couple of months, the next couple of series. So, a lot of hard work's gone into this series. I'll do that hopefully on the next series, and I can keep contributing. That's what I want to do. It's great that being able to get scores and win games of cricket in Australia. The challenge now is obviously being able to do it away from home.
And the confidence to play a counter-attacking innings like you did on that first afternoon, 3 for 12 walking out, and believing in yourself sufficiently to play that way.
Yeah, I think that stems from obviously Brisbane as well, and the confidence I had Brisbane, Adelaide. I felt like I batted really nicely in Melbourne as well. So throughout the series, I know I'm lining them up well and watching it well. I knew I had to be relaxed and enjoy the moment. It was a very enjoyable time batting.
Who's in charge now?
Warner's on fire at the moment. Has been for a few weeks, so I think he's charging along. There'll be a few. Marcus Harris is pretty good as well. So me, Marcus, Barrel, and probably Keza will be a little crew tonight, which will be very enjoyable.
Speaking of Scott Boland, what a story. That's quite amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, and we've all, in that dressing room, I'm sure a lot of Australia have seen him in Shield cricket over a 10-year period. That's been unbelievable, and I felt like coming into the series, if he got his opportunities, unbelievable against left-hand batters, but he's unbelievable against everyone in this series. So it was great. The wickets obviously were probably more bowler-friendly than we expected for an Ashes series in Australia, and he just was unbelievable and, not surprised.
He was even showing a bit of emotion there a couple of times, wasn't he?
Mate, everyone's got around. This is his second home, obviously, for the Hurricanes, but everywhere he went, just absolutely love him, and I think that's what people love to see, is that he's a hard worker. He's quiet, shy bloke that just gets on with his business. I think everyone loves that and loves seeing that, and he's done an exceptional job.
Such a cohesive group from the selectors through to the team. The bowling group have had a number of changes through the series. Everything the selectors have done has gone right as well. With a big year ahead, you must feel like you can do some special things in 2022.
Yeah, Pat said that. You can't... It's been amazing, the resources that we've got. We're bloody fortunate. The Australian cricket team's got a lot of support staff. I think you see that when we're around, and they're unbelievable. We've got no bad eggs in the team. Yeah, it's just such a well designed group, and we just work together. And I think off the flow off the World Cup, obviously they've come back with a few key elements that worked for the World Cup, and we took that in the year, and it was just a relaxing and enjoyable experience.
And after a couple of days doing as you must in a situation like this, what's the time off situation like for you personally before you kind of have to regroup and think about Pakistan?
Yeah, well, hopefully the strikers get up tomorrow night. I'm not sure what happened in the game tonight, but there's an opportunity potentially to play the Big Bash. It's going to be tough with obviously home and being bubbles and that, so we've got to best work out what happens over the next few days to try and get in the BBL. But if that's an opportunity, we'll wait and see over the next 24 hours. I hadn't made that decision. I thought I had a few more days to make that. Obviously, we'll see how the next 24 hours go, and I'll make that decision.
We'll let you get going, Travis. Congratulations. Outstanding performances right through the series. Player of the match, player of the series. Let that sink in and enjoy tonight. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Cheers, guys.
Cheers, Travis.
Travis Head joining us on SEN Test Cricket. And I still don't think it's quite sunk into him just yet, Colo.
Popular boy. We've got a lot of people around us here watching that interview, and
he's just gone over to shake the hands of Joe Root as well and have a chat with some of the English teams. So
that background that Root had in South Australia all those years ago, he's got a good relationship with the guys from the Saka. So yes, I mean, just asking him there about what might be possible for him this year, this platform, this foundation, having been kind of the last guy into the team, now one of the first names on the team sheet. With what's coming up in Pakistan, uncharted territory for this entire group of players. As I say, it could be a very special year for them now.
All right, well, that's it from down here. Cam Green is the last of the Australians to leave. Joe Root, again, polite to the nth degree, right to the very end. He's posing for photos as we speak right now. I'm sure he doesn't feel like it, but well done to Joe Root and to everyone down here. Australia 4-0, still up on the scoreboard, winning by 146 runs. Gerard, back to you.
Terrific, Hutto. So 17 wickets fell on day 2 and day 3 to hurdle this test match to its conclusion. Australia 4-0. We'll take one final break and then get the final thoughts of Mike Atherton and tidy it all up. The Ashes won by Australia 4-0.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
Get into Anaconda for half-price Christmas essentials. Spinifex Standard Gazebo, $99. Oztrol Getaway Chair, only $39.99. Play more and pay less without 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply. Anaconda!
Thinking about an SUV? Well, think Hyundai SUV. Imagine a range of 5 SUVs all equipped with the technology, performance and safety features to tackle your kind of action in style. Imagine yourself behind the wheel of the up-for-anything Kona, the multi-terrain-ready Tucson, or the bold 8-seat Palisade, and anything in between. Because whatever your next adventure, from down the road to up the coast, we've got the SUV for you. Contact your local Hyundai dealer to find yours.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky Drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
I remember as a boy tagging along with my mum for the weekly shop. It was exciting because if I behaved, once we got to the local grocers, I'd be able to get a Nippy's flavoured milk. Now, as a dad myself, I can share that joy with my own kids. They love the juices.
This summer, quench your thirst with Nippy's fresh juices. Proudly South Australian, farm grown, family made, picked by our family for yours for over 50 years. Tree to table. That's Nippy's.
Delicious!
Australia's making positive energy and there's more on the way. It's all part of our plan to reach net zero by 2050. We're rolling out rooftop solar at record levels, expanding Snowy Hydro so it's the biggest battery in the Southern Hemisphere, and investing billions in projects like hydrogen hubs and seaweed for feed, which means more jobs and even less emissions, helping us reach net zero by 2050. Find out more at positiveenergy.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
You haven't seen garage doors like this before. Smarter, quieter, safer. Beautifully refined custom finishes with endless possibilities. 4D Doors. Garage doors redefined. Discover more at 4ddoors.com.au.
We're at a party. 3 little kids were playing in the pool, all under 5. Adults were busy talking. Glanced over, noticed a little one underwater. I think she needs help. That's how easily something can happen. It only takes a few seconds. Don't worry, the party had a happy ending. But we need to remember, fence the pool, shut the gate. Teach your kids to swim, it's great. Supervise, watch your mate, and learn how to resuscitate. I'm Laurie Lawrence. Kids Alive, do the 5.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
When there are issues with your bathroom grout, hop to it. And you need someone to sort it out, hop to it.
Stop leaking showers and balconies without removing tiles. Visit megasealed.com.au.
Faces the music. Cummins bowls too. He backs away and he's bowled. The captain finishes it. Pat Cummins pumps the fist. England routed in the final session under lights. They lost 9 wickets for 56 runs in the collapse. It happened inside 2 hours. Australia wins the Ashes 4-0. And bar for the one missing wicket, it would have been a whitewash. Australia win in Belrive by 146 runs. The concluding moments of the Ashes summer of 21-22. Mike Atherton has been committing his thoughts to print for the Times. Mike, thanks for just coming off the keyboard for a moment. What is it? The 3rd instalment of the Naked Gun series was the final insult. And that had a bit of the final insult to it.
Yeah, I'm afraid it did. It wasn't pretty viewing at all. England have had some bad collapses in this series, and that was a bad collapse. Albeit some mitigation, the lovely bowling conditions, lights on, pink ball, we know all that. But just the manner of the defeat there, the way that the tail-enders went to defeat, backing away and just swiping as if they couldn't wait to get on the plane home. I'm afraid it was miserable viewing from an England perspective. There's been a gulf between the sides. Congratulations to Australia. It's a fine Australian team. Top-class bowling attack. I think England have made Australia look a slightly better batting team than they are. I think there's some holes there, but top-class bowling attack without a shadow of a doubt. And they kept England under constant pressure throughout this series. And I'm afraid England have just been not good enough. The batting has shown to be technically deficient and just lacking in a bit of fortitude.
For Pat Cummins, who came to the captaincy just weeks ahead of the series, and we all pondered what it would look like under a fast bowler, the first instalment is quite a thrilling one for him and for us to observe.
Absolutely, it is. He was asked on the podium, is it a childhood dream? And I guess it must be for every young Australian captain, young Australian cricketer to captain against England in the Ashes, to do it on home soil, and to lead your team to a 4-0 rout. And as you say, really could have been 5-0, but for 2 sessions lost to rain in Sydney and a bit of bad light at the end of that game. And who's to say that's not a realistic margin of the difference between the teams, really? You get the sense, listening to Joe and Chris Silverwood, no doubt, that they're a little bit in denial about this team. I mean, they've been hammered here, and the manner of it has not been pretty. And you can't just keep saying, well, we'll keep learning and we'll moving on and get better. I'm afraid things will have to change.
Do you think that might be the end for Joe Root as captain?
I suspect he's run his race. He's an absolutely outstanding individual, a brilliant batsman. He's been a good England captain now for 5 years, but he's been doing it for 60 test matches. We've just seen Virat Kohli, who is as hard and as fit and as passionate a cricketer as can be, and he's done it for 68 games, I think, and has basically said he's burnt out and run his race. And I've been there, I know what it's like, and I get that sense that that's probably the case with Joe. The issue for England is obviously where do they turn, what alternatives are there, and all the noises they've been making over the last week or two are that they want to invest further time in Joe Root. But it's hard to think that there won't be some change after this, whether it's captain, coach, managing director of English cricket. It's hard to think that they'll just go on to the next series in the Caribbean and not have something happen after this, because of not just the defeat but the manner of the defeat as well. The mistakes that have been made over selection and strategy, the way they've kind of meekly surrendered the Ashes in 12 days, it's been dismal viewing.
I know it's just finished. How do you think it will live on this series? How's it going to be thought of? How's it going to be placed into law?
Probably with an asterisk next to its name in terms of the 5-test series being played in the middle of a pandemic. And of course there is mitigation for England around the scheduling and the lack of preparation and the rain in Queensland and everything that meant that they got to that first test at the Gabba totally undercooked, really. And I understand that, and I have some sympathy for that. But I think you can only carry that mitigation so far, and I think the players principally, and obviously the captain and the coaching staff, have to take responsibility for it.
Mike, we feel so privileged to have had you as part of our broadcast.
It's been great fun. I must say, I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. It's been great fun listening to you all call it, and thank you very much.
Mike Atherton, a great part of our Ashes summer of 21-22. The test match here in Hobart, 25,801 people saw it across 3 days. Test cricket at this venue is played at warp speed. They are 3-day tests, bar for weather, Alex Doolan. How will this Ashes test, the first one staged on this island, be thought of?
Well, I hope everyone enjoyed it as much as I did. I thought it was a great contest that ebbed and flowed the whole time. I thought the pitch was much talked about, but I thought it was actually a pretty good cricket wicket, to be perfectly honest. I thought there was at times some poor cricket which made the wicket look a little spicy. But I mean, I thought it was a great test match. I had a lot of fun here watching it. It was really exciting. It was fast, but I think it was a great endorsement for Tassie cricket.
Alex, it's been great to have you as part of it. Thanks for taking the invitation.
Thank you.
Good
Cheers.
man, Alex Doolan. Now, Bharat, what are we to make of it all?
It feels like such a long time ago, Gerard, that I flew to Brisbane and watched England warm up against the England Lions and saw Ben Stokes cheering everyone on, and I thought, well, this could be something interesting. And it's amazing when you look back that going into this Ashes, Australia was the team under pressure. You know, the whole Tim Payne episode, when Pat Cummins, new captain, we didn't know what to expect. But after that first ball, Mitchell Starc to Rory Burns, like you said earlier, that set the tone. And things have just gone really, really bad to worse, to this, humiliation again. And I think we've spoken so much about technique and tactics and selection. More than anything, I think England did not show any heart, and that has to hurt.
When Joe Root says we're a better side than that, all available evidence suggests that they're not.
Absolutely not. And when he said that it is unfair to call their batting lineup brittle, after all the collapses that we've seen, tells you what Athers just said. They are living in denial. I wrote this piece after the third test saying they need someone who just kind of gives them a reality check internally and doesn't have to come from anywhere else. And they're a lovely team. They won a lot of hearts here. Even now, Johnny Bairstow walked out and handed a few pink balls to whoever's been left behind. Joe Root has been an outstanding ambassador for England and English cricket throughout this tour. Even listening to him there, it's not been easy for them, but they haven't helped their cause either.
I must say I love Australia under Pat Cummins. The idea of a team being led by a fast bowler and he's the one who finishes it off. That was the unknown, I think. And first impressions are quite superb.
Yeah, what were we doing all these years? We should have done this much earlier, I think. Now, he's again, speaking of great ambassadors for cricket, I mean, he's just a great ambassador for sport in general. He says the right things, he does the right things, and plays cricket the right way. There was nothing nasty about anything we saw during the series. Even the celebration in the end, there was no one-upmanship at all from the Australians. Even their interactions with each other was great. And how good was it to see Nathan Lyon not forget his roots, Gerard? Like, he just walked out a while back, carrying a lot of jumpers for the groundsmen here, despite the fact that they produced a pitch where he couldn't get a single over.
It's going to be one of the great quirks of this test. Bharat, it's been awesome to share this Ashes series with you after all the work you did for us during the World Cup as well. Onward and prosper. We look forward to picking up our conversations.
Thank you so much, and don't forget the fact that I can do some calling as well.
Yes, we're tiptoed into that. I rather like the look of the Indian series later in the year. Bharat, you'll be our tour guide, I reckon. Anthony Hudson in to tie it all up together. So the post-match show for Anaconda, play more, pay less, with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. The fall of wickets is going to be the tail at the end. For budget truck rental, no matter the job, they've got a truck. 68, 82, 83, 92, 101, 107, 107, 115, 123, 124. That is a village of the damned right there.
It is, unfortunately, Gerard. I was just outside to the right during a fair bit of that collapse at the end, and it was, just disbelief greeted there. There was obviously Australian fans that were loving it, and there was dancing on the hill, which was great. But if this timing suited England theoretically better in terms of watching at home, you would not have been wanting to watch that if you're an England fan. That was really and you actually, I'm going to speak out of school, but we always talk about when a test match is going to end, and we make our predictions off air. You felt coming here today that if Australia got a couple of wickets, they would run through them pretty quickly, but the way they started it didn't look that way, and you'd actually changed your mind by telling you thought we'd be here tomorrow, as I think most of us did, but it didn't take much to get it going, and it was a terrible way to finish, wasn't it, really?
The uncommitted nature of it.
Not standing their ground. The only probably saving grace there is that a few of the Australian bowlers didn't either, but it didn't look great at the end.
So a plus for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. That's Travis Head. As you rightly point, you spoke to him at the start of the test match and at the end, which I always think is a lovely thing to get the thoughts at either end, but he was the last man in. And 5 was the weakness in the Australian side. It was the hole, and yet 5 has been the most prosperous part and has delivered Travis Head not only back into the fold, but man of the series, and now onward to claim his test career, really.
Yeah, well, he pretty much said that, didn't he, himself, about where his position was coming in. And I think he didn't get the chance really to expand on his answer, but I get the feeling that he's well aware that it won't be always like this, and that those conditions are going to present different challenges to him. He won't be able to necessarily play in the same way. It's going to be a really interesting watch to see where he goes from here. But for those that maybe doubted him and thought that he wasn't suitable for Test cricket, they may have to reassess.
They may indeed. That's a plus, Host Plus.
Whoever they may be.
The industry super fund that puts you first. That's a plus. The player of the series is Travis Head for Bingley. Grab a deal today. I want to kick up for Pat Cummins, though. 21 wickets at 18. And when it had to be done at the Gabba, at Hobart, so he bookends it. When it had to be done, it was Cummins who took the ball himself. I think he captained quite incisively and brilliantly. So, and it was a bowler's series. So I like
so if it's a
bowler's series means the best batsman gets the award. If it's a batter's series, it's the batter who gets it.
I agree.
It's loaded against.
Yeah, and probably the only argument against, other than he missed the test, is that he was so close with all the other bowlers. If you look at the raw numbers, and Stark was very consistent and handy with the bat. Cam Green probably made the late run. If you're just purely looking at numbers, and he was consistent with the ball, he probably was too poor with the bat for too long in the series when the series was on the line. And that's, again, if you're judging these things, do you how heavily do you weigh the matches that actually influence the result? And that's interesting with Travis Head as well, because his most definitive innings was here, but the Ashes were already decided by then. So there's a lot of things to and even in Brisbane, he came in when the hard yards had been fought through by Warner and Labuschagne. So it's so tight, and and I think what we can say that if Scott Boland had played one more test and continued on the same trajectory, he would have won.
Yeah, 18 wickets at 9.55. It's right. So you said it becomes an instant part of Ashes folklore. Forever and a day, we will talk about Scott Boland. And in a perverse way, if he didn't play another series, it would sort of lift it even further.
He's just announced his retirement, Gerard.
It won't be diminished in any way.
He certainly, if we got an award for the most modest player who doesn't want to talk about himself.
Our post-match show for Anaconda, play more, pay less, with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. A chance for you and I to say a few thank yous. So we got to say it to Athers ourselves. I don't mind saying it's one of the great thrills of my professional life to spend weeks with Mike Atherton and to listen to him and to learn from him.
Well, we talked last night over a drink about the various international ex-champions that we've had a chance to be with, and it has been fantastic over the last few years. I would particularly liked, I've said this 100 times, having Wazam Akram in our WhatsApp group. And Baz, of course, is part of the SEN family now, so he was terrific as well, and good for a few race tips, not so good for a few others. But Mike he's just been, we all watched him, and just his considered view, and he's, sometimes people are more difficult than others to work with, but he's just been a delight. If Mitch has been struggling, a cat swanning off, doing a cashy or something, Athens has been happy to step in at a moment's notice, so he's been fantastic.
Simon Katich is our foundation member. He's our foundation expert on SEN Test cricket before he found the glory of television, bless him. Damien Fleming there for the first ball and the last ball. Chris Rogers, who's just got such a way, even when he's not here, he's a constant presence. Bless him. Ian Healy at the Gabba with all the local knowledge there. Pete Lawler, cheerio to the fella stuck in the Marrickville shed at the moment, suffering with COVID. Pete, always
some of us
great.
were able to just see out the series, others fell.
Barats.
Sorry, Pete.
Lisa Stalaker, Bryce McGain, who stepped in, Julia Price, who we would have had more of if this test had gone longer.
She didn't get to see much action.
And we didn't get to do the full story of coaching the US, and there's so many good stories that Julia holds. So another time, Alex Doolan on the technical side of things.
He's the only member with a stand named after him, isn't he?
He is, yeah. So whenever we come here, that's going to be our Alex Doolan stand.
And Flash, who's been here helping us out as well.
Brilliant.
A local legend and a broadcaster in his own right, and he escorted me along Claremont Golf Course this morning. And apart from upsetting one of the locals by driving the cart in the wrong place, he didn't put a foot wrong, so thanks, Flash.
To Pete McGinley, who this has been a technical challenge from beginning to end. A big salute to Pete for getting us and keeping us on air in all sorts of guises through blackouts of television coverage and through multi-venues to be able to put it all together. To Adam Collins. Now, Colo picks it up for us from here, so he'll be in Pakistan. We have the rights to that test series. Then I imagine Sri Lanka. I think we're all hoping to be with him in India, but he'll take our test cricket coverage throughout the calendar year. So Adam Collins, such a big part of that. And then above all else is Mitch Scott. So this has been a logistical challenge on top of what took place last year. The facts, if you have enjoyed any part of this, it owes so much to Mitch. So a big salute to you, Mitch. Well done. Well done. And all of the staff that you've marshalled along the way. And to you. And all the messages that you've sent through.
All the positive messages.
All those armchair selectors who thought they could do it better. Even yesterday we were sacking the entire top order, and here Australia is with a 4-0 rout in an Ashes series. Thanks for sharing it with us. Thanks for sharing your views and opinions and joining in the debates. And I know there was a lot of appreciation for the likes of Athers, so we'll make sure we pass that on. So thanks to all of you. Our SEN Test cricket coverage for Host Plus, that's a plus, and for Henley Everyday Advantage. We have been live from Blunston Arena from the iconic brand down here, Blunston, built to last. Cardo, terrific. That's our Ashes summer.
Thanks, Gerard. Great to experience an Ashes series. Would have liked it to have been a little bit closer and a little bit more competitive. But it's been great to be part of it, and well done to you for leading the way as always.
Let's see if we can find a Tassie gin to toast how it's all unfolded. This is how the Ashes of 2021-22 played out on SEN Test cricket. As Stark roars in and bowls to Burns. He's bowled in first ball!
Down to fine leg.
He's done it again.
And Hazelwood has repeated the dose. And Pat Cummins, a 5 for on debut as captain. Head on 97. Wokes puts it up there. He on drives. He beats Smith on. And the first century of the series belongs to Travis Head. Root gets a full ball. He just stood in the crease and drove. Sublime shot.
It touches the rope, and Labuschagne has his first Ashes century. Anderson bowls, Labuschagne inches through gully. It'll go all the way, I think. It touches the rope, and Labuschagne has his first Ashes century. And again, Marnus is in the pink. Luke's bowling to Smith, who lifts him up superbly into the stands. What a mighty hit.
The campaign started at Manchester a couple of years ago. Nisa bowls Hamid. Oh, wicket with his second ball in Test cricket.
Listen again, he's nicked and he's dropped. Butler puts him down.
Absolutely regulation for a keeper.
Throws it up there the edge and out dropped. Rory Burns has dropped the most simple of catches. Awful. Free slips expected and magnificent delivery.
Well, they're checking for the no ball as we speak.
It's a big no ball.
Oh, struck. Second time today in the nets. That is nasty. Rolling around in pain. That's why he missed the start of the day. Ever so politely said it was abdomen. He got it in the Jats crackers earlier, and that's where it's hit him again.
Here comes Richardson. Start of a new over. Into the gully, and Anderson's gone! Australia win the Test match. Joe Richardson collects a 5-wicket bag. Australia do the job with the pink ball in Adelaide again. He's bowled! Whoa, that's a lovely piece of bowling from the veteran, and Jimmy loves it.
It's Cummins bowls. Hamid fending a ball and flies over the corner. Cummins bowls to him, and Crawley's edged, and it got through. It got through between Carey and Warner. Stark bowls. Crawley's beaten. He's nicked it. He's gone. He's gone. England can't buy a partnership at the top of the order. He's facing up to Mitch Stark, who bowls, and he's left on the pad. They're up, he's out. Bang, you're gone. Mitch Stark 2 in 2 balls.
Darwin Milan's bat was in a different postcode.
If Stark takes this hat-trick, removing Joe Root, the Ashes are won. Stark sets in. Joe Root in his sights. Stark bowls. Root edges. Oh no, he didn't. It got past the outside edge. You could not get closer to a hat-trick than that. Joe Root survived. Stark gave himself a great look, and he gave us all a cheap thrill.
That is Test cricket at its finest. Mitchell Stark got the MCG crowd. They were erupting.
Boland continues, and Leach's bowl didn't play a shot. And Scott Boland is mobbed.
Boland again, bowls here to Robinson. Edge to taken! Oh, Scott Boland, it's a movie script. He's got 6 for 5.
Anderson in his sights. He bowled him! The Ashes are retained in 3 tests. An annihilation of the MCG. Cameron Green gets the last wicket, but it is the debut of Scott Boland that will echo through Ashes history. Unforgettable stuff. Australia rampant and dominant. England crushed in a manner that you could barely imagine.
Leach bowls, he's back on his stumps, he rips it away, he beats the field, he punches the air down low. It's the feel-good moment we all needed. The most popular of centuries from Usman Khawaja. He's 9th in Test cricket. It's a moment he thought may well have never happened again.
3 balls to get the century for Bairstow. Cummins bowls, flashes at it, top edge, down to third man for 4. Johnny Bairstow roars to the heavens. The first English century of the Ashes. It's emblematic of the fight back we've seen on Jane McGrath Day.
Boland. Oh, he's got through him, he's bowled him.
Wow.
And Scott Boland, the dream continues. The reality's better.
That is the Bolo Boulevard of Bewilderment. He's going to bowl to Leach, who's edging and he's caught it slip. It's off Carey. It's ricocheted to slip. Smith has made the break with the last ball of the over. Leach is gone. There's 12 bowls to go. Enter the quintessential number 11, Jimmy Anderson! 1 ball for 1 wicket. Can Steve Smith conjure it? He bowls to Jimmy Anderson. It's short, and the number 11 defends. A broad grin from Jimmy Anderson. He survives. England defy Australia with 1 wicket remaining. The SCG test ends in a draw. There will be no whitewash. A historic moment in Tasmanian sports. The first Ashes test in the States. Stuart Broad bowls. Warner let it hit him. It's high up. Bowls to Warner, who's edging, and he's caught at second slip. Dave Warner gone for a duck.
Bowling, he's edging, and this time he's caught by Crawley at second slip.
Australians cannot believe this. Already 3 for 12.
Around the wicket, Broad bowls. Head goes hard at it and smashed it through the offside for 4.
Wokes again. Head on 99. He bowls. It's there. He slashes. Bottom edge, but it doesn't matter. An astonishing century from Travis Head. A game-changing innings. To line short. He smashes it. That has cleared everything.
All out for 303 in the 76th over.
Wants a quick single. Burns to the danger end.
Yes.
Hits. It's got to be close. Rory Burns has to trudge from the field with another duck.
Cummins to Crawley. He's caught at short leg by Travis Head.
Cummins bowls to Milan. Couple of slips.
Down the leg side. Has he been strangled? He has. He's bowled. Boland's done it again. The England captain is castled. Bowled for 11.
Pat Cummins. Ollie Robinson faces the music. Cummins bowls to him. Backs away and he's bowled. The captain finishes it. Pat Cummins pumps the fists. England routed in the final session under lights. They lost 9 wickets for 56 runs in the collapse. It happened inside 2 hours. Australia wins the Ashes 4-0. And bar for the one missing wicket, it would have been a whitewash. Australia win in Belrive by 146 runs. And it is just additional humiliation for England at the end as they're bowled out for 124.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortuna with Toyota Safety Sense as standard and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Victorian harness racing just got bigger with all the exciting action on Trots Vision. It's an enhanced online platform with every Victorian harness race streamed live. Enjoy exclusive content, the daily form, tips from Australia's most respected racing analysts and more. Trots Vision brings you all the live action every day at home or on your phone. And best of all, it's free. Lap up Trots Vision. Lap up the trots. Visit thetrots.com.au.
SENSA is your home for sport across the weekend. Brought to you by Volkswagen Service Express. Get the same great service in under an hour. Only at Solitaire Volkswagen.